This wooden dummy is the ultimate boss of the tutorial zone, and this massive red demon unit is Ma Dosok, a guy nicknamed the strongest primate, who literally beat a bear to death with his bare hands. He puts his entire life savings into a punch, and the system basically tells him to go sit in the corner because he failed. Then, this random kid wearing default beginner rags steps up to the plate, and with a single blinding flash, he shatters the unbeatable dummy into kindling. The developers run a quick diagnostic and find he's wielding a level 40 epic grade sword at level 1, leaving them asking who the hell this guy actually is. But to understand how this absolute cheat code of a player ended up breaking a game on his first day, we have to go back to the beginning. We start off in what looks like the most generic copy-paste fantasy raid ever, with a bunch of elves screaming about some monster coming to eat their lunch. Suddenly, a slash cuts through the dark, and our heroic protagonist drops in to save the day like a classic isekai main character. The elf leader is staring at him like he just witnessed a miracle, and immediately starts apologizing for being a toxic hater in the past. He thanks our guy for saving their tribe, while a shiny blue system screen pops up to announce his affinity went up. But wait. It gets even better, because his beautiful sister walks up blushing like crazy, asking him to become her companion, which is basically code for wanting to skip the tutorial and get married. Cut to a massive cathedral wedding with flower petals falling from the sky, crowds cheering, and the bride looking at him like he's the only man on earth. He gives her a confident smirk, they walk down the aisle together, he slides a giant diamond ring onto her finger, and right as they're about to lock lips, a voice interrupts and says, "That's enough." The illusion instantly shatters as the stage lights turn on. It was all just gameplay footage being presented on a giant screen by this slick guy in a suit who claims this isn't just a video game but a literal alternate reality. The crowd is losing their minds, whispering that the graphics look too real to be CGI and that if this is legit, the entire world is about to change. This guy is Lee Sejin, the arrogant genius behind Kurum Corporation, and he explains that their super AI acts as a literal god, judging players and handing out powers. You can become a legendary hero, build your own kingdom from scratch, and achieve things that are physically impossible in the real world. The hype in the auditorium is reaching critical mass, with people screaming Sejin's name and begging to know how to buy a copy. And just like that, the virtual reality game Ares launched in 2045 and instantly hit 1 billion users. 1 year later, we're in the level 1 beginner zone where the fresh players spawn. This buff guy is looking at his hands, realizing the game actually syncs your real-world physical stats. Suddenly, some NPC energy bystander points toward the town square, directing everyone's attention to a giant wooden dummy standing on a stone pedestal. This random dude thinks 10 hits should be a walk in the park, but his buddy reminds him that Olympic gold medalists failed this challenge, so it's probably rigged. The crowd is just standing around staring at it, too scared to try and embarrass themselves, until a voice politely asks them to clear a path. A hooded player looks up, his eyes narrowing as the ground starts to vibrate. It's Ma Dosok, and the dude is so massive he doesn't even look human anymore. The bystanders start gossiping, hyping up his legendary strength like he's some mythical creature. He stands in front of the dummy, making it look like a tiny toothpick by comparison, and delivers a massive blow that sends shockwaves through the courtyard. Meanwhile, inside the cozy, air-conditioned developer control room, a guy takes a casual sip of coffee and asks his colleague how the challenge is going. She points at the screen, biting her lip because if this top-tier ranker fails, the media is going to drag them for making an impossible quest just to bait users. If things go south, they might have to manually intervene in the system, which is a massive headache that the team leader would rather resign over. Sure enough, Dosok fails and falls to his knees in despair, so the devs decide to just pack up and go get dinner, hoping to beat the flood of angry support tickets. But right as they're walking out, another analyst points at the screen and yells that a new challenger has stepped up. The team leader sighs, asking if that depressing looking back looks like a winner to them. He claims he's over his what-if phase and doesn't care about low-level players trying to be heroes, suggesting they just go eat and ignore the screen. Suddenly, a massive screen-shattering sound effect echoes through the entire office, making them spin around with their eyes wide open. The team leader's eyes reflect the glowing red image of the dummy as a massive worldwide system announcement flashes across the sky. A message declares that the dummy has been shattered, awarding the mystery player 200 fame, while the team leader drops his coffee mug in absolute disbelief, whispering that Dosok was supposed to be the last challenger. His face turns pale and he screams at his assistant to run a grade check on the player's weapon. She rapidly clacks away at her keyboard, typing as fast as her fingers can move, before freezing as the item details load on her monitor. We transition into a memory of heavy metal rings clanging together, and a roaring forge fire hot enough to melt your face off. The sound of hammer hitting steel echoes through the darkness, as a young boy calls out to his father, who is standing in front of a giant chimney, swinging a blacksmith hammer with perfect form. The boy is shaking, looking down at his trembling, unscarred hands, while his father turns around, smiling warmly at him. The boy runs forward and hugs him tightly, crying that he will protect him, but his father's smile suddenly fades into a dark, ominous shadow. "I am still hot," his father whispers as his entire body bursts into a violent, roaring column of flame. The boy screams in terror, begging his father to get out of the fire, before waking up in a cold sweat with tears streaming down his face. He sits up in bed, his back tense and covered in sweat, realizing it was just the same nightmare again. We cut to a busy hospital lobby in Seoul, Korea, where a stylish-looking guy is swiping on his tablet. He smirks, muttering about how those fools in the game are still trying to break the dummy with raw strength. A shadowed figure in a hoodie and a medical mask walks up, telling him to stop calling him during the day. It's our main character, Kang Hyunsu, and his friend Ji-hoon defends himself, saying he can't visit Hyunsu's dad in his ward anyway. Hyunsu sits down, exhausted, and Ji-hoon casually asks if he isn't hot wearing all those heavy layers in the summer. A dark vein pops on Hyunsu's forehead, and he pulls down his mask, revealing severe, painful-looking burn scars covering the entire right side of his face. Ji-hoon's sweat drops, quickly changing the subject and holding up his tablet to show him the game Ares. Hyunsu looks at it blankly, asking what that is, and Ji-hoon sighs like he just met a caveman. He explains that there's a beginner challenge no celebrity has cleared, but the reward is a capsule worth 50 million won. Hyunsu tells him he doesn't even play games, pointing out that 1 billion people failed, so they have zero chance. Ji-hoon slams his tablet onto the table, giving Hyunsu a highly suspicious, knowing grin. Hyunsu just stares at him, completely unamused, until Ji-hoon leads him into a futuristic room and reveals a standard capsule worth 10 million won. Hyunsu is flabbergasted by the price, but Ji-hoon tells him it's a worthy investment because of the gold-to-cash exchange rate. Everyone is jumping on the bandwagon because of the massive rewards, and Ji-hoon dramatically strikes a pose, saying he already tested it out. Hyunsu looks at him with deep suspicion, asking where he got the money to buy something this expensive. Ji-hoon avoids eye contact, telling him to focus on how much cash they can pull out of this thing. Hyunsu asks if there's even a guarantee they'll make a single cent, calling him crazy. Ji-hoon taps the side of the capsule, insisting it's an investment and that Hyunsu has a real shot. Hyunsu gets angry, demanding to know what the hell he's talking about, and Ji-hoon leans in close, his green eyes glowing with absolute confidence. "The blacksmith class exists in Ares," he says, pointing a finger right at Hyunsu's chest and reminding him that he's the sole successor of a legendary master craftsman. Hyunsu's face goes completely blank, and he slowly takes off his cap, revealing the full extent of the burn scars on his scalp and face. He looks at Ji-hoon with sad, tired eyes, reminding him that he's a broken man who can't do anything anymore. We flash back to the night of the fire, with Hyunsu running through a collapsing, burning building. The flames roar around him, and he finds his father pinned under heavy burning wooden beams, screaming at the top of his lungs. He frantically pulls his father out of the wreckage, his skin burning as he carries him through the inferno. He barely survived, but his father never woke up from his coma, leaving his family with a massive 3 billion won medical bill. To pay for the treatment, Hyunsu worked brutal construction jobs, trying to swing a hammer just like he did for 10 years under his father's guidance. But as he goes to drive a nail into the wood, his weak right arm gives out, and the hammer drops uselessly to the floor. He grits his teeth, tears of frustration stinging his eyes, realizing that due to the nerve damage from his burns, he can't even perform basic manual labor anymore, let alone blacksmithing. Back in the present, he puts his cap back on, thanking Ji-hoon for trying to help but telling him he'll handle his own life. He tells his friend to return the capsule and get his money back, walking toward the door because he's late for his shift. Ji-hoon watches him leave, calling him a stubborn idiot, and asks how long he thinks he can keep barely scraping by to pay those astronomical hospital bills. He tells him to stop living like a ghost and use this game to fix his broken body. Hyunsu pauses, his hand trembling on the metal door handle, while Ji-hoon grits his teeth, tears forming in his own eyes. "You wanted to live as a blacksmith for the rest of your life," Ji-hoon screams. "You can do that in Ares!" Hyunsu looks back over his shoulder, shocked by his friend's raw emotion, as Ji-hoon begs him to just try it once, promising he'll take responsibility for the cost. Hyunsu looks down, the heavy silence filling the room. Later, at the construction site, he stares at his scarred, weak right hand as the sun sets behind the scaffolding, casting a warm orange glow over the dusty building. He tries to shake his friend's words out of his head, telling himself he needs to focus on earning quick cash, but as he carries a heavy wooden beam, the loud, rhythmic sound of another worker's hammer hitting metal echoes across the site. His eyes widen as the sound resonates deep inside his chest, recalling the familiar clang of his father's forge, and in the end, he walks back into Ji-hoon's room. He looks at the sleek capsule, his heart pounding, and slowly climbs inside, pulling the heavy visor over his eyes as the pod seals shut. "I'll listen to it one more time, father," he mutters, closing his eyes. The capsule hums to life, and a bright blue light envelops him as the system welcomes him to Ares. When asked to set a nickname, he simply says, "Hyunsu." The system registers his name and begins analyzing his physical body type. Suddenly, a massive burst of digital energy wraps around his avatar, and Hyunsu gasps, looking down at his arms as the data streams finish scanning. He slowly lifts his right hand, and his jaw drops. The severe red burn scars on his arm are completely gone. The system asks if he wants to proceed with this pristine appearance, and he quietly whispers, "Yes." The character creation completes, and the system searches for a starter server while Hyunsu clenches his right hand into a tight, powerful fist. It's not just that the scars are gone, he can actually feel the strength fully restored in his muscles. He lets out a small, emotional laugh, realizing he's now 10 million won in debt to his best friend but finally has a chance. The system summons him to a random beginner territory, spawning him directly inside Barden territory, Len's blacksmith. Inside, we see Len, a buff, dwarf-looking master blacksmith, sweating profusely as he tries to forge a blade. His hands are shaking, his teeth grit in anger as he mutters that he'll never give up. He rants about the local instructors, swearing he will crush their pride and forge a weapon far superior to theirs. He brings his hammer down with a massive spark, pounding the red-hot metal again and again, screaming at the iron to just cooperate and work. But a calm, confident voice behind him suddenly cuts through the noise. "That's not how you do it." Len freezes, his hammer halting midair as he slowly turns around, glaring at the random level 1 beginner standing in his workshop. Hyunsu looks back at him with cool, sharp eyes, repeating that his technique is completely wrong. So, our guy is standing in a starter town forge, calmly telling a local dwarf-built NPC that his entire life's work is basically trash. Len is not taking the criticism well. He challenges our guy to step up to the anvil, handing over his personal hammer to see if this kid is all talk. It is a classic do-better moment, and Hyunsu is not about to pass it up. He wanted to use the shop anyway, so this is actually a massive win-win. But he drops a condition first. If he succeeds, he gets to keep whatever he makes. And in return, he promises to show Len some real metalwork. Len sneers at the absolute audacity, but he actually loves the confidence. He warns him, though, that if he fails, the penalty for wasting his time is going to be severe. Hyunsu doesn't even blink. The metal goes straight into the hot furnace. He pulls the glowing orange slab onto the anvil, realizing it has been 3 long years since he last felt this heat. The hammer goes up, and the first strike hits. The impact sends sparks flying across the dark workshop. Suddenly, the memories hit him, his father in the hospital, the crushing debt, the panic. But here, his hand is perfectly fine. He can swing as hard as he wants. The smell of burning charcoal and the rhythmic ring of metal are exactly what he needed. His brain remembers every single angle, every single millimeter of steel. He is not just playing a game, he is reclaiming his life. Len sits back expecting a complete amateur show, but he notices the kid's stance is actually flawless. He still thinks he'll hit a wall soon though, since games usually require raw stats to forge anything decent. Without special high-level skills, talent shouldn't matter here. He assumes it's going to be a massive waste of time. But then Hyunsu changes his rhythm. The steel starts bending in a way Len has never seen. He is folding the metal over and over, reheating and tempering it with zero pause. Len's mind is completely blown by the sheer efficiency of this technique. He uses an appraisal skill and watches the system prompt upgrade the metal to C grade. He leaps up from his seat, staring like he just saw a ghost. He's made C-grade steel before, but never this fast. He tries to convince himself this is just a lucky streak, and that a beginner can't possibly go any higher. He expects the lack of in-game skills to ruin the final product. Hours pass, and Len eventually dozes off on a wooden bench outside. He wakes up at sunrise to the exact same ringing sound. Our guy did not stop. He's been pulling an absolute industrial shift all night. The blade is glowing under a heavy layer of sweat and smoke. Len is genuinely terrified of this kid's stamina. He's been hammering for 12 straight hours. Hyunsu plunges the blade into the cooling tub, sending a thick column of steam into the air. The system flashes again, B-grade steel. Len's jaw is officially on the floor. Reaching B-grade without a single system skill is basically illegal in this game, and Hyunsu is still looking at the blade like it's not good enough. He stumbles slightly, his stamina bar finally flashing red. Len runs over and grabs the metal, telling our guy to sit down and let him handle the heavy lifting. Hyunsu smiles, finally getting the assistant he deserved. With Len working the bellows, Hyunsu directs the heat with surgical precision. They work in perfect unison, refining the edge. Every strike is perfectly calculated. Len is taking mental notes like a student in a college lecture. And the result? A-grade metal, capable of making rare-grade gear. Len is losing his mind. Rare gear doesn't even exist in the starter village. He's cheering like they just won a tournament, but Hyunsu is still deadpan. The edge is still raw, and the hilt isn't even finished. His standards are so high it's actually making Len look like the amateur. Len laughs, completely charmed by this absolute grinding machine. He walks over to a locked chest and pulls out a massive glowing green rock. It's a pristine piece of mithril ore. Hyunsu's eyes go wide. This is legendary fantasy metal. It's been in Len's family for generations, completely untouched because no NPC had the skill to work it. But he wants Hyunsu to have it, just to see what kind of weapon comes out of the forge. Hyunsu is completely silent. This is metal that doesn't exist in the real world. It's a massive gamble, but his inner blacksmith is practically screaming with excitement. Len is so hyped he asks if he can call him master and learn from him formally. Hyunsu is like, please don't, you look like my grandfather, I will literally throw this mithril away if you keep calling me that. Cut to 1 month later. The grind is finally complete. Behold Daylight, an epic-grade sword with stats so ridiculously high it belongs in an endgame raid. Meanwhile, over at the Purium Management Center, the development team is trying to figure out how a level 1 user broke their database. They track down his real-world profile, Kim Hyunsu, age 23, living in a tiny studio. He finally applied for his VVIP capsule reward, but he left a very strict condition. He refuses to let his real-world identity go public. The dev team is thoroughly confused. Most players would be milking this for sponsor money and internet fame. But Hyunsu is actively running away from the spotlight, and right now, he's walking into the local hunting training center looking like a low-budget assassin. The local instructor looks at his level 1 tag and immediately scoffs. He tells him to scram and go hunt some field rabbits. Hyunsu calmly asks to skip the line, reaching down to his waist and drawing a sword that radiates enough holy light to blind the entire lobby. Hashtag Chapter 4. So, because our guy spent a whole month min-maxing his stats at the forge, his profile is an absolute joke. Level 1. Classless, but holding an actual nuclear option. Back in the corporate office, the CEO is looking at the live feed. He's debating whether they should let the game's super AI run wild, or if they need to manually nerf this kid before he breaks the economy. He smiles, knowing Hyunsu is about to walk into a massive trap. The system is preparing to offer him a legendary class. But back in the arena, Instructor Relson is still unimpressed. He looks at the hand-forged blade, assuming Hyunsu wasted his starter stats on a useless crafting hobby. He thinks he's a fool. He warns him that real combat is not about flashy gear, it's about skill. The system notifies Hyunsu that Relson's affinity has dropped to -10. Hyunsu is used to this. Everyone in the real world told him his dream was dead too. But in this game, his effort actually translates to power. He looks Relson dead in the eye and asks who holds the highest record in this training center. And then he asks for a test even harder than that. Relson is insulted. He's trained thousands of soldiers and he knows exactly what real talent looks like. This level 1 rookie is testing his absolute limit. He decides to teach the kid a painful lesson. He accepts the challenge and tells him to follow. They walk into the dark, stone-walled trial arena. Relson explains that the record is the Stage 3 trial as the heavy iron gate lifts, revealing a squad of level 6 swift goblins. He warns him that if he fails, he's banned from the training center for a week. Hyunsu calmly asks if Stage 3 is the absolute limit, because I'd rather take them all on at once. Relson's veins are practically popping out of his forehead. He pulls a heavy iron chain, bypassing the safety limits, and unlocks the ultimate cage. Out steps a level 15 mad goblin, radiating a dark red aura. Almost nobody has cleared Stage 3, and Stage 4 has a literal 0% success rate. The monsters sprint forward, weapons drawn. Hyunsu blocks the first strike with a clean, defensive parry. He can see the tiny flaws in the goblin's rusty daggers. The glowing crossguard of Daylight starts humming with mana. He activates the weapon skill and Nin, boosting his physical attack by 12%. The counterslash splits the air, and the first goblin is instantly vaporized into digital dust. But the level 15 Mad Goblin is fast. It drops from the ceiling, slashing downward with a curved blade. Hyunsu takes a direct hit to the shoulder, drawing blood. Relson smirk, thinking the match is over because level 1s usually have double-digit HP. But then he looks at Hyunsu's health bar, and his face completely deforms in shock. He survived a critical hit with 82% HP remaining. Because of his 1-month forge grind, Hyunsu's base vitality is higher than most tank classes. But Relson yells that the real danger is just starting. The mad goblin roars, charging forward with insane speed. It activates NU, a barrage of piercing strikes. Hyunsu dodges the main thrust, but the wind pressure is intense. The system registers a dizziness debuff, blurring his vision. His eyes go narrow. Relson thinks this is his limit, as the goblin leaps for a final aerial execution. Hyunsu stabilizes his footing, gripping the hilt with both hands. He doesn't need vision, he knows his weapons reach perfectly. He triggers the passive N-nil, accelerating his next swing by 1.7 times. A golden crescent of light cuts through the arena. The impact splits the stone floor, blowing away the residual dust. Hyunsu stands in the center, completely unscathed. The system alerts pop up, all targets successfully defeated. Relson is dead silent for 3 seconds, and then he bursts into hysterical laughter. He runs over, praising the kid's raw power. Hyunsu just shrugs, saying a blacksmith simply needs to know how to use his own tools. Relson looks down at Hyunsu's arms. He sees the calluses, the muscular definition, and the faint scars. He bows deeply, formally apologizing for his earlier rudeness. Relson's affinity reaches maximum, and he drops a massive proposal. He offers him the legendary class change quest, Mad Lord. In the dev room, the monitors are literally redlining. This class is designed for elite endgame players, not starter zone rookies. The CEO is laughing, realizing the AI just handed this kid a golden ticket. Relson explains that a Madlord commands armies and stands as a guardian of the world. It's an offer nobody in their right mind would ever refuse. Hyunsu looks at him and says, "I appreciate it, but I'm a blacksmith, not a knight." The dev team's coffee mugs are practically dropping to the floor. Relson stares at him, completely speechless, and then he smiles, calling him absolutely magnificent for having such pure dedication. Hyunsu looks up, feeling the passion of his craft truly returning to him. In this virtual world, he is finally whole again, and the system rewards his stubbornness by unlocking a B-grade hidden quest, Meet the Lord. Relson hands him a letter of recommendation for Lord Vance's castle, along with a rare rusted piece of Mad Lord's armor. He tells him to go show the rest of the world what a real blacksmith can do. Hyunsu nods, matching the old instructor's high-energy fist pump with a polite bow. Back in the monitoring room, the team realizes this isn't a game breaker, it's the birth of a legend. The path to becoming the god of blacksmiths has officially begun. The endless tutorial grind is officially over, and the game is finally letting us play the actual campaign. But before our guy can even take a step into the main village, the system decides to pull the plug and log him out. Reality hits hard when your virtual godhood is replaced by a pending gas bill. His bank account is looking like a desert, and those hospital fees aren't going to pay themselves. Right on cue, his best friend Jihoon calls, asking if he finally escaped the tutorial area. Jihoon tells him the first order of business is checking out the auction house. In this economy, 10 gold coins translates directly to 10,000 real-world won, meaning people are literally playing this game as a full-time career. Jihoon is fully convinced that Hyunsu's real-world craftsmanship is going to break the entire market. Once he gets his hands on that high-end VVIP capsule, the synchronization rate is going to be straight-up illegal. It is nice to have a friend who believes in your hustle this much. Our guy devours a cheap bento box like it's a gourmet meal, fully locked into the grind set. He knows that even virtual hammer swings drain real-world physical stamina, so he heads outside for some cardio. Every mile he runs is for his father. The promise to wake him up from that coma is the only fuel he needs. Back in the game, he accesses the auction house menu, naming his personal storefront Hyun's Blacksmith. The UI in this game does not do subtle. A literal giant balance scale materializes in the sky, floating over the entire territory like a metallic god. The marketplace boards flicker into view, granting him access to the global economy from anywhere. He looks through his inventory, deciding what to sell first. He decides to list his prototype First Sword for a somewhat ambitious 100 gold. With the listing live, he heads off to explore the village systems. Meanwhile, the high-level player boards are absolutely losing their minds over this listing. Normally, a level 1 prototype is complete garbage, but the stats on this thing are absurd. The bidding price is already starting to tick upward. Over in the Golden Shield Guild, the executives are having a meeting. They realize someone managed to make an elite weapon using nothing but absolute trash-tier materials. To make things crazier, the weapon's built-in scaling option means a low-level player can use it all the way to level 50 without upgrading. The guildmaster, Blam, recognizes a marketing goldmine when he sees it. He decides to buy the sword purely for the prestige of owning the creator's very first work. Hyunsu is currently walking through town, wondering if he set the price too high for a prototype. Then, the system notification chimes. He opens his adventurer's journal, and the page practically glows with gold light. It didn't just sell for his base price, the bidding war pushed it to over 100 gold. That is over 1 million real-world won for a single afternoon of practice. Our guy is laughing like he just won the lottery, which, honestly, he kind of did. He checks the buyer's tag Blam from the Golden Shield Guild. Blam even left a direct message offering him an exclusive sales contract or direct guild membership. The Golden Shield Guild is not some minor league operation. They have over 780,000 followers on their corporate page. Jihoon mentioned that in Aries, gaining followers is 10 times harder than leveling up. More followers means more clout, which translates directly into massive real-world sponsorships. He checks his own shop's follower count and it is sitting at a very humble 82. But then he notices his inbox is shaking. He taps the screen and a literal avalanche of recruitment spam fills his vision. Every major guild on the server is currently throwing money at his inbox. He closes the menu, completely unbothered. An artisan's true value isn't found in a corporate contract, it is found in the quality of the work. He arrives at the Lord's castle, ready to show the system what a real master can do. Inside the throne room, Lord Vance is looking stressed. He is talking to a high-level blacksmith named Bell, who is looking incredibly smug. Bell is explaining that restoring the Lord's broken bow is basically impossible here. He claims the only expert who can fix it is in the capital, and he charges a premium. Vance cannot leave his territory, so he is stuck with whatever Bell says. The broken bow on the table is his father's only keepsake, but the system shows us Bell's actual profile. He is a level 100 rogue using a disguise skill to scam the local nobility. He's been working on this con for a week and is about to walk away with 300 gold. Right as he reaches for the heirloom, Hyunsu steps forward and drops a bomb. "I can fix that bow right here." The entire room goes dead silent. Hyunsu stands there, looking incredibly calm, while Bell looks like his retirement plan just walked off a cliff.
Hashtag Chapter 6.
Lord Vance is staring at the cloaked teenager like he just spoke in ancient tongues. Hyunsu doesn't flinch under the pressure. The Lord demands to know who let this random kid into his private throne room. The guard steps up, confirming the kid carries a personal recommendation from Instructor Relson. That name actually carries some weight, so Vance decides to listen. He commands Hyunsu to state his class and level. Hyunsu proudly declares he is a level 1 unemployed citizen. Bell immediately starts screaming like a toddler who lost his toy. He points out that item restoration is an advanced skill that requires a level 80 blacksmith. He tells the kid to scram before he gets thrown in the dungeon. But our guy just looks at him, completely deadpan. He tells Bell he has no idea what he is talking about, because this isn't a standard recurve bow, it is a traditional gakgung. Bell's confident smirk completely evaporates. The Lord leans forward, his interest fully piqued. Hyunsu explains that the bow was clearly a gift from a foreign master, touching the charred wood with absolute familiarity. The Lord stops him, warning him that he has no patience left for con artists. His golden eyes are glowing with actual murderous intent. But Hyunsu calmly asks him one question. Wasn't this bow actually assembled using local materials? He points to a painting of giant water buffalo on the palace wall, noting that the horns of those beasts match the curve of the bow perfectly. Furthermore, instead of standard cow sinew, the creator used whale sinew. Vance's stern expression completely breaks into awe. He admits the foreigner who gifted the bow was indeed his father's close blacksmith friend who used Barden's own swamp buffalo and harbor whales to craft it. Bell is sweating through his rogue leather, wondering how a level 1 rookie is doing full metallurgical analysis with his bare eyes. Vance realized this kid is the real deal. The system chimes, offering Hyunsu an A-grade quest to restore the heirloom. The Lord turns to Bell and tells him to leave immediately. Bell bows, trying to play it cool, but as soon as he steps out of the throne room, his face turns into a complete mask of rage. He swears a silent revenge, making him our first official recurring hater. File that away. Back inside, Vance asks what materials are required. Hyunsu lists giant buffalo horns, whale sinew, bamboo, mulberry, and oak wood. The system registers the recipe, noting that failure will permanently destroy the legendary bow. no pressure. Looking at the materials, Hyunsu's mind drifts back to his childhood workshop. He remembers sitting on the floor with his dad, learning how to bend wood and raw horn. His father always praised his focus, promising to teach him how to forge real steel when he grew up. Those warm, bright memories are his greatest strength. With the new high-tech capsule, the feeling in his virtual fingers is absolutely perfect. He sits cross-legged on the stone floor, surrounded by the raw materials. Lord Vance enters the workshop, surprising him by rolling up his sleeves to help. The restoration montage begins as night falls over the castle. Hyunsu carefully shaves the mulberry wood, while Vance struggles to bend the thick buffalo horn over the fire. Every step requires absolute focus, heat control, and physical strength. After hours of labor, the lord of the territory is completely exhausted, but seeing the genuine joy on the kid's face keeps him from quitting. Days turn into weeks. The labor is incredibly intense. Vance is practically lying on the floor begging for a break, but Hyunsu tells him to keep holding the frame. He reminds the lord that he wanted to restore his father's keepsake with his own hands anyway. Vance chuckles, realizing he's been completely read by a teenager. He admits this bow is the only physical memory he has left of his father. He asks Hyunsu why he seems to be enjoying such grueling labor so much. Hyunsu smiles, saying it brings back some of his own favorite memories. Restoring a masterpiece takes time, effort, and soul. We see a fast-paced compilation of days 15, 20, and 25, both of them sweating over the forge, gluing the layers, and winding the silk cords. And finally, on the last day, the sharpshooter's gwangmyeong is reborn as an epic-grade weapon with over 250 attack power. Lord Vance looks up at his father's stone statue, feeling like his father is finally watching over him again. Hyunsu hands him the bow, telling him to test its draw weight. Vance pulls the string back, channeling his energy into a glowing arrow of pure light. He releases, and the arrow splits the air, completely obliterating the stone target in a massive shockwave. The power is so intense it literally blows his hair back. It isn't just restored, it is twice as strong as the original. Max affinity achieved. Vance is laughing like a child, thanking Hyunsu from the bottom of his heart. He decides the base reward is far too small for this kind of miracle. He upgrades the reward to a massive 2,000 gold and gives him permanent free access to the castle forge. 2,000 gold is 2 million real-world won. Our guy's financial worries are officially cleared for the next month. But as Hyunsu celebrates his payday, Vance's expression changes, and he rests his hand on the hilt of his personal sword. He looks our guy in the eye and asks if he's ever considered learning how to fight. Before Lord Vance was running a massive territory, he was actually a top-tier swordsman. Like, actual main character tier. He wielded the secret sword art of the Prime Kingdom, which basically kept this entire land from turning into monster food. He tells our guy that while his blacksmithing skills are legendary, he also sees the raw, terrifying reflexes of a master swordsman hiding in his posture. Relson's letter of recommendation was impressive, but Vance is now completely convinced. He decides to offer him a high-tier skill quest to learn prime swordsmanship. He smiles, telling Hyunsu that if he works even half as hard as he did at the forge, this training will be a breeze. Our guy is not about to say no to free stat upgrades. A busy month passes with Hyunsu multitasking like a college student during finals week, polishing his gwangmyeong bow and restoring the Mad Lord's armor. And then, the final sparring session begins. Steel meets steel, and the impact rattles the palace gardens. The camera shifts as the sparks fly, and Hyunsu slides low under a slash, proving he's fully internalized the movement. The system flashes a massive clear screen, prime swordsmanship acquired. The training is complete, and it is finally time to leave. Vance looks at him, fully equipped and looking like an absolute unit. Our guy has the armor, the bow, and the sword. He says his goodbyes and walks out of the castle gates, ready to plan his next move. He checks his gear. The Mad Lord's armor has a passive damage reflection skill, and his new gwangmyeong bow has an absurd accuracy boost. To fund his journey, he crafted a few rare-grade duplicate bows on the side and listed them on the auction house. He pulls up the listing for Hyun's second bow to see if anyone bid. Meanwhile, in a high-end mansion, someone is staring at that exact same listing. Her face is completely blank with shock. This is Rune, the guildmaster of the Golden Shield Guild, and she's realizing that even Black, the #1 ranked player in the country, couldn't make a bow this good at low levels. She recalls a quote from Smith, the world's top blacksmith, about how everything in this world is governed by the AI. The AI judges your physical movements and grants legendary titles accordingly. Rune realizes the creator of this bow, this mystery player named Hyun, is on track to unlock a legendary class. Hyunsu opens his inbox and sees the final bid settled at over 2,000 gold, 2 million real-world won for some side crafting. The virtual housing market is officially more lucrative than reality. His follower count is climbing past 3,000, and the guild spam in his DMs is getting out of hand. He shuts the book and sets off toward the holy land of blacksmiths, the blacksmith's tower. He walks through the beautiful green forests of the outer territory, leaves rustling in the wind, until he finally sees a massive white stone tower piercing the clouds. Up close, the structure looks absolutely majestic. He walks to the entrance but finds the massive double doors chained shut under a heavy purple seal. The system informs him this is the Tower of the Swordsmith. To enter, he has to strike down the basalt seal with a sword forged inside the local magical forge. He touches the stone, noting that the seal is solid basalt, which is basically like trying to cut a mountain with a butter knife. He steps inside the glowing magical forge where materials are infinitely supplied and production time is drastically shortened. The catch is that any sword crafted here can only be used for the trial, so he has to make a weapon capable of slicing through solid stone. Meanwhile, up on the balcony, we see Deng, the grumpy tower master. He's drinking straight from the bottle, complaining that modern players are just lazy gold farmers who only care about making cheap, copy-pasted gear to sell for real cash. He laments that the true way of the blacksmith is dead. The game system usually just lets players slap some materials together and instantly grants them the class, which Deng hates. So he set up the basalt stone test to gatekeep his tower. He is fully convinced that nobody can actually slice through his ceiling stone, expecting them to leave a tiny scratch at best. Hyunsu stands before the magical furnace and decides to forge a damascus sword. The system screen immediately warns him that damascus is a master-level weapon, suggesting he start with a basic iron dagger instead. But Hyunsu remembers his father's old lessons about how even a simple sword can cut stone if the density is perfect. With infinite materials and zero time constraints, our guy is in his absolute element. He smiles, grabs his hammer, and begins to work. Upstairs, Deng is dozing off, but suddenly, a massive shockwave rattles his teacup. The entire room begins to shake violently. The view cuts to the outside, where the massive stone tower is literally trembling under the force of a single hammer. Deng runs down the stairs, panic written all over his face. He reaches the main hall, his eyes wide in disbelief. The basalt ceiling stone has been sliced clean in half, and the iron chains are shattered across the floor. He is completely speechless. The doors slowly open, and Hyunsu walks out into the sunlight. Deng looks at the boy, realizing the myth about the god of blacksmiths might actually be real. Hyunsu looks at him, totally calm, and asks, "Excuse me, did I pass?" Deng walks down the stairs, explaining that usually they measure ability based on the depth of the cut, but Hyunsu cut the entire mountain stone in half, so there is literally nothing left to measure. Our guy is confused, asking if he has to do a retest. Suddenly, a massive golden summoning circle flares up on the floor. Hyunsu panics as the magic circle starts humming. Deng steps forward, handing over his personal weapon, Deng's hammer. Hyunsu is completely bewildered. He receives the epic tool, and the system flashes a red alert. A legendary SS-rank quest has officially begun. Deng tells him he must succeed, as a massive pillar of light engulfs the room. Our guy is instantly teleported onto the battlements of a dark, ruined fortress. He holds his head, wondering what kind of retest starts on a castle wall. Suddenly, a massive war horn echoes through the canyon, and a horde of savage orcs appears on the horizon. Hyunsu screams at the system screen because this was supposed to be a peaceful crafting exam. So, our guy is currently standing in a war zone, and the system tells him he needs to defend the fortress from a massive orc invasion. The local soldiers cheer, thinking he is the elite reinforcement sent by the Tower Master. The leader, Captain Hans, welcomes him warmly. He explains that the orcs have been damaging their gear, asking Hyunsu to use his master skills to repair their armor. Hyunsu awkwardly explains that there's been a massive mistake because he hasn't actually unlocked the blacksmith class yet and can't use any repair skills. Hans looks at the giant glowing hammer in our guy's hand and asks why the hell he's carrying an endgame weapon if he can't even fix a shield. Hyunsu admits his combat level is also technically level 1. The soldiers' hope instantly turns into pure despair. They realize they just got a babysitting gig in the middle of a siege. Hans tells him to stay inside the watchtower where it's safe, but right as they turn around, a rogue battle axe comes flying straight for Hans's head. The air splits as Hyunsu moves like lightning, parrying the axe away with a clean sword block. Hans's jaw is officially on the floor. Hyunsu smiles, asking if he can join the fight now. Hans is completely confused by this level 1 rookie. The squad charges down the ramp, entering the valley. Hyunsu follows close behind, realizing this is his first real battle. Hans tells him to stick with Ben's vanguard squad. Ben is hyped, telling our guy he's got his back. The front lines clash, and the shock travels all the way up his arms. The orcs are savage, their eyes glowing red with bloodlust. Hyunsu realizes these monsters are on a completely different level than the tutorial goblins, but with his min-max stats, he knows he won't lose. He blocks an overhead strike and executes a clean counterslash, slicing through the orc's armor. He gains a chunk of EXP and immediately levels up. Ben watches him, wondering how a classless player is effortlessly soloing frontline monsters. Suddenly, another orc leaps at Ben from the side. Hyunsu swaps to his gwangmyeong bow, drawing the string back with absolute precision. He releases, and the arrow hits the orc dead center, sending the massive beast flying through the air. He fits another arrow and takes out a second orc in a single devastating shot. The system flashes again, level up. Ben is screaming in awe, asking if that's even physically possible for an archer. The surrounding orcs notice the threat and begin to swarm Hyunsu. Ben tries to charge in to help, cursing himself for getting distracted, but Hyunsu is already moving. He swaps back to daylight and triggers the active skill Minal. The wind howls as his blade starts moving in a blur, shredding every orc within a 10-meter radius. His contribution score instantly jumps to 19%. Hans watches the carnage, realizing the old master had a very specific reason for sending this kid. The veteran captain grips his shield, his hope fully restored. Hyunsu catches his breath, feeling the thrill of the battle. Hans rallies the troops, shouting that they are going to annihilate the entire invasion army today. Our guy feels a genuine sense of belonging, but notes his contribution isn't rising as fast as he wanted. He continues to slice through the ranks, his level ticking up steadily, but something is wrong. A loud roar echoes from the top of the hill. The soldiers stop in their tracks as a massive orc warrior, clad in heavy crimson plate armor, steps forward. Hans screams for the squad to halt. The towering level 51 commander stands on the ridge, looking down at them. The battle has reached its final phase. This is the monster that has wiped out their defenses 3 times already. Suddenly, a soldier yells that they are being flanked. The camera pans out, showing they've been completely surrounded by the horde. Hans curses, realizing he made a fatal tactical error by pushing too deep. He looks at his men, his face pale with sweat, but Ben and the vanguard refuse to back down, drawing their swords for a final stand. They shout that they will never retreat again. Hans looks at their faces, his resolve returning. He draws his sword and orders a desperate full squad charge. Hyunsu drops to one knee, aiming his gwangmyeong to provide cover. He fires a heavy piercing arrow, but the shot merely clangs off the orc warrior's helmet, leaving barely a scratch. Hyunsu is shocked. His epic bow isn't even penetrating the armor. The boss charges, swatting away the soldiers like flies. Normal physical attacks are completely useless against this tank-tier skin. Hans grinds his teeth, wondering if they are going to be wiped out again. He leaps into the air for a desperate overhead slash, but the orc warrior's axe is faster. A massive arc of blood splatters across the dirt as Hans is struck down. The captain collapses, his health bar dropping into the red. Hyunsu's eyes widen in absolute panic as the boss raises its axe for the execution. The front line is completely collapsing, the soldiers are covered in blood and sweat, and the giant orc warrior is breathing down their necks like a literal sleep paralysis demon. His heavy crimson armor makes him completely immune to regular attacks. Captain Hans is lying on the ground, waiting for his health bar to hit 0, but our guy has seen enough. He shouts for the squad to form a defensive line and focus entirely on survival. He commands them to retreat toward the forest, promising to buy them some time. The vanguard captain yells for everyone to follow Hyunsu's lead and drag Hans to safety. They make a run for the tree line, but Ben points out that the dense trees will slow them down too, meaning the orcs will catch up in minutes. Hyunsu just looks back at him, cool as ice. 5 minutes. Can you hold out for just 5 minutes? Ben salutes, swearing they will hold the line or die trying. Hyunsu slips into the shadows of the forest, moving with absolute speed. The orcs think their heavy plate armor is an invincible shield. They are wrong. Hyunsu stands in a quiet bamboo clearing under the moonlight and pulls out Deng's hammer of replication. He's about to show this game some real-world historical engineering. Back on the field, the orcs are tearing through the defense, shattering shields and sending soldiers flying. The front line is buckling, and Ben is on his knees, barely holding his sword up. He's counting down the seconds, praying that 5 minutes is actually enough for a miracle. He screams that they will never retreat, as a massive orc swings a heavy war axe right at his face. The blade descends, but a sudden flash of light intercepts the strike. Something moves faster than the eye can follow, and the giant orc's helmet is completely shattered in a spray of blood. Ben looks up in absolute shock and sees Hyunsu standing in the trees, holding his gakgung bow. The orc warrior roars in frustration as another projectile cracks his iron helmet, staggering his massive body back. Hyunsu is loading ammunition that shouldn't even exist in this zone. The soldiers are staring at him like he's a god, and honestly, they aren't far off. Behold the Pyongyang, traditional short arrows shot through a bamboo guide tube. By splitting bamboo to make a tonga and replicating the custom Aegisol arrows with Deng's hammer, he has created a high-velocity sniping system. Combining the gakgung bow with the Aegisol arrows activates a deadly set effect. Han screams for the squad to fight back and create an opening for their savior. Hyunsu draws the string, the bow humming with pure energy. The piercing power of this setup is basically comparable to a matchlock rifle. He releases, and a golden beam of light cuts through the darkness, boring a massive hole straight through the orc warrior's heavy chestplate. The boss falls like a dropped sack of bricks, and Hyunsu levels up 3 times in a single second. He unlocks the legendary title Orc Slayer. The remaining orcs look at him, and their AI literally registers the fear debuff. They start screaming and running away like they just saw their boss get deleted by a cheat code. But Hyunsu is not done. He leaps through the air, aiming down from the sky, his eyes glowing with absolute focus. He fires a barrage of high-speed arrows, picking off the fleeing monsters one by one. The battlefield falls completely silent under the morning sun. His final contribution score is a ridiculous 92%. The quest clears with a historic record. The soldiers are cheering his name, lifting their fists in absolute triumph. He even unlocks a hidden piece stat. Charisma increases by 10. Hans hobbles over, supported by his men, tears welling up in his eyes as he realizes their decades-long border nightmare is finally over. He drops to one knee, saluting Hyunsu with everything he has left. The entire squad joins him, saluting their level 10 savior. Hyunsu is visibly touched, returning the salute with a warm smile. The teleportation light surrounds him, signaling the end of the test. He prepares to head back to the forge, but realizes he's currently floating on a cliff with absolutely no way down. Meanwhile, deep inside the Hall of Blacksmiths, the Elder Lords are holding a solemn meeting. Great Deng is explaining that their profession has been in a massive decline, as modern players only care about flashy combat classes or quick cash. He insists they desperately need a successor with a true craftsman's soul, someone worthy to wield the legendary Sword of Prophecy. The prophecy states that a true successor will appear and restore their glory. Deng looks at the other lords, particularly the smug-looking Coulson. Coulson is the Tower Lord of Bows, and he is highly skeptical. He mocks the idea of giving their most sacred trial to a random level 10 foreigner. Deng tells him to shut up and read the report. The kid literally commanded an army and annihilated a level 51 boss without even having a class yet. The other masters are muttering in absolute disbelief. Deng walks over to the glowing pedestal, stating that the Holy Sword will provide the final, undeniable answer. An assistant enters, announcing that Hyunsu has finally arrived. Deng commands them to bring him in, and the massive chamber doors rumble open. Hyunsu walks down the long stone corridor, his cape flowing as he enters the sanctuary. Deng welcomes him warmly, stating that he has fully earned the right to enter the sanctuary, and more importantly, he has earned the right to test his soul against the Sword of Prophecy. The blade is made of pure, crackling light, floating inside a massive crystal seal. Deng warns him that the moment he touches the hilt, his fate will be decided. Hyunsu is internally hyping himself up, hoping this unlocks a high-tier legendary class. The other lords watch, their expressions ranging from curiosity to pure judgment. Coulson sneers, whispering that Hyunsu's arrows were merely cheap imitations of legendary designs, and that his entire victory was just a stroke of absolute luck. He tells him to draw the blade, mocking his chances. Hyunsu ignores him, stepping onto the pedestal. These are the most renowned NPCs in the history of Ares, standing around him like judges at a trial. Each of them has crafted the legendary weapons of this world, possessing levels and titles that should inspire absolute awe. They are the apex of the crafting system. But Hyunsu doesn't feel inferior at all. He looks at the bowmaster Coulson, who is sitting at level 365 and knows his own real-world skills can match any digital stats. He reaches out, his hand wrapping around the hilt of light. Suddenly, a massive crack splits the crystal, and a violent explosion of magic energy shatters the pedestal. A blinding shockwave of starlight floods the entire Colosseum. Hyunsu covers his eyes as the light fades, realizing the legendary sword has completely vanished into his chest. Deng's face breaks into a massive grin. He laughs hysterically, shouting that the prophecy has finally been fulfilled. He notes that a true successor didn't even need to draw the sword. The blade chose him automatically. Coulson is sweating, his face completely pale with denial. A golden system screen covers Hyunsu's vision. Congratulations, you have unlocked Ares' first god class. The crest of the smiths burns brightly on his chest. He is advanced to the sss-rank class, god of blacksmiths. Our guy is staring in absolute awe. A god class at level 10 is basically like bringing a cheat code to a regional tournament. He unlocks the sss-rank unique title, god of blacksmiths. The passive skills are insane. He is no longer subject to any level restrictions when crafting with high-end materials. The system informs him his next class trial will unlock at level 100. The other lords are whispering in absolute terror, but Coulson completely loses his mind, screaming that he refuses to accept this. He claims the sword's reaction was a glitch, and that a successor must be acknowledged by all the lords. Deng tells him he's being delusional, but Coulson is already drawing his energy. He points a finger at Hyunsu and challenges him to a blacksmith's duel. If Hyunsu wins, he gets their respect. If Coulson wins, Hyunsu has to forfeit his successor status forever. Deng yells for the guards to restrain him, but the other lords stand silent, wanting to see if this kid is actually legit. Coulson smiles, realizing he's backed our guy into a corner. He tells Hyunsu he can back out and take a minor position if he agrees to serve as his personal student. Deng is furious, but Hyunsu just looks at Coulson, his eyes cold. I accept your challenge. His new god class skill menu flares up. Coulson thinks he's playing with a rookie, but our guy is about to show him how a real master speaks through his hammer. God's custom crafting is officially unlocked. So, our guy just got his SSS rank god class, and instead of a parade, he gets an instant S-grade duel invitation from a level 300 boomer who is absolutely fuming. Coulson explains the rules of this little playground dispute. They both forge a sword, smack them together, and whoever's blade snaps first has to uninstall their dignity. He points our guy toward the top-tier forge, graciously giving him a full day to work. Because surely, a literal god of blacksmiths doesn't need to read the tutorial manual, right? He walks away with the kind of smug grin you only see on a guy who thinks he's about to stat check a level 10 newbie. Great Deng runs over looking like he's about to have a medical emergency, yelling that Hyunsu accepted the challenge way too fast. He warns him that Coulson is an absolute meta chaser who has spent centuries perfecting his craft. But Hyunsu is just standing there looking calm, realizing that if he hadn't unlocked his god class, this would have been an absolute L. See, in the world of Ares, stats and levels usually dictate everything. But once you hit the SSS rank bracket, the system basically hands you a cheat code that lets you rewrite the rules. That difference is determined purely by the broken skill he just obtained. Behold, an active skill that lets him ignore item level restrictions and literally choose whatever broken passive effects he wants to slap onto his gear. Deep in the forge, the rhythmic pounding of hammers begins echoing through the stone walls. Coulson is putting in the manual labor, his face dead serious under the heat of the furnace. He wasn't always the bowmaster. He started his career trying to forge the perfect sword. It was his family's ancient heritage, a legacy passed down through generations. But then, Great Deng showed up with a hammer and basically ruined his whole career by being better at it. So instead of crying about it, Coulson switched his major to bows and took over that tower instead. He swallowed his pride and made a sacred vow to protect the tower's hierarchy. But now, some random level 10 casual walks in, gets handed the keys to the kingdom by a magic sword, and Coulson is absolutely not having it. He swings his hammer with enough rage to power a small village, pouring all his resentment into the steel. The forge erupts in a massive blast of sparks and heat as the night passes. Morning comes and sweat drips from Hyunsu's chin. He pulls his finished blade out of the cooling water, letting out a slow breath. Deng is watching from the doorway, sweating through his robes. He knows the secret to high-tier imbuing. In this game, to gain a massive advantage, you have to prioritize one single devastating stat and let everything else go. To win this specific duel, Hyunsu needed to maximize the weapon breaker attribute to its absolute limit. Deng is internally panicking because our guy's base stats are still stuck at a very average level. He watches Hyunsu inspect the glowing metal, silently wondering what kind of game-breaking logic a god class actually possesses. The arena doors open, and the two blacksmiths stand face-to-face in the center of the stone coliseum. Coulson sneers, noting that since Hyunsu didn't skip town overnight, he must have actually managed to finish a weapon. He challenges him to show if he's actually worthy of being called a successor. With a clean ring of steel, Coulson draws his blade. The sheer pressure of the weapon radiates through the Colosseum, and he holds up a beautifully dark, gleaming longsword. The system reveals its stats: Black Knight, a unique grade sword with 12,000 durability and a massive 664 attack power. Deng looks like he just saw his electricity bill, his jaw completely clenched. The spectating masters are murmuring that crafting a flawless unique-grade weapon in a single night is practically a miracle. Coulson's eye twitches with pride, fully expecting our guy to start looking for the exit. Hyunsu just sighs and slowly draws his own weapon from its scabbard. He steps forward, his boots clicking against the cold stone floor. The spectators lean over the rails, and Coulson's smirk suddenly begins to waver. The system window pops up, and it is Hyun's first custom-made sword. Grade, rare. Durability, 1000. Attack power, 177. Coulson is staring at it like he's been insulted, muttering that this has to be a joke. He lets out a dark laugh, convinced the kid just completely threw the match. He wraps both hands around his hilt, his blade flaring with a violent purple aura. He yells that this ridiculous little comedy show ends right now. He lunges forward, a high-speed strike aimed directly at Hyunsu's blade. The air screams as the unique sword descends with enough force to split a mountain. Hyunsu doesn't even flinch, raising his rare sword to meet the impact. The blades collide in a blinding flash of golden light. A sharp, deafening snap echoes through the arena, and a chunk of metal goes spinning into the air. Coulson's eyes are wide with absolute, unadulterated terror as his vision registers the result. The broken tip of his 12,000 durability unique masterpiece stabs deeply into the stone floor. He stumbles back, looking down at his empty hand, completely unable to process reality. He asks, his voice trembling, how a cheap rare sword could possibly do that to a legendary blade. Hyunsu slowly lowers his weapon, his face completely calm. He explains that in this game, a weapon's true value isn't determined by its shiny color grade. The system displays the custom-made sword's passive, the sword that cuts swords. A 65% chance to instantly destroy any weapon it hits, at the cost of being permanently unrepairable. Coulson stands frozen as a memory of his father flashes through his mind, talking about a legendary blacksmith who would someday shatter common sense. He remembers asking his dad if he could ever receive teachings from a man like that. And now, that prophesied master is standing right in front of him. Deng is chuckling up on the platform, realizing our guy didn't just win a duel, he completely broke the game's progression curve. He explains to the other masters that creating a conceptual weapon like that requires a terrifying level of strategic foresight. Hyunsu just smiles, knowing that true craftsmanship is always about working smart, not just hammering hard. Deng looks at him like he's staring at a literal savior, completely sold on his genius. Coulson slowly drops his broken hilt, whispering the title of the legend. He looks up at Hyunsu and asks if a meta chaser like him could ever learn to forge a weapon with that kind of soul. Hyunsu's expression softens, giving him a warm, encouraging smile. Because in the world of crafting, the word impossible is just a skill issue. Tears well up in Coulson's eyes as his decades of pride and resentment completely melt away. His knees hit the cold stone floor, and he bows deeply, formally greeting the new god of blacksmiths as the system registers the S-rank quest clear. The moonlight shines down on the grand spires of the blacksmith's tower, where the arena has quieted down, and the elders are standing in a formal circle. Great Deng is clapping like a proud dad, while Coulson holds up a heavy, polished wooden chest. Inside, 500 gleaming gold coins are stacked to the brim. Our guy's eyes instantly turn into giant dollar signs, realizing this is his ticket to paying off his bills. But Coulson isn't done. He pulls out a glowing, purple-wrapped scroll containing an ancient legacy. The system flashes a massive alert. You have acquired the legendary bow recipe, one of the 10 treasures of the tower. Coulson admits he was never skilled enough to complete this recipe, and it only belongs in the hands of a true god. Deng looks at the sky, declaring that now that their savior is here, the entire tower will rededicate itself to the craft. He tells Hyunsu to take this knowledge, go out into the world, and stand at the absolute pinnacle of power. The magic circle flares, and the elders salute him as he begins to teleport. Hyunsu waves goodbye with a grin, the light consuming his avatar as his real journey officially kicks off. The screen transitions to the bustling, neon-lit streets of modern Seoul at night. Two aluminum cans clink together in a loud toast outside a local convenience store. Ji-hun is taking a massive gulp of beer, laughing that he can't believe our guy is finally the one buying the drinks. He wipes his mouth, smiling warmly as he tells Hyunsu that he knew recommending Aries was the play. He looks at his friend's scarred face under the baseball cap, telling him that after all his suffering, he's finally seeing the light. Hyunsu takes a quiet sip, admitting that even with a god class, nothing immediately changes in the real world. His expression darkens, noting that he has to visit the hospital tomorrow, and they've tacked on another 10 million won to his dad's expenses. Ji-hun's smile fades, explaining that the new imported medicine isn't covered by insurance, costing at least 20 million won. He quietly adds that Hyunsu's own burn treatments are also piling up. He points to the table, warning him that just selling basic gear in game won't cut it because of the game's stamina limits. Hyunsu stares at his can, the weight of his reality crashing back down on him. Jihyun explains the real strategy. He needs to build massive in-game fame, befriend high-level rankers, and get high-tier quest rewards. Our guy's eyes sharpen, repeating the phrase, befriending the most famous people. Jihyun slams his hands on the plastic table, announcing that his big brain has already solved this problem. He strikes a dramatic pose, shouting that his high-level knight character is going to carry our guy all the way to the top. Hyunsu just lets out a cute chibi sigh, telling him to focus on not getting fired from his day job first. Later that night, the community forums are absolutely melting down over a new post. The user group is spamming chat bubbles about a player named Lord, who was always stuck at rank 21. Apparently, he just unlocked an insanely powerful legendary class and went on to solo clear the trial of the Sword King Barad. The player base is in complete disbelief, screaming that nobody has ever managed to even land a clean hit on that boss before. The screen flashes back to the Flaming Colosseum, where Lord was locked in a brutal battle of attrition, his health bar nearly depleted. But with a sudden, impossible strike, he shattered Barad's weapon and cleared the quest. The next morning, the bright sun shines down on the massive complex of Story University Hospital. Hyunsu walks through the lobby, holding his phone tightly as his heart pounds. He checks his empty bank account, sweating as he realizes his father's life support treatment will stop if he can't pay right now. Suddenly, his phone vibrates with a high-pitched ping. His eyes go wide as he stares at the auction house notification. Hyun's first custom-made sword sold for 53,310 gold too. Hyunsu literally sprints through the hospital corridor, slamming his hands onto the reception desk. He gasps out that he wants to pay his father's overdue medical bills in full right this second. He leans against the counter, tears of absolute, crushing relief welling up in his eyes as the transaction goes through. For the first time in years, his father is safe. He sits down on a waiting bench, his hands shaking as his phone buzzes with a direct message from the buyer. Lord writes that thanks to Hyunsu's custom-built sword, he was able to pass the impossible trial of the Sword King. Hyunsu looks around the quiet hospital hallway, realization washing over him. His in-game crafts are literally saving his life. Lord explains that the sword's unique passive let him strike Barad's weapon and create a massive opening. The Sword King's legendary pride was completely shattered by the strike. He adds that Barad, the absolute ruler of the Goyard Kingdom, is now demanding to meet the smith who made that blade. He wants our guy to forge a legendary weapon specifically for him. Hyunsu stares at the screen, muttering the name Sword King Barad in disbelief. Lord begs him to go see the king immediately. The sun breaks through the clouds outside, shining brightly over the city. Hyunsu stands in the courtyard, looking up at the sky with absolute determination, realizing his financial nightmare is finally starting to clear. He tells himself he has to meet the king and find his family's lost forge to restore their legacy once and for all. Meanwhile, a sleek black luxury sedan pulls up to an old traditional estate. A wealthy, silver-haired businessman in an expensive suit steps out, looking at the abandoned blacksmith's yard with a cold expression. He mutters to himself that Hyunsu only has a single month left on their real-world promise before he loses everything. Back in his dark apartment, Hyunsu is on the phone with Jihyun, his face completely pale. He screams, asking why on earth he can't just go meet the king. Jihyun is facepalming on the other end, yelling that he's a level 10 newbie trying to walk into a high-level palace. He explains that to meet high-status royal NPCs, you need a matching tier of fame and level. He drops the bomb, you need to be at least level 200 to even cross the castle bridge. Hyunsu looks defeated, but Jihyun tells him there is a sneaky loophole. He pulls up the details for the upcoming Goyard martial arts tournament. It's a special event restricted specifically to players between level 50 and 60. The king holds this tournament every year to scout low-level talents with massive growth potential. And the winner gets to receive their grand prize directly from Barad's hands. The scene shifts back in-game, where a wooden carriage is traveling down a dusty dirt road. Hyunsu is sitting in the back, his daylight sword resting against his shoulder as he watches the trees pass. He remembers Deng's final advice to head directly to the castle territory. It's a brutal border zone between the empires where a massive war against the undead is waged every single day. Waves of glowing-eyed skeletons and zombies are constantly swarming the stone battlements. It's a high-difficulty defense zone, but according to the rankers, it is the absolute fastest way to power level on the server. Our guy's eyes glow with a cold blue light as the fortress gates appear on the horizon. He grips his hilt, whispering that no matter how dangerous the quest is, he is going to clear it and claim his throne. We pick up right on the cold, windswept battlements of castle territory, where the system formally welcomes us to the absolute worst vacation spot on the server. A guard named Lander runs up cheering, thinking the capital finally sent some high-level dungeon-clearing squads. Hyunsu looks around at the dark clouds, asking why they're so desperate for warm bodies. Lander leads him down the stone steps, his heavy boots echoing as he explains the crisis. Apparently, the local monster spawning rates have gone completely off the charts. See, this territory relies on a massive divine bell tower called the Bell of Ramos. When the bell rings, it applies an absolute massive defense debuff to any nearby red-eyed undead, making them easy to slice. It's basically a permanent server event that keeps the castle from being overrun. Except the bell didn't just stop ringing, it literally shattered into 1,000 golden pieces. And now, the ghouls have realized the holy speaker system is offline, and they're gathering for a massive raid. Hyunsu asks the obvious question, why doesn't a local blacksmith just repair it? Lander's eyes pop out when Hyunsu mentions he was recommended by Master Deng himself. He grabs our guy's hand like he's a winning lottery ticket, dragging him toward the commander's office. And so, the castle territory arc officially begins. The guy in charge of this metal-clad defense force is Commander Cal. Lander introduces Hyunsu, explaining that this kid wants to inspect the shattered holy bell. Cal looks at him through his eye patch, pointing out that even Deng deemed the artifact completely unrepairable. The local lord has secretly hired half the high-tier crafters on the server, and they all said it's a complete brick. They even have a high-tier specialist residing in the castle who has been trying to fix it for weeks. Cal notes she's level 290, asking Hyunsu what kind of specs he's rocking. Hyunsu lets Cal inspect his stats, and Lander looks like he's about to have a physical stroke when the number 13 pops up. Cal lets out a tired sigh, trying to be polite to the kid who just brought a plastic spoon to a siege war. He points to the massive dark mountains, warning him that the main undead army is about to move. He turns his back, looking like a tragic anime mentor preparing for his final stand. He says his only duty is to defend his people to the absolute end. Hyunsu stands quiet, realizing the level design in this zone is absolutely savage. But before Cal can finish his tragic monologue, a scout runs in screaming that ghouls are scaling the east wall. The sky fills with thick dust as a swarm of purple claws tears over the stone parapets. And these aren't your starter zone goblins, these are level 41 ghouls with glowing red eyes and bad dental hygiene. Cal orders a full retreat to the main gate to secure the primary defense line. He tells Lander to follow him, completely ignoring our guy. But as he runs past, he warns them to keep the broken bell a secret so the troops don't start rage quitting. Hyunsu nods, his eyes locking on to the swarming monsters. The defense quest flashes, and our guy gets that gamer focus, realizing this is the perfect opportunity to power level. The ghouls scale the high stone walls, screeching like a pack of feral toddlers at a cash shop sale. The sheer volume of the horde is enough to make a normal player log out immediately. The castle guards are barely holding the line, their weapons bouncing off the dense purple flesh. Lander screams that undead are immune to regular physical damage, warning everyone to aim for the same weak spots. But right as he says that, a golden streak of light blasts a ghoul's head clean off in a single shot. Lander turns around, his jaw completely hitting the stone floor. Our guy is just casually standing on the battlement, holding his legendary bow and loading the custom baby arrows. He draws the string, the wood creaking under the massive tension of his high base strength. Another shot fires, the high-velocity projectile acting like a literal sniper rifle. It blasts through 3 ghouls in a straight line, leaving nothing but dissolving dust. The impact splits the air, clearing the entire left corridor of the wall in about 3 seconds. The soldiers throw their hands up, cheering like their favorite streamer just clutched a 1v5. Lander gets an absolute burst of confidence, screaming at the remaining monsters to step up. Hyunsu smiles, thinking this power leveling strategy is going exactly according to plan. But the system has a very specific sense of timing, and a massive shadow suddenly falls over the battlements. A gigantic rotting foot crashes down, crushing the stone walkway and launching 2 guards into the air. A towering, multi-armed giant with long white hair climbs over the edge. Lander looks up, his face turning completely pale as the system tags the boss, Giant Siege Ghoul, level 89. Down below, Cal is busy trading blows with a wave of ghouls, completely pinned. Lander screams that the commander is trapped and they have absolutely zero backup. The giant lets out a deafening screech, its fist raised to level the entire wall. Hyunsu swaps his weapon to a sword, calmly telling Lander he'll draw the monster's attention. Before the guard can even process the sentence, our guy leaps off the top of the tower like a crazy person. The soldiers scream in absolute panic, watching their level 13 savior fall headfirst into the boss's hitbox. But Hyunsu has a tiny smirk on his face, his focus locked entirely on the giant's neck. The giant swipes a massive hand, the air splitting around its sharp claws. Hyunsu slashes in midair, a quick silver arc deflecting the heavy fingers. He spins over the arm, using the momentum to position himself. He lands cleanly on the lower stone walkway, his boots sliding back with a trail of sparks. He stands right in front of the towering raid boss, looking like a minor inconvenience compared to its size. He tells himself that to secure the castle, he just needs to drag this giant away from the fragile walls. He runs fast, the massive stone fists crashing down behind his heels like a series of explosions. The impact shakes the entire courtyard, sending stone debris flying everywhere. Our guy slides low, dodging a sweep of the giant's lower hand. He pulls back, but the giant's head suddenly turns at a weird angle, its red eyes locking right onto his posture. A heavy strike hits the ground directly where he was standing, crushing the pavement into dust. Hyunsu is thrown back by the wind pressure, barely holding his balance in midair. He realizes the boss's movement speed is way too high for him to dodge forever. He swaps his gear back to the bow, loading his highest tier arrows in a fraction of a second. He draws the bowstring directly in front of the giant's face as the monster lunges. A golden beam of light fires, aiming straight at the giant's forehead. The high-velocity arrow hits the target with a blinding blast of magic energy. Hyunsu slides back, waiting for the smoke to clear, but through the gray dust, the red eyes of the giant are still glowing, completely untouched. Our guy's eyes widen, realizing his highest damage setup did absolutely zero damage to the boss's armor. The giant swipes its hand in a blur of movement, catching Hyunsu's shoulder. The system screen turns bright red, HP has dropped below 10%. Our guy falls through the air, the system warning him that a 0% HP drop will trigger a forced logout. Chapter 4. The impact of the fall rattles the entire stone courtyard, and our guy is lying in a crater of shattered pavement, his breath completely gone. He grips the sharp edge of the rock, coughing as he stares at his health bar. A forced logout right now is the absolute worst-case scenario. If he gets kicked offline, his power leveling schedule is completely ruined. He sweat drips under his dark bangs, his heart racing. He reminds himself what's actually at stake here. If he fails this quest, he won't make the tournament, he won't meet the king, and his father's hospital bills will remain unpaid. He remembers his ancestral forge in the real world, the place he spent his entire life learning to master. He clenches his teeth, his expression turning cold. He didn't start playing this game to be a hopeless casual, he came here to change his life. He raises his bow, pulling the string back with raw manual effort. The golden beam fires, hitting the giant's arm and leaving a dark gash. The monster screeches in frustration, its red eyes burning with absolute rage. The system flashes, HP has dropped below 3%. The giant raises its multi-clawed hands, preparing a final crushing strike. But Hyunsu is still holding his posture, aiming the bow directly under the descending fist. The massive hand slams down, a huge shockwave of dust consuming the entire area. The soldiers on the wall close their eyes, assuming their rookie savior has just been deleted. But through the dust, our guy's eyes go wide, the heavy bowstring has snapped under the tension. The broken thread falls, and his main weapon is officially broken. The giant's fist descends right toward his face. Hyunsu falls into a dark void, his screen displaying a single lonely digit HP 1. He looks at the number, his grip tightening as his ancestral blacksmith pride flares up. He raises his arm toward the light, declaring he absolutely refuses to lose like this. Suddenly, a golden magic circle flares around his avatar, the system flashing a massive notification. A special condition has been met. HP below 5% under extreme will. You have acquired God's emergency crafting. It's a unique passive that lets him forge any high-tier weapon instantly, but there's a catch. A 20-second timer begins ticking down in the center of his vision. He manifests his legendary hammer, the metal glowing with golden sparks. He swings, the heavy impact of the steel vibrating through the entire castle. The sparks fly in a continuous stream of light as the timer hits 10. He pours every ounce of his real-world muscle memory into the metal, his face soaked in sweat. He polishes the blade, the sharp edge reflecting the red light of the sky. He cools the glowing metal in water, a massive cloud of white steam rising. The timer hits 1, and a beautiful blue celestial sword emerges from the forge. Timer hits 0 and Hyunsu catches the hilt, the weapon flaring with holy lightning. He lets out an absolute war cry, leaping high into the air. He delivers a clean vertical slash through the giant's shoulder. The holy sword cuts through the giant's dense armor like a hot wire through butter. The giant freezes, its massive body glowing with a golden light. A massive burst of purple blood sprays as the level 89 boss gets cleanly bifurcated. The giant falls with a heavy thud, and Hyunsu lands on one knee, his sword planted in the stone. The emergency crafted blade dissolves into stardust, its 30-second life limit expiring. Our guy wipes his brow, a massive, genuine smile breaking across his face. The clear screen flashes, giant siege ghoul defeated. Level rises to 38. He sits down on the stone floor, his legs completely giving out from the sheer exhaustion. He looks up at the morning sky, his vision starting to blur. Lander runs down the steps, screaming our guy's name as he faints. The scene transitions to a quiet, sunlit castle tent, where Hyunsu is waking up wrapped in tight bandages. He sits up slowly, asking Lander and the nearby guards how long he's been offline. The soldiers throw their hands up, cheering that the level 13 hero of the territory is finally awake. Lander grabs his hand, thanking him for saving their lives. Cal enters the tent, his heavy plate armor clicking as he stands by the cot. He looks down at Hyunsu, asking him how a level 13 casual managed to summon a weapon of that caliber. Our guy just rubs his neck with a classic chibi sweat drop, admitting he just hastily threw some metal together under pressure. Cal laughs, telling him there's no need to play the humble rookie after soloing an 89 boss. Hyunsu explains the logic. Since ghouls are weak to holy attributes, he crafted the legendary four-seal sword, seinen. It's an ancient Korean design meant to drive away evil spirits, which his father had taught him about. By targeting the boss's specific elemental weakness, his low base stats didn't even matter. He internally notes it's a shame the emergency skill is a one-time use, but Cal interrupts his thoughts. The commander holds out a massive, heavy leather pouch. Hyunsu takes it, and the system prompt confirms, 2,000 gold coins acquired. Cal crosses his arms, admitting he completely misjudged our guy as another useless casual. The legendary commander bows his head, asking for forgiveness. Hyunsu panics, telling him to stand up, and the system flashes. Cal's affinity has reached maximum. Cal holds his hand tight, stating he has a formal request for our master blacksmith. He asks him to repair the shattered bell of Ramos. He explains that the divine energy from Hyunsu's temporary sword proved he has the holy touch. Hyunsu says he appreciates the high-tier quest, but he has to get to Goyard for the tournament immediately. Cal grins, his eye patch crinkling. He mentions that the local lord possesses a legendary raw mineral, which he will definitely hand over if the bell is restored. Hyunsu's eyes instantly turn into giant dollar signs, realizing high-grade materials are key to his class progression. The next thing we see is the two of them walking down the polished corridors of the palace. Cal opens the heavy double doors of the vault, and Hyunsu steps inside, his jaw slowly sliding down his face. On the center table lies a literal mountain of completely shattered gold bell fragments. Our guy looks at the mess, his expression turning into pure horror as he realizes this isn't a repair job, it's a jigsaw puzzle from hell. Cal smiles nervously, asking if he can still work his magic. Hyunsu puts on a fake, confident smile, while internally crying over his life choices. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through the room. A tall, blonde woman in expensive purple robes walks in, her high boots clicking on the floor. She leans right into Hyunsu's face, sneering that if a level 290 specialist couldn't fix it, a level 13 casual has zero chance. She smiles mockingly, whispering in his ear that he's just a cheap fraud. Before we jump back to our guy in the castle vault, we get a quick peek at the corporate side of the server. Over at the Golden Shield Guild headquarters, Guildmaster Rune is looking like he's about to cry, asking his star player why she's leaving. Belle explains that she's completely burned out, sick of the endless grind and the corporate guild pressure. Rune points out they're offering an anonymous level 1 master over 500 million won a year just to join. He reminds her that this mysterious Hyun sold his prototype sword for an absolute fortune and could easily carry them. But Belle has been running this lobby long enough to know the drill, reminding him of all the scammers they've recruited. The last 3 blacksmiths either ran off with the signing bonus or ghosted them the second they hit the lottery. She rubs her temples, telling him she's spent months cleaning up their mess and is officially packing her bags. Rune realizes he can't buy her loyalty back, letting her walk as she promises not to join another guild. He yells after her that the door is always open, while she walks away looking like an absolute W. She logs into Castle, the one zone on the server she actually considers home. She looks at the refugees loading up wooden wagons, the streets filled with smoke and broken stone. She mutters to herself that this territory can't just be deleted by an undead update. See, while other players treat this game like an ATM, Belle actually spent months befriending the local merchants. To her, these NPCs aren't just lines of code, they're a community she's desperately trying to save. She heads toward the main vault, determined to take one last look at the shattered gold fragments. And that brings us right back to where we left off, with Belle walking in on our guy and the commander. She gets right in Hyunsu's face, whispering that he's nothing but a low-level scammer looking for an easy payout. Hyunsu backs away like he's just been cornered by a sweaty ranked player, looking completely confused. He asks who she is to start tossing around wild accusations, and she claims her blacksmith skills are leagues above his. Commander Cal quickly steps between them, trying to calm the tension before they start throwing hammers. Belle's eyes narrow as she realizes this level 38 kid is supposedly the one fixing their ultimate artifact. She tells him to pack up his scam and leave before the castle collapses, but our guy just walks right past her. Belle's mouth drops, completely unable to process that a low-level casual just completely ignored her. Hyunsu crouches down in front of the table, his eyes locking on to the glowing gold pieces. The system screen hovering over the shards remains unchanged, completely destroyed and unrepairable. Our guy just smirks, reaching to his belt and pulling out Great Dang's hammer. And then, he swings the iron mallet down, smashing the fragments into even smaller pieces. Belle screams like she just saw someone delete her system files, telling him to stop. Hyunsu just holds his hand up, calmly stating that repairing this item is entirely possible. He looks back with that classic main character grin, telling her she just doesn't understand metallurgy. Belle is about to start screaming about the game's item system, but the entire stone palace suddenly begins to vibrate. A scout busts through the double doors, screaming that the undead forces have launched a massive, sudden assault. The sky outside turns a dark purple, filled with the screeches of 1,000 red-eyed ghouls. Cal's eyes widen as a massive golden notification window covers the ceiling. Belle is staring at the prompt, wondering what kind of scenario quest they just triggered. The system flashes. The Castle Estate update will now begin. After the update, Castle Estate will become a permanent undead territory. She covers her mouth, realizing her favorite zone is about to be deleted from the server. She gasps that this is the absolute end, but Hyunsu says that if they remake the bell, they can stop the patch. Belle points out that nobody can build a divine artifact from scratch, but our guy just grabs his cloak. He looks her in the eyes, asking if she actually wants to protect this place or just watch it burn. She is left speechless, her eyes wide as she slowly nods. Hyunsu tells her to follow him, his hand glowing as the gold fragments fly directly into his inventory. He tells Cal they're heading to the forge, promising to save their home. Cal nods, declaring his knights will hold the front line for as long as their armor stays intact. He runs out into the courtyard, drawing his sword under the dark sky. The knights charge the fortress gates, preparing for a brutal battle of attrition. Meanwhile, back at the castle forge, the fires of the furnace are burning bright. Belle stands by the anvil, asking what his master plan actually is. Hyunsu explains that when he smashed the shards, the divine power didn't fade, meaning the material itself is blessed. So, instead of trying to glue a broken cup, he's going to melt the raw gold and cast a completely new bell. Belle is stunned, admitting she's never seen a system skill that operates like that. Hyunsu just chuckles, telling her she doesn't need a game skill when she has two perfectly good hands. He works the heavy bellows, shoveling coal into the roaring furnace. He looks back at the elite level 290 artisan who is currently just standing there staring. He tells her to grab a shovel, smiling as he admits he can't do this alone. Meanwhile, back at Purium headquarters, the dev team is having an absolute panic attack. The server admins are watching the update progress bar, muttering that the castle patch is going to be a total flop. Kim Tae-sok is drinking coffee, telling his partner not to be such a downer on release day. But his partner points to the live monitoring screen, his face completely pale. Tae-sok leans forward, staring at the holographic display of a player working the forge. He scoffs, stating that there's absolutely no way a player can bypass the hard-coded update script. But Assistant Manager Lee narrows her eyes, whispering that this isn't some ordinary blacksmith. She remembers the name Hyun, realizing the sss-rank anomaly is active again. Back in the game, the siege on the castle walls has reached a brutal climax. Cal is sliding through the mud, his blade leaving a trail of purple blood as he screams at his men to hold. The soldiers are panting, their shield line buckling under the weight of the horde. The sheer volume of the undead is slowly pushing the defenders back. A heavy strike knocks a veteran soldier onto the stone floor, his helmet flying off. A massive ghoul raises a rusted battle axe over him, screeching in triumph. Cal leaps over the fallen guard, blocking the heavy strike in a shower of sparks. He yells for the squad to fall back toward the inner gates. The sky is turning a bloody red and the battlements are swarming with monsters. Cal clashes with a giant undead warrior, pouring every ounce of his remaining stamina into the swing. But steel has limits, and a sharp crack runs down the length of his sword. Cal grinds his teeth, sweating as he realizes his durability has hit 0. His weapon shatters into a dozen fragments, leaving him completely defenseless. The giant undead raises its club, and Cal closes his eye, whispering that this is the end. But right as the club begins to fall, a deep, metallic resonance shakes the entire sky. The giant ghoul halts in midair, clutching its head as its ears begin to bleed. A massive wave of holy flame erupts from the stone floors, incinerating the front line of ghouls. The brilliant white light of the bell radiates across the valley, turning the undead horde into ash. Cal looks up at the towering spires of castle, his face completely illuminated. A massive smile breaks across his face as he whispers that the holy bell has actually been fixed. Back in the server room, Taesok spits his coffee all over the keyboard in a massive spit take. He screams at his monitor, demanding to know if this kid is actually breaking the game's source code. But back in the tower, Hyunsu's arm is trembling, his hand wrapped around his heavy hammer. He takes a final swing, hitting the gold bell with everything he has left. His face is soaked in sweat, his teeth clenched as he forces the game to accept his masterpiece. So, our guy just casually bricked a major server update, and the developers are currently staring at their monitors, wondering if they should call the police. The deep metallic resonance of the bell is vibrating through the walls like a localized earthquake. Hyunsu is gasping for air, his stamina bar blinking red as he pulls his hammer back. Taesok is screaming at his team, demanding to know how a level 38 user just bypassed their hard-coded system script. His partner rubs his head, explaining that the sss-rank blacksmith has been working the forge without a single second of sleep. Taesok drops his mug, shouting that grinding metallurgy for an entire week straight is physically insane. The system displays the 5-day countdown, showing a flashback of the quiet mountain village. While the update was ticking down, Hyunsu didn't just play standard questlines. He used his high charisma stat to mobilize every single NPC villager in Castle. He sketched the blueprints under the candlelight, explaining the casting process to a skeptical Belle. She took charge of the logistics, organizing the coal shipments and the workforce. Hyunsu held the design up, knowing his real-world physics would baffle the automated game systems. The system prompt flashed, "Begin the divine custom forging." The courtyard turned into a massive industrial factory, with villagers shoveling coal under the midday sun. They poured the liquid gold into a giant stone mold, their faces bright under the heat of the furnace. They worked with a single heart, scooping out the slag to ensure 0 impurities entered the core. The liquid metal erupted in a brilliant golden glow as the magical properties fused. They poured the molten gold into the massive stone casing, sealing the divine power inside. 4 days before the deadline, Hyunsu was already swinging his hammer, breaking the stone mold off the cooling gold. 3 days before the deadline, the villagers had completely passed out from exhaustion, lying on the stone floor. 2 days before the deadline, Belle's eyes were drooping, her head resting against the wooden beams. 1 day before the deadline, she was suddenly jolted awake by a loud clang of steel. She rubbed her eyes, muttering that she must have drifted off. She looked over and her jaw completely dropped as she saw Hyunsu still hammering the giant bell alone. She realized this kid had been working for days without a single second of rest, his posture perfectly steady. Suddenly, a bright blue light flared around his arm, the system confirming that his title was active. Belle gasped, her eyes wide as she realized she was witnessing the birth of a literal master blacksmith. The system confirmed, advanced blacksmithing mastery increased by 22%. Hyunsu wiped his brow, teasing her that for someone who claimed to be a specialist, she slept remarkably well. She blushed, her voice quiet as she finally asked him if he was the fabled blacksmith Hyun. Our guy just gave her a small, knowing smile. He touched the massive gold surface, letting the game scan the physical structure. The entire bell erupted in a brilliant golden glow, the holy light illuminating the courtyard. Belle stood frozen, completely mesmerized by the sheer beauty of the craft. She whispered that calling it magnificent wasn't even enough. The sss-rank custom appraisal popped up, revealing the finalized stats. Hyun's second custom forging unique. Durability, infinite. Special ability, undead purification. The system noted that an once unsalvageable artifact had been completely recreated and enhanced. Hyunsu's sweat grinned, his face pale from the week-long grind. Belle walked over, her posture completely changing. She grabbed his hands with an intense grip, her eyes wide. She blurted out that she wants him to stay with her forever. Our guy's eyes go wide, thinking he just got hit with a random romantic confession. But she immediately yells that she's talking about a permanent crafting partnership, completely embarrassed by his reaction. The scene transitions back to the battlefield, where the final echo of the bell is fading. The ghouls scream as they dissolve into white ash, the holy vibration clearing the entire valley. Cal looks at his hands, realizing the territory is completely saved. The clear screen flashes. A new bell has been forged, and the undead threat is vanquished. Hyunsu lets out a quiet sigh of relief, but his vision suddenly spins. His stamina bar hits absolute zero and he collapses onto the stone floor. Belle screams his name, running over to catch his falling avatar. The system confirms the quest clear as he faints in her arms. The next day, the online forums are absolutely burning with new posts. Players are sharing screenshots of the failed update, asking who this Hyun guy actually is. His shop's follower list is ticking up in a blur, jumping by thousands in seconds. The bright morning sun shines through the window of a luxury castle bedroom. Hyunsu wakes up, rubbing his head as his inbox continues to lag his menu. He opens his shop page and his eyes nearly pop out as he sees over 100,000 followers. It turns out Bell engraved his shop signature, Hyun, onto the front of the golden bell. Since every high-level player visiting Castle has to see the bell, it's basically the ultimate free marketing campaign. A loud knock rattled the heavy door, and Cal walks in, his chest wrapped in white bandages as he cheers that the savior has awakened. He throws a massive, heavy leather bag onto the wooden table. The system flashes. You have received 330,000 gold. Hyunsu is staring at the number, his breath caught in his throat. That is exactly 330 million won in real money. His comatose father's bills are officially paid, and his family's debt is cleared. But Cal is not done. His assistant brings in a second chest, revealing a glowing red crystal. You have obtained the legendary mineral orichalcum. Our guy looks at the red stone, his eyes wide, as he realizes he just secured the rarest material on the server. Cal bows deeply, thanking him on behalf of the entire territory. Hyunsu holds the chest close, his voice quiet as he admits he only did what had to be done. He looks at Cal, telling him he has to return briefly to reality to settle some personal affairs. He opens his menu, his avatar turning into a pillar of blue light. Hyunsu has logged out. Cal and his assistant watch the spot, muttering that players are truly mysterious. The scene transitions to the real world, the bright sun shining over the old traditional forge in Gyeongju. A sleek, suit-wearing real estate investor is standing in the courtyard checking his phone. His screen displays a transaction notification. Kang Hyunsu has deposited 330 million won. We open with a quick flashback to Gyeongju, exactly 1 year ago. Our guy was standing in a dusty office, clutching his cap as he signed away his father's life-work workshop. The real estate developer, Kang Hyuk-soo, noted the sale was for 330 million won, advising him to focus on the hospital bills. Hyun-soo was trembling, the weight of his burned arm and comatose father crushing him. But right as Hyuk-soo turned to leave, Hyun-soo stopped him with a desperate question. He asked if he managed to raise the money, would Hyuk-soo sell the workshop back to him? Hyuk-soo looked at him, stating that buying back a half-burned shop was a terrible financial investment. He advised him to just buy a new building when he got on his feet. But Hyun-soo was weeping, his tears running down his scarred cheek as he whispered that it had to be this shop. It was the only place left containing his father's memories. Hyuk-soo stared at the crying boy, his cold business eyes softening just a tiny bit. He agreed to give him exactly 1 year, promising not to touch the property until the timer hit 0. And Hyun-soo bowed deeply, thanking him through his tears. Now, in Gyeongju, Hyuk-soo's phone lights up with a bank deposit notification. Hyun-soo is standing in front of him, cap low, with a quiet, confident smile. Hyuk-soo looks at the screen in disbelief, muttering that the kid actually pulled it off. He admits that his 1-year demand was a completely unreasonable task for a scarred, penniless 23-year-old. As a corporate CEO, he could have easily flipped the property for double the price within months. Hyun-soo looks up, asking why a ruthless developer showed him such immense kindness. Hyuk-soo smiles warmly, putting a heavy hand on our guy's shoulder. He says Hyun-soo was the first person in his entire career who begged to buy back what he sold. He just wanted to support a kid with that much respect for his father's craft. Hyun-soo's eyes turn glossy, the massive relief of reclaiming his family legacy finally hitting him. He bows deeply, thanking the CEO, but Hyuk-soo tells him he's the one who should be grateful for a promise kept. Our guy wipes his face, asking Hyuk-soo if he plays a virtual reality mmorpg called Ares. Hyuk-soo chuckles, asking if there's anyone in the modern world who hasn't heard of Kurum's masterpiece. Hyun-soo boasts that he's currently active as a blacksmith in Ares and wants to craft a custom artifact for him as a gift. Hyuk-soo's eyes light up, asking if he can make anything he wants without any level restrictions. Hyun-soo just smirks with that classic main character energy. He promises to build him anything he can dream of, completely secure in his god-class skills. Back in game, the sun shines over the bustling European-style rooftops of Goyard Kingdom. Our guy pushes open the wooden door of a local tavern, his heavy boots clicking on the floorboards. He looks around the crowded room, searching for a familiar face. A blonde woman in a purple cloak waves from a corner table, calling his name. Nell smiles, teasing him that it's the first time she's seen him since they literally clutched a server update. She leans forward with a smug face, pouting that our master blacksmith is incredibly hard to get a hold of. She laughs, before formally introducing herself as the former strategist who brought the Golden Shield Guild to the top ranks. She stares at him with absolute seriousness, remembering how he looks standing next to the massive glowing golden bell. She reaches her hand out, declaring that if he ever decides to create his own guild, she wants to be its first member. Hyunsu just chuckles, reminding her that she literally called him a low-tier fraud when they first met. Nell blushes red, waving her hands in a panic as she tries to explain away her toxic introduction. Hyunsu just smiles, reaching over and shaking her gloved hand. He says he's looking forward to working with her, and Nell lets out a massive sigh of relief. Hyunsu takes a bite of his bread, casually changing the subject. He mentions he's participating in the Goyard martial arts tournament to get an audience with King Barad. Nell slams her hands onto the table, screaming loud enough to wake up the dead. Our guy just continues chewing his bread, asking if the Sword King is the one who hands over the prize money. Nell rubs her temples, warning him that the tournament is filled with high-tier rankers and combat veterans. Hyunsu just says he'll simply win, and she yells that he's taking a literal national event way too lightly. Hyunsu takes another bite of his food, completely unbothered. He smiles, stating he'll just aim for victory using what he does best. He looks at her empty plate, asking if she's going to order any of this delicious tavern food. The next day, a massive shadow falls over the crowded Goyard Coliseum as a giant red dragon lands in the arena. Chairman Beckel stands on the beast's back, welcoming the outsiders to the annual martial arts tournament. The players on the sand are cheering, drawing their swords as their armor flashes under the sun. Beckel announces that the trial will begin the moment he leaves, and they will face the monsters of Goyard. He glances up at the royal balcony, his face dead serious. He warns them that His Majesty is personally watching, so they better show some high-tier gameplay. The dragon takes off in a massive gust of wind, and Beckel wishes them all good luck. The system screen covers the sky. The Goyard Martial Arts Tournament has begun! The iron gates rattle open, and the players charge forward with a war cry, but the ground suddenly begins to shake violently under their boots. A massive stone-plated giant climbs out of the pit, its fists glowing with a dark energy. The players laugh, shouting that they already read the guides about stone golems. They charge with axes raised, assuming it's a standard low-level mob. But the golem's red eyes flare, and the system prompt flashes a massive warning. Martial Arts Tournament First Trial, Stone Golem, Level 109. The charging players freeze, their faces turning completely pale as they realize the level design is absolutely broken. A warrior swings his sword, but a massive stone fist punches him in midair. The impact splits the sand, and the player's health bar instantly hits 0, triggering a forced logout. Another player tries to run, but the golem's sweep catches his back. 2 more players turn into blue digital dust as the giant systematically cleans the lobby. A mage clutches his staff in terror, screaming that this is a completely different difficulty level. Hyunsu stands quiet in the chaos, realizing the system made a massive administrative error. Up in the royal castle, Beckel is running through the marble corridors like a stressed office worker on release day. The grand palace towers above the city, completely quiet. Beckel gasps for air, his heavy boots clicking on the tiles as he runs toward the throne room. He mutters to himself that the tournament is an absolute disaster. A high-level raid golem was accidentally let out of the cages due to a system glitch. He yells at the palace guards to get out of the way, stating he must see the king immediately. He bursts through the heavy double doors, shouting that they must cancel the trial before the entire player base gets wiped. But sitting on the high throne, the Sword King Barad just rests his chin on his fist. He looks down at his panicking chairman, telling him he will not allow the event to stop. Barad smiles a cold, yellow-eyed grin, telling him to look closer at the scrying orb. Chapter 18. Barad commands his guard to look closer at the warrior in the center of the sand. Through the glowing orb, a golden beam of light cuts through the dust, hitting the golem's rocky chest. The impact cracks the stone armor, sending a shower of pebbles across the arena. Hyunsu catches a short arrow as it flies back to his hand in a flash of gold light. The system reveals the weapon specs: Hyunsu's third custom creation, Orichalcum short arrows. Special ability: returns to the user. The spectating players are staring with wide eyes, wondering what kind of game-breaking boomerang bow he's running. Our guy loads another arrow, noting this is the legendary mineral he secured from Cal in Castle. He looks at the shiny red stone, realizing traditional metallurgy is the ultimate cheat code. He releases, and the golden arrow bores a massive explosive hole straight through the golem's shoulder. A nearby rogue chokes, telling him to watch his target unless he's actively trying to player kill. The golem lets out a deep rumble, the system confirming stone golem is stunned for 4 seconds. The players realize the giant is temporarily frozen, and their combat focus returns. They charge, a mage casting a high-level fire spell that wraps around the golem's limbs. A barrage of sword slashes hits the stone's skin, but the damage numbers are depressingly low. The golem breaks out of the stun, raising its giant foot. It stomps the sand, a massive earthquake shockwave knocking the entire vanguard onto their backs. The giant rumbles, its glowing red eyes locking onto the player who actually managed to dent its armor. It charges Hyunsu, its massive fists swinging like heavy pendulums. The wind splits around its stone knuckles as it closes the distance in a fraction of a second. Lander's voiceover screams for everyone to run as the fist descends like a meteor, but Hyunsu swaps his weapon, drawing his glowing silver sword to block. The impact of the fist shatters his blade into 100 pieces, launching our guy backward through the dust. The wind pressure clears the arena floor, leaving nothing but a thick cloud of white smoke. Hyunsu stands in the center, his chestplate scorched as he clenches his fist. He knows he can't win a prolonged fight against a level 109 boss with broken gear. The golem sweeps its giant hand, the stone fingers closing around his frame. Hyunsu's health drops to 5%, his vision starting to flicker gray as he is thrown onto the sand. Back in the throne room, Bekele is sweating through his robes, begging the king to stop the slaughter, but Barad just closes his eyes, completely calm. Because in the center of the orb, a massive pillar of golden magic energy erupts from the sand. The Sword King's golden eye sharpens as the system confirms the activation. The golden light consumes the arena, the sss-rank emergency crafting skill triggering once again. Hyunsu rises from the smoke, holding a massive glowing crescent glaive that cracks with holy lightning. The system displays the weapon stats. Damascus Crescent Blade. Special ability, can cut through solid stone. The giant golem lunges with its fist raised, but Hyunsu swings the massive crescent blade in a wide arc. A single, clean slash cuts through the giant's thick stone torso. The golem freezes before splitting perfectly in half, collapsing onto the sand in a massive shower of pebbles. Hyunsu pants for breath as the emergency glaive dissolves into golden stardust, its 30-second limit reached. The clear screen flashes, and his level-up notifications flood his screen in a blinding blue light. Our guy's eyes widen as he realizes his level just jumped by 14, landing him comfortably at 52. The surviving players are staring at him in absolute speechless horror. A mage asks why he killed it when they were clearly just supposed to survive for an hour. Hyunsu just rubs his neck with a classic chibi sweat drop, realizing he completely ignored the quest objective. He smiles, his body starting to shake from the massive fatigue accumulation. His vision spins, and his avatar collapses face first onto the sand as he faints. The remaining players murmur in awe, calling him a multi-weapon master as the guards run over. They look at the level 38 rookie, who just soloed a raid boss with a boomerang arrow. Bekele's voice echoes over the Coliseum speaker system, addressing the crowd. He announces that due to a massive organizing error, the tournament will end early. He orders them to disperse, while the crowd continues to whisper about the legendary blacksmith. Cut to a player's mobile phone screen, streaming the arena footage to thousands of viewers. The live chat is absolutely melting down, asking about the custom arrow with the name Hyun engraved on the tip. They realize this is the same master who fixed the Bell of Ramos, and the forum servers are officially lagging from the hype. Meanwhile, at Kurum headquarters, a CS representative is typing furiously on his keyboard. He's dealing with a flood of support tickets, sweating as he gives the standard customer service copy-paste. He tells a fuming player that because Ares operates on absolute free will, they can't revert the Golem event. Over in the dev room, assistant manager Lee stares at her screen with wide eyes. Kim Taesok walks in, rubbing his head and complaining that he's too busy for any more anomalies. Lee spins her chair around, screaming that the Goyard tournament has been completely cancelled. Taesok tells her to just let it go, but she shouts that King Barad has personally summoned the user Hyunsu to his throne room. Taesok's mouth drops, his coffee spilling as he realizes the kid is bypassing their level 200 restriction. He covers his face, muttering that they're completely cooked and he's pulling another all-nighter. Lee points out that if Hyunsu maxes his intimacy with the Sword King, the balance of the entire kingdom is ruined. He will become the strongest blacksmith on the server, wielding the legendary swordsmanship of a god. Taesok just sighs, muttering that worrying about this kid is a complete waste of stamina anyway. The scene transitions to the grand audience chamber of Goyard Palace the next day. Hyunsu is walking down the long, checkered marble tiles behind a royal butler. The towering throne room is filled with armed knights, and Barad sits on his high seat. Hyunsu drops to one knee at the base of the red carpet, keeping his posture formal. Barad looks down, stating that normally he would award the champion in a public ceremony, but due to the unexpected golem incident, he asks for understanding in keeping things simple. He notes that everyone witnessed his incredible performance as a weapon master yesterday. He raises his metal-plated glove, presenting him with a heavy chest of 13,000 gold coins. Hyunsu bows his head, politely thanking His Highness for the generous quest reward. But as he stands up, our guy looks Barad dead in the eyes and states he heard the king was looking for him. Barad's golden eye narrows, his expression turning cold. The royal guards instantly draw their halberds, screaming that insolence won't be tolerated in the presence of majesty. But Hyunsu just places a hand on his chest, calmly announcing his true username, "I am Hyun, the blacksmith." Barad raises his gloved hand, stopping his guards in an instant as he declares this is the guest he has been waiting for. Our guy Hyun doesn't even flinch, he just offers a polite greeting. He introduces himself as Blacksmith Hyun, keeping his composure in front of the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Barad looks down from his throne and notes that Hyun certainly took his sweet time getting here. This is the 10th Legend of Ares, and he oozes the kind of aura that makes low-level players log out of existence. Hyun deadpans that the journey here wasn't exactly a walk in the park. Barad cuts straight to the chase, asking if Hyun knows why he was summoned. Hyun asks if it's because the king wants to commission a brand new sword. Barad smirked. Spot on. But there's a catch. This isn't your standard daily quest weapon. The best smiths in the country, including the Tower Master, failed this exact project. Barad unleashes his high-level intimidation aura, demanding a reason to trust a low-level stranger. The sheer weight of the king's physical pressure hits Hyun like a literal freight train. The surrounding guards look on, expecting the kid to break under the pressure. Hyun grits his teeth, looks the king dead in the eye, and says he has nothing to offer but his own raw skill. The room goes dead silent for a second. Then, Barad bursts into loud laughter, loving the absolute audacity of this absolute madman. The king orders his nervous attendants to bring out the secret project. The noble steps forward, carrying a heavy, locked chest. Barad decided to gamble on Hyun's massive confidence. The chest opens, revealing the 100-year cold iron, a legendary mineral glowing with a freezing blue light. Hyun's inner gamer nerd immediately loses it because this is stuff straight out of legendary martial arts novels. The king's order is simple: forge a sword of epic grade or higher that constantly emits freezing air. If Hyun pulls this off, the king will grant him literally any wish he desires. But if he fails, he gets permanently blacklisted and banned from the entire Goyad kingdom. A massive blue quest window pops up right in front of him, an S-rank quest with high stakes, but the reward is a blank check from a literal king. Hyun smiles. He lives for this exact kind of high-reward gamble. He accepts the terms immediately, promising the king he won't disappoint. Next thing we know, Hyun is set up in a private royal workshop. But there's a slight issue. He's got a high-level stalker watching his every move. Meet Bella, the level 301 Vice Knight commander who looks like she's about to arrest him if he drops his hammer. Hyun is sweat-dropping, wondering why the king assigned such a high-level babysitter to micromanage him, though honestly, he gets it. You don't just hand a legendary material to a level 52 player and hope for the best. Bella notices him staring and tells him to pretend she's not even there. Right, because pretending a lethal level 301 silver-haired knight isn't breathing down your neck is very easy. She glares at him, reminding him of the stakes of the king's trust. Hyun sighs internally, feeling the literal heat of her intense gaze. Suddenly, a system notification saves him from the awkwardness. The real-world doorbell is ringing, meaning someone is knocking on his capsule. He asks Bella for a quick break to check on his real-world business, and she simply nods. Hyun logs out, the capsule sliding open with a soft hiss of air. He sits up, throwing on his signature gray hoodie. He heads to the door to see who's bothering him during his legendary tier grind. He unlocks the latch and swings the heavy door open. It's his landlady, looking incredibly surprised to find him at home. Hyun looks tired, his face still covered in those pale burn scars from his childhood tragedy. She hesitantly drops a massive bombshell. She's selling the building because her husband is ill and needs to rest. Instead of throwing a fit, Hyun genuinely smiles and thanks her for letting him live here below market rate for so long. He asks when he needs to pack up, and she tells him he has exactly 2 weeks. He bows politely, showing the absolute peak of polite neighbor behavior. The door shuts, leaving him in complete silence. 2 weeks. Just when things were looking up, Reality decides to throw hands. He looks back at his expensive virtual reality capsule, realizing his current financial situation is cooked. Sure, he made absolute bank in Cassel, but buying back his father's old forge cost him a cool 330 million won. On top of that, his comatose father's medical bills eat up thousands of dollars every month. He hasn't even started his own expensive burn treatments, and now he's about to be literally homeless in 14 days. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating on the table. It's a call from Kim Hyun, better known to us as Nell. Nell checks in on him, saying she's got some strategic ideas for the current royal quest. She mentions she heard rumors that Hyun lost his memories, which is the current public cover for his identity. She changes her tone to full marketing director, getting super hyper about their brand value. She's sitting at her multi-monitor setup, treating Hyun's gaming career like a tech startup. Right now, the community forums are locked in a massive civil war over whether the mysterious tournament champion and the genius blacksmith Hyun are the same person. Nell's plan is brilliant. They keep his identity a complete secret and drop the reveal only after they launch their guild. And since his current client is none other than Barad, one of the 10 legends of Ares, imagine the absolute hype if the king's new legendary weapon has Hyun's signature mark engraved right on the hilt. She tells him it's time to pump his stock price to the moon. Hyun's depression instantly vanishes, replaced by a massive grindset smile. He's ready to cook. He logs back into the game, his avatar rematerializing in a flash of bright blue data. The second he spawns, Bella aggressively grabs his arm. She looks completely frantic, yelling at him for taking so long. Hyun is confused, but Bella explains that King Barad has gone rogue. The king went straight into the legendary fire dragon's nest completely alone, a place of pure, melting magma and high-level bosses. Hyun is left completely stunned as the chapter ends on a massive cliffhanger.
Chapter 20.
We open right where we left off, with Bella delivering the worst news possible. King Barad is currently trapped deep inside the fire dragon's nest, surrounded by molten lava, facing a literal god of fire. Hyun is panicking, but then he pauses. Wait, he actually has zero clue where or what the fire dragon's nest even is. Bella's chibi face is absolute gold as she realizes this guy was acting shocked without knowing basic game geography. She sighs and quickly explains that the nest is an S-rank volcanic zone populated by high-level fire attribute monsters, and specifically the Ifrit's dungeon inside it has a 0% survival rate for anyone who isn't Barad. Hyun wonders why on earth the king would dive into a lethal dungeon without waiting for his custom anti-fire weapon. Bella looks down, her voice dropping to a low, painful whisper. She says the target of the king's lifelong revenge is waiting at the bottom of that pit. Revenge? Our guy is thoroughly confused. We cut directly to the fire dragon's nest, a literal sea of boiling magma. Barad is fighting for his absolute life, dodging massive waves of pure heat. He's coughing, his vision blurring, but his determination is still at 100%. He can see the boss room door right ahead of him, but he looks down at his sword, which is literally melting and dripping like a wax candle. He managed to send his subordinates back to safety, but they can't get reinforcements here for at least 3 days. He collapses against a heated rock, realizing he's completely out of time. He laughs self-deprecatingly, wishing he had waited for that weird young blacksmith to finish the cold iron sword. He closes his eyes, thinking of his dead son Ban, who would have been around Hyun's age. We get a tragic flashback of Ban, a young, bright-eyed knight who died in this exact volcanic hellscape. Years ago, Barad found his son bloody and broken on the stone floor of this dungeon. Ban coughed up blood, telling his dad he wanted to conquer this dungeon to make him proud, but the young boy simply wasn't strong enough to survive the heat. Barad cried, desperately begging his boy to just hang on. But Ban's hand went limp, his life slipping away in his father's arms. Barad screamed his son's name over and over into the empty cavern. The sheer grief turned into a dark, terrifying obsession. Back in the present, Barad uses his melting sword to pull himself up. He knows his weapon isn't enough, but his grief won't let him retreat. He can't let the fire demon Ifrit escape back into hiding. His eyes glow with absolute, murderous rage. He's going to end this today, even if it costs his life. He slowly walks down the flaming stairs into the heart of the boss room. We cut back to the workshop, where Bella is explaining this heavy backstory to Hyun. Since the prince's death, Barad has spent his entire life trying to bait Ifrit out of hiding. And this sudden eruption is likely the king's last chance to ever get his revenge. Bella admits she finds it extremely hard to trust a low-level stranger like Hyun, but she knows her king saw something special in him. The proud silver-haired vice commander drops to her knees and bows her head, begging Hyun to save her king. Boom. A massive S-rank emergency quest triggers. Failure penalty, Barad's permanent death, and the complete collapse of Goyad Kingdom's leadership. Hyun looks at her. the tragic story hitting him incredibly close to home. He remembers his own childhood fire, the day he lost his mother, his right arm's functionality, and his family's livelihood to the flames. He clenches his fist, understanding Barad's pain better than anyone else in this game world. His eyes go sharp. The lazy gamer persona is officially gone. He tells Bella he's going to do his absolute best. Hyun grabs his replica hammer, the metal catching the light. He slams the heated 100-year-cold iron onto the anvil, sparks flying in every direction. The impact shakes the entire room as he folds the freezing steel. He plunges the blade into the cooling water, a massive hiss of steam exploding upward. Bella said Ifrit's heat melts even unique grade weapons. So Hyun's goal is simple. He has to forge a weapon that transcends the game's standard unique limits. He activates his sss-rank mana, channeling pure freezing energy directly into the blade. A system window flashes, indicating his understanding of the cold iron has reached its absolute peak. He strikes the anvil again, a massive shockwave of frost freezing the workshop floor. His class passive, the Blacksmith soul, triggers, indicating he has entered a state of perfect immersion. He takes a deep breath, cold mist flowing out of his mouth. Every single strike is fueled by his empathy for a father who lost his son to the flames. The glowing blue light of a legendary grade craft completely fills the screen. The workshop doors fly open with a massive burst of cold wind. Bella stands there, completely frozen in shock, asking if it's done. Hyun stands in the center of the room holding a flawless, glowing ice blade radiating absolute zero temperatures. He looks like an absolute boss. Let's go. It's time to rescue the king. We cut back to the dungeon where a massive fire explosion tears through the cavern walls. Barad is thrown backward, coughing up blood as his armor is scorched black. He struggles to sit up, his breathing ragged, his melting sword completely useless. He looks up with pure, undying rage, refusing to back down. A creepy, crackling laughter echoes through the flames. The level 409 dungeon boss, Ifrit, looms over him, a massive demon of pure volcanic lava and obsidian. Barad stands in the heart of the volcano, determined to make this his final stand. The level 409 boss, Ifrit, just sneers, laughing in pure fire demon dialect. This towering menace is clad in pure obsidian and dripping with literal lava. Barad screams the demon's name, putting every ounce of his remaining strength into one final push. He leaps high into the air, descending like a human meteor through the smoke. He yells about how many years he has waited to finally put this monster in the ground. He swings down with everything he's got, the heat of the chamber distorting the very air. The impact splits the cavern floor, a massive shockwave of physical pressure tearing through the stone. Ifrit screeches as Barad's raw power actually forces the giant demon back. But the monster's armor is made of literal magma, slowly melting anything that touches it. Ifrit recovers instantly, his burning yellow eyes locking onto the exhausted king. He spins his blazing spear, ready to turn the king into a human barbecue. Barad is forced to dodge, the volcanic heat throwing off his physical balance. He tries to raise his sword to parry the incoming strike. But the sheer temperature of the boss's weapons is way too high for standard gear. The ordinary steel blade simply shatters into a million glowing pieces, completely useless. Ifrit smiles, gathering a massive ball of concentrated solar energy in his palm. A massive explosion tears through the floor, sending Barad crashing hard against the volcanic rock. The demon raises his spear high, preparing to deliver the final strike to the unarmed king. Waves of pure, unadulterated fire erupt from the ground, sealing Barad's escape route. Barad grits his teeth, realizing his physical stats are officially bottoming out. He takes another direct hit, the blazing pressure throwing him back into the ash. Ifrit laughs, knowing the strongest warrior of Goyad is completely out of options. Barad falls to his knees, sighing that this is a complete and utter failure. Ifrit lunges forward to finish the job once and for all. But right before the spear can pierce him, a blinding blue light cuts through the darkness. A massive wall of absolute zero ice erupts from the ground, completely neutralizing the flame. Barad opens his eyes, staring at the freezing mist rolling over the lava. He looks completely stunned, unable to comprehend where this cold air is coming from. The steam clears, revealing a massive block of unmelting glacial ice. And standing right in the center of the battlefield is our guy Hyun, holding the completed legendary ice sword. Barad turns around, completely speechless. The sword's sheer freezing power is literally turning the surrounding lava into solid, harmless stone. Hyun and Bella run onto the scene, completely out of breath from sprinting through an S-rank dungeon. Bella screams at her king to grab the new blade before the boss can recover. Barad doesn't hesitate. He leaps forward and wraps his fist around the hilt. The moment his hand touches the leather, a spectacular blue aura wraps around his entire body. The freezing wind is so intense it literally pushes back the volcanic heat of the entire chamber. The system stats flash on screen. Hyun's custom sword for Barad is officially a legendary masterpiece. Hyun smiles through the sweat, telling the king it's time to finally wield his creation. Barad grips the hilt with both hands, feeling the massive boost to his ice attack power. He swings, activating the sword's unique active skill, Frostflower. A giant, beautiful blizzard of frozen petals erupts from the blade, slicing through the air. Ifrit screeches as the freezing storm hits him dead on, instantly turning his magma body to brittle ice. The giant fire demon literally shatters into millions of harmless frozen crystals, completely deleted from the server. But the victory celebration is cut short because Bella warns that high-level bosses love to self-destruct. The surrounding volcano begins to collapse, massive pillars of fire shooting up from the ground. Bella begs the king to evacuate immediately, but Barad doesn't move. He looks down, clutching his deceased son's pocket watch necklace in his hand. He says he wants to end it all right here, planning to let the explosion take him so he can finally join his boy. Bella is about to run into the flames to drag him out, but she stops, torn between her loyalty to his orders and her desire to save his life. Hyun stands in silence for a brief moment, his face shadowed by the fire. Before Bella can make a move, our guy calmly steps past her into the danger zone. He looks back with a reassuring smile, promising her that he'll bring their king back. He activates his sss-rank divine emergency crafting, instantly generating a temporary set of fire-resistant armor. He walks directly into the raging wall of flame, his figure disappearing into the orange glow. Even with the custom armor, the heat is absolutely brutal, his breathing instantly turning heavy. He spots Barad kneeling in the ash and calls out to him. Barad tells him to turn back, saying the blacksmith has already done more than enough. Hyun stands his ground, firmly stating he's not leaving without the king. He asks if this suicidal behavior is all because of the photo inside that necklace. Barad looks down, admitting that his son's death was entirely his fault for not being strong enough. He asks how he can possibly continue living with this absolute mountain of guilt. Hyun looks him dead in the eye, asking if he honestly thinks his son would be happy seeing his father throw his life away. Barad snaps, grabbing Hyun tightly by the collar and screaming in absolute agony. He yells that a young stranger like Hyun couldn't possibly understand the nightmare of losing a child due to his own weakness. Hyun doesn't pull away, he just looks at the grieving king with deep, quiet empathy. He admits he'll never know that exact sorrow, but he knows what it's like to almost lose a beloved family member. He gently explains that his own father is currently lying in a comatose state in a cold hospital room. He spent every single day praying for his dad to just open his eyes, but now he's just happy that his father is still breathing in any form. And he knows without a single doubt that Barad's son would feel the exact same way about his father. He reaches up and gently takes Barad's hand off his collar. He tells him it's time to finally let his son's memory be a source of peace, not a death sentence. Barad's eyes go wide as he sees a vision of his son Ban, smiling and looking at him with nothing but love. The king finally breaks, tears streaming down his face as he realizes how mistaken he was. Hyun tells him he needs to keep living, not just for himself, but for the kingdom. He asks if Barad shouldn't focus on becoming a father his son can look down on and be proud of. Barad smiles through the tears, nodding as the heavy burden of guilt finally lifts from his shoulders. He looks up, his golden eyes clear for the first time in years, and says it's time to get out of this hellhole. Hyun supports the exhausted king as they slowly walk out of the collapsing boss room together. Bella is waiting at the exit, her eyes lighting up as she sees them emerge from the smoke. She runs forward, desperately asking if the king is safe. But right before Hyun can answer, a massive red system warning flashes across his vision. His temporary fire-resistant armor has expired, and his HP instantly drops to 0 from the residual heat. He offers a quick, reassuring smile to Bella before his body begins to dissolve into blue pixels. He disappears in a shower of light, leaving Barad leaning on Bella's shoulder. Barad collapses from pure exhaustion, muttering that the brave young kid actually saved him. Bella holds her king, looking at the spot where Hyun just died with absolute, unyielding respect. We open with a beautiful, sunny dream sequence filled with floating golden leaves. Barad is standing in a serene green field, looking completely at peace. He hears a familiar voice and turns around to see his son Ban running toward him. Barad is completely frozen, unable to believe his eyes. He reaches out as his son approaches with a bright, freckled smile. Ban takes his father's hands, explaining that he just came to say his final goodbyes. He tells his crying father that just like Hyun said, he wants him to be happy. He holding his father's hands tightly, bathed in a warm golden light. He tells him to live his own life to the fullest from now on, before slowly fading away into the wind. Barad calls out his name one last time as the dream dissolves into darkness. The king slowly opens his eyes in his royal bedchamber, a single tear running down his cheek. His attendants and knights instantly scramble to his bedside, completely overjoyed that he has finally awakened after 3 whole days. Barad sits up, touching his chest, and realizing his son actually came to visit him in his dreams. He looks at his hands, knowing this peace is entirely thanks to the young blacksmith who risked everything. He immediately orders his guards to bring Hyun to the palace right away. Shortly after, Barad is sitting in his luxurious private receiving room, staring out the sunny window. The heavy double doors creak open, and the attendant announces that blacksmith Hyun has arrived. Hyun steps into the room, wearing his standard dark traveler's gear. Barad offers a warm, genuine smile and tells him to rise, completely dropping the intimidating king persona. He asks Hyun how he's feeling after his sudden virtual death, gesturing for him to sit down. Hyun takes a seat, his posture relaxed but polite. Barad notes that even though players are immortal beings who can respawn, the experience of dying is still incredibly terrifying. He looks at Hyun with deep curiosity, asking why he would risk that pain to save a stranger. Hyun looks back calmly and says there are exactly 2 reasons for his actions. First, he wanted the king, who carried the exact same emotional weight of family trauma, to keep living. Barad touches his chest, deeply moved by the young man's mature emotional maturity. He smiles, asking what the second, highly anticipated reason is. Hyun rubs his neck with a cheeky grin, admitting he was also highly confident the king would pay him a massive mountain of cash. Barad's mouth twitches, completely caught off guard by the sheer, unadulterated honesty. He chuckles, loving the absolute confidence of this kid. He nods, saying Hyun's business instincts are entirely correct because he fully intends to pay his debts. The king pulls out a thick, beautifully sealed royal scroll and hands it over. Hyun accepts the heavy scroll, his hands shaking slightly as he unrolls the parchment. A massive blue system window flashes on screen, acquired 1,018,600 gold. Over 1 million gold. In this game's economy, that is equivalent to over 1 billion Korean won. Our guy just secured the ultimate generational bag for making 1 sword. Hyun instantly jumps out of his seat and bows so low his forehead almost touches the table, thanking the king. Barad laughs and tells him to sit back down, enjoying the hilarious reaction. The king looks toward the window, promising to live his life to the fullest so he won't be ashamed when he meets Ban again. He tells Hyun to do the same, fighting vigorously for his comatose father's eventual recovery. He looks back at Hyun with an incredibly warm expression, asking if he'll come visit the palace from time to time. He admits he has become genuinely curious about the future stories Hyun will write and the legendary achievements he'll pull off. Hyun smiles warmly, saying he'd be absolutely honored to swap stories with the king. Barad reaches out his hand, asking if he can officially call the young blacksmith his dear friend. Hyun looks completely stunned, his eyes widening at the sudden offer. 2 massive system windows pop up, max favorability achieved, and the legendary blessing of a dear friend passive has been permanently locked in. Hyun firmly shakes the king's hand, saying the honor is entirely his. But Barad isn't done handing out legendary tier benefits just yet. He turns back to his sword on the wall, stating he wants to pass down his personal swordsmanship style to Hyun. Suddenly, the heavy doors fly open as Goyad Knight Commander Benson storms into the room, looking completely outraged. Benson protests loudly, reminding the king that only prestigious successors like Lord are allowed to inherit the royal style. He insists that the royal family's secret martial arts require absolute qualifications, not just friendly favoritism. Barad holds up a hand, calmly stating he has zero intention of handing his style to just anyone. A new S-rank system quest window pops up right in front of Hyun's face. The S-rank skill quest Sword King's swordsmanship requires him to land 3 clean attacks on the Knight Commander himself. Barad smiles like a proud dad, telling Hyun that Benson will be the one testing his combat qualifications. With a 2-day grace period before the trial, Hyun logs out of Ares to handle some massive real-life upgrades. First things first, he visits the hospital, paying off his father's medical bills for the foreseeable future, and then signs a lease on a gorgeous, high-end modern apartment. He also visits his kind former landlady, presenting her with a beautifully wrapped thank you gift for overlooking his late rent payments. Now that his housing and family crises are officially resolved, he pulls out his phone to make one more important call. He rings his childhood best friend Ji-hoon, casually offering to buy him a high-end meal. We cut to a sizzling grill covered in premium marbled Korean beef. Ji-hoon is sitting across from him in an upscale restaurant, looking completely suspicious of this sudden wealth. He's stuffing his face with premium beef, laughing that he lived long enough to see his broke friend buy a luxury meal. Hyun simply smiles, saying he wanted to treat him because Ji-hoon gave him his second chance at life by buying that virtual reality capsule. Hyun reaches down, pulling out an expensive, sleek shopping bag from under the table. He slides the luxury bag across the table, telling a confused Ji-hoon that it's a personal thank you gift. Ji-hoon pulls out a high-end orange box, completely bewildered by the fancy wrapping. He opens the lid, revealing a pair of premium, sparkling leather loafers. His eyes almost pop out of his head as he realizes they are actual luxury Hermes shoes. Ji-hoon grabs Hyun by the shoulders, completely losing his mind and asking where on earth he got the cash for designer wear. Let's be real, we all need a best friend like Hyun who secures the bag and immediately drips out the homies. Hyun calmly sips his drink, adding that he also wired the full cost of the virtual reality capsule back into Ji-hoon's bank account. Ji-hoon hugs his luxury shoes, tears in his eyes as he drunkenly screams his appreciation for his absolute Chad of a best friend. He looks at Hyun with deep emotional gratitude, but Hyun just deadpans and stuffs a giant piece of hot beef directly into his mouth to shut him up. Hyun tells him to stop being weird and just eat his expensive meat as the night sky settles over the city. We get a beautiful transition shot of the luxury Korean barbecue restaurant under a crescent moon. The next day, we log back into Ares, cutting to the massive, sun-drenched training courtyard of the royal palace. Hyun stands in the center of the arena, facing Knight Commander Benson, while Barad watches from his throne. Benson grips the hilt of his massive greatsword, the steel shining brightly in the sun. He draws the blade, warning Hyun that he has zero intention of going easy on him just because he's the king's new favorite. The commander takes a heavy, low-combat stance, radiating the aura of a high-level master knight. Benson pauses, looking slightly confused as Hyun reaches into his inventory. Instead of drawing a sword, Hyun pulls out a massive, heavy chunk of volcanic anvil stone, looking completely relaxed. He offering a confident, friendly smile as the chapter ends. I look forward to working with you, Commander! We open with a massive burst of blue energy as Hyun pulls out his weapon. Benson is completely blinded by the light, squinting through the glare. Hyun stands tall, holding a sleek, glowing silver blade. Benson lowers his arm, letting out a confused hum. He looks at the blade and scoffs, complaining that it looks like a completely ordinary basic-tier sword. He calls Hyun's choice a foolish judgment, completely unimpressed. He takes a heavy stance, asking if Hyun seriously thinks he can defeat the kingdom's knight commander. Benson lunges forward in a blur of movement, his greatsword slicing through the air. Benson strikes down, but Hyun manages to raise his blade just in time to block the overhead hit. Benson smiles, mockingly asking why Hyun would make a custom sword with such pathetically low durability. The clashing steel rings out as Hyun's blade instantly shatters into dozens of sharp fragments. Benson expects to win, but the shattered shards don't fall. Instead, they swirl around him like a swarm of magic daggers. The metal fragments rain down on his armor, repeatedly tapping against his breastplate. Benson is forced to jump backward, completely flabbergasted by the bizarre attack. Hyun calmly walks forward with a smug smile, asking if the rules were simply to land successful attacks. The system pop-ups completely flood the screen, 1 hit, 18 hits, 34 hits, for a grand total of 59 successful hits in 1 second. Hyun points out there was absolutely no rule against using a fragmenting sword, leaving Benson sweating in disbelief. Benson looks at the kid, completely speechless. He pauses, his tone turning incredibly serious as he asks who Hyun actually is. Hyun reaches into his inventory, summoning his sss-rank replicating hammer. He strikes a legendary pose, proudly declaring his SSS class title, the God of Blacksmiths. Benson's eyes literally pop out of his head. The rigid commander instantly drops to his knees, bowing so hard his head hits the stone while begging Hyun to bless the kingdom. We cut to the interior of the palace hallways. Hyun is walking with his head down, looking completely exhausted from all the sudden social pressure. Still, the cheese tactic worked. He successfully unlocked the king's personal swordsmanship, though he notes that high-level swordsmen in this game all seem to have the exact same overdramatic personality. Due to his low level, he could only learn the first 3 chapters, Beast's Aura, Raging Torrent Sword, and Sword's Cry. The system notes he can unlock the remaining chapters once he raises his skill proficiency. Hyun arrives at the royal office, the palace guards bowing deeply as he approaches. The massive, ornate white doors swing open with a soft click. Barad is sitting at his desk, with Bella standing dutifully by his side. Hyun steps inside, stating he has a very important request for his royal friend. He brings up the legendary S-grade material. He needs more of the 100-year cold iron. Barad crosses his arms, looking slightly regretful. He sighs, dropping the bad news that the piece he gave him for the royal sword was the very last of his supply. Hyun's soul literally leaves his body. His entire master plan is completely cooked. Barad tells him not to despair just yet. He reveals that cold iron can still be harvested from the restricted royal territory, the Frost Mine. Hyun asks if it's really alright for a player to just stroll into a restricted royal mining zone. Barad looks over at his silver-haired knight. He orders Bella to act as Hyun's personal guide and bodyguard for the duration of the trip. He adds with a smirk that the experience will be incredibly beneficial for her training too. Bella looks hesitant but bows her head, accepting her new role as the blacksmith's babysitter. We cut to a scenic transition of the kingdom's central plaza. Barad is standing on a massive balcony, making a public speech announcing the successful subjugation of the fire dungeon. The live stream chat is completely losing its mind, spamming praise for the legendary king. But then, several sharp-eyed players notice the freezing blue aura radiating from the king's new sword. The chat immediately explodes with questions as they spot the signature engraving Hyun on the hilt. They recall that the tournament winner's legendary arrows also had that exact same name written on them. We cut to the real world, where Nell is showing Hyunsu the forums on her phone. The game community is currently going crazy, with hundreds of thousands of players trying to find the mysterious blacksmith. Hyunsu is sitting in his new luxury apartment, staring at his phone in deep thought. Thanks to the king's public speech, his forge's in-game follower count has skyrocketed to over 310,000. He scrolls through the feed, seeing Barad's stream still trending at number 1. He wonders what would happen to the market if the player base found out he was both the tournament champion and the legendary smith. He decides he needs to keep a low profile for a while to prevent getting swarmed by top guilds. He clenches his fist, reminding himself that he still has a mountain of grinding to do before his father wakes up. But before heading back into the capsule, he decides to draft a quick text message. He notes there's one specific person in the real world he hasn't properly thanked yet. We cut to a dark office where the real estate investor Bark is working late at his computer. Bark is scrolling through the raid news, sighing at Barad's achievement. He laments that high-level dungeons are still completely impossible for standard players. He remembers entering the Salamander dungeon multiple times for his class change quest, but the extreme heat simply melts all of his high-tier shields and armor. Even with millions of dollars, there simply isn't any usable fire-resistant gear on the auction house. He wonders if there are any decent master craftsmen capable of making custom gear for a tank. Suddenly, his phone vibrates aggressively on his desk. A text notification pops up from tenant Hyunsu, stating he's contacting him to keep his previous promise. Bark smiles warmly, completely unaware that his former broke tenant is the literal server-famous savior of the king. Hashtag Chapter 24. We open right where we left off, with Bark staring at his buzzing phone. The message from Hyunsu is polite, asking to fulfill the promise they made during the forged transaction. Bark reads the screen, looking slightly puzzled. He pauses, trying to recall what specific promise the young kid is talking about. Then, his eyes go wide as a memory clicks. Ah. The kid promised to craft him a custom in-game weapon to thank him for holding onto the forge. Bark's phone buzzes again as Hyunsu asks if there are any specific stats or effects he needs for the artifact. Bark stares at the screen, a wild thought crossing his mind. He asks Hyunsu what level he is, and when the kid replies level 59, Bark sighs internally, thinking the kid is way too low level to make anything useful for a level 231 tank. Still, he doesn't want to hurt the kid's feelings, so he politely replies that he'd appreciate whatever he can make. Bark leans back in his leather chair, letting out a long breath. He looks at the news article about Blacksmith Hyun on his screen. He wonders if he should try to send a commission request to this famous legendary smith instead. But he quickly dismisses the idea, sighing that a world-famous master wouldn't waste time on an unranked player. The absolute glorious irony of this billionaire dismissing his own tenant while desperately looking for him is peak comedy. Bark decides he'll try to contact the legendary smith anyway, completely clueless as the scene transitions. Next, we're back in Ares, standing before the majestic, snow-capped peaks of the restricted frost mine. Hyun steps onto the snowy path, and a massive blue system window greets him. He's the very first player to ever enter this royal zone, unlocking a massive double EXP buff for a whole week. He turns to Bella with a bright smile, asking if she's ever been to this icy mountain before. Bella looks cold and aloof as always, flatly stating it's her first time too. Suddenly, a young local miner carrying a pickaxe spots them, demanding to know how outsiders got past the royal guards. Bella steps forward with her usual military authority, presenting the official royal seal. The young miner's eyes light up like Christmas, completely starstruck by the golden royal emblem. He introduces himself as Banya and immediately shakes hands with Hyun, who introduces himself as Blacksmith Hyunsu. Banya's friendly face quickly turns serious as he explains he still can't let them wander around the restricted zone, but fortunately, his father happens to be the captain of the entire mining operation. He offers to guide them directly to his dad's camp, happily leading the way. Bella watches the friendly interaction, looking completely unamused by the lack of military discipline. As they walk deeper into the tunnels, Hyun spots a strange hexagonal blue magic barrier. Behind the glowing shield is a terrifying pack of ice-grafted wolves and spiders. Banya casually explains that the sealed cave is actually a dangerous monster zone. Centuries ago, the creatures overran the mine, but a legendary wizard managed to seal them behind this barrier. Hyun, squinting through the blue glass, noticing the glowing blue crystals growing on the backs of the monsters. He realizes that those glowing crystals are the actual raw cold iron ores he needs. Banya turns serious, warning Hyun that getting greedy in there is a literal death sentence. Sure, you can walk through the barrier, but surviving the aggressive high-level monsters inside is practically impossible. The Chibi trio sighs, wishing they could safely mine the most valuable vein in the mountain. Banya laughs it off, saying they should just be happy they can work safely outside the barrier. They finally arrive at the main excavation site where a group of muscular miners is working. Banya yells out, calling for his father to meet their special royal guests. Hyun offers a polite wave as Banya leaves them to return to his shift. Bella's sharp eyes narrow, watching the young miner walk away. She notices something slightly off about his gait but keeps it to herself. Her analytical gaze lingers on the kid for a second. File that detail away, it's going to matter later. Hyun turns around to address the burly man standing before them. The man looks at the strange combination of a royal knight and a low-level traveler. Meet miner Captain Rek, a level 231 powerhouse who looks like he eats rocks for breakfast. Rek crosses his massive arms, bluntly asking what brings such a bizarre duo to his mine. Hyun steps forward, confidently stating he is searching for 100-year cold iron or an ore superior to it. Rek's eyes go narrow, his inner thoughts revealing that a superior ore indeed exists deep inside, but he has zero intention of sharing that sacred information with a greedy, low-level outsider. If the location of such a legendary mineral gets leaked to the public, the entire peaceful mine would instantly turn into a chaotic war zone for greedy high-level guilds. But since Hyun has the official backing of the royal family, he can't just throw him out. So Rek decides to set an impossible task to politely force the kid to give up and leave. He asks Hyun if he has ever mined a single piece of ore in his entire life, and Hyun flatly replies, no. Rek chuckles, stating that an average professional miner extracts only 3 ores per day. If Hyun can somehow mine 40 high-grade ores in 1 week completely by himself, he'll share the secret. A massive blue quest window pops up right in front of Hyun, an A-rank quest with a tight 1-week deadline and a massive information reward. Rek grins, confidently asking if the pampered city boy is ready to accept the offer. Hyun clenches his fist, his expression turning incredibly sharp. He looks up with a competitive smirk, asking what happens if he manages to mine way more than just 40. Rek laughs out loud at the absolute hubris, promising that if Hyun succeeds, he will personally mine and carry whatever Hyun needs, as long as he receives zero help. Hyun smiles, saying it's a solid promise, and tells the captain he'll see him in exactly 7 days. Rek suddenly turns around, yelling at Banya, who was clearly hiding behind a minecart and eavesdropping. He grabs his mischievous son by the collar, dragging him away while Banya screams in comedic pain. Bella steps up to Hyun, asking why on earth he would deliberately provoke a high-level NPC like that. Hyun strikes a confident pose, raising his hand toward the ceiling. In a flash of bright blue data, he summons his newly crafted hybrid tool, the Damascus sword, also a pickaxe. He grins like an absolute menace, holding the glowing golden pickaxe. Bella is left completely sweat-dropping, realizing the king has befriended a highly unstable individual. 1 week later, the sun is setting over the snowy peaks of the frost mine. Rek is sitting on a rock, confidently thinking that the arrogant outsider has probably given up. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerges from the deep, freezing mist of the mine shaft. Hyun walks out, his face covered in dirt, looking like a battle-hardened veteran miner. Rek smiles, welcoming him back and mockingly asking to see his pathetic results. Hyun smiles warmly, holding out his glowing hand. He drops a single, flawless blue crystal ore onto the ground. Rek smirked, thinking that a single piece of ore is exactly what he expected from a novice. But then, Hyun opens his inventory, dumping a massive, mountain-sized pile of glowing blue and gold ores right onto the snow. Rek's eyes literally bulge out of his head, his jaw hitting the icy floor in complete, unadulterated shock. Hyun wiping the sweat from his brow, casually noting that he managed to mine exactly 200 high-grade ores in 7 days. Rex screams in absolute terror, asking if this random kid is secretly the reincarnated spirit of the legendary miner. Hyun's mouth curves into a hilarious, smug grin. He shrugs, casually stating that he's really just a completely regular, ordinary blacksmith. The screen reveals the stats of his unique grade Damascus sword pickaxe, featuring plus 170% rock cutting power and nearly infinite durability. The episode ends on a hilarious chibi Hyun holding his game-breaking mining tool, completely ready to exploit the rest of the mine's resources. He stares at the glowing hill of 200 legendary ores, completely unable to process the math. He slowly closes his mouth, his ego thoroughly shattered by a level 59 kid. He crossing his arms and admits that our guy accomplished this in his own brilliant way. He formally apologizes, admitting he expected a low-tier gimmick but got a masterclass instead. He takes off his hard hat, his voice turning incredibly warm. He extends his hand, offering a giant handshake of pure respect. Hyun takes his hand with a confident smile, glad he didn't have to fight a level 231 tank today. Our guy immediately invites Vice Commander Bella to join their celebratory dinner, and Rex happily agrees. We cut to the local mining tavern, which is absolutely popping off with muscular men drinking ale, but the real main event is Bella, who is currently chugging a giant wooden tankard of beer like a college student at 3 a.m. Hyun and Banya are sweat-dropping, politely asking her to slow down before she starts trying to fight the furniture. Bella just glares over the rim of her tankard, ignoring them because she prefers to drink her feelings in silence. Suddenly, a massive hand slams down on Hyun's shoulder. A red-faced miner leans over him, asking if it's true that he actually mined 200 minerals completely alone. Hyun casually sips his drink, admitting he picked up about 20 pieces of rare cold iron along the way. The entire tavern erupts in cheers as the miner begs him to show off his secret tool. Hyun smiles, reaching into his inventory and summoning his custom Damascus sword pickaxe. The glowing tool materializes over his palm, and the surrounding miners gasp like they just saw a brand new iPhone reveal. He uses a cute hand-drawn graphic to explain how the tool boosts mining efficiency by over 200%. He adds that it can also instantly transform into a razor-sharp sword with massive bonus-cutting power against solid stone. Bella sits in the corner, quietly observing how incredibly passionate he gets whenever he talks about his own crafts. Rex wraps his arm around Hyun's neck, yelling that they can't let a rookie blacksmith outmine their entire squad tomorrow. The miners crowd around him, pouring more drinks and officially welcoming him to the family. Our guy is laughing and cheering, officially securing max popularity points with the local faction. We cut to the next morning, standing before the massive blue hexagonal magic seal. Rex leads them to the very edge of the barrier, pointing inside. Hyun deadpans, asking if the legendary raw iron vein was literally sitting right behind this deadly force field the entire time. He points out that the captain previously said they couldn't enter because of the high-level monsters. Rex laughs, admitting the iron is in there, but says surviving the monster horde is entirely Hyun's problem to solve. He slaps Hyun on the back, basically saying good luck, don't die, and turns to walk away. He tells Hyun he'll be working at a nearby site if he has any questions, leaving him with a cheeky wave. But right as Rex walks away, a massive red system warning pops up. Hyun is left completely stunned as the system alerts him that a new main scenario episode has just triggered. It turns out the ancient magic barrier set up by the mage Valen 100 years ago has officially reached its expiration date. The system warning flashes red. The barrier sealing away the high-level monsters will completely shatter in 3 minutes. Hyun immediately runs after Rex, screaming at him to halt. He yells that the barrier is about to fail and they need to evacuate the entire mining crew immediately. Rex looks confused, scoffing that a barrier that's been perfectly fine for a century wouldn't just suddenly fail, but his words are cut short as a massive earthquake shakes the entire cavern floor. Bella and Hyun look back in horror as giant cracks begin spreading across the blue hexagonal energy shield. Massive boulders begin raining down from the ceiling, crushing the mining equipment. Hyun blocks his face as the cave-in begins, dust completely blinding the crew. Rex immediately switches to captain mode, screaming for everyone to drop their gear and run for the exit. Hyun pulls Bella back, yelling that the high-level monster horde is about to flood the entire zone. One of the miners runs past, screaming that several of their comrades are still trapped deeper inside the crumbling tunnels. The other miners refuse to leave, shouting that they won't leave their family members behind to get eaten. Hyun looks at their determined faces, realizing these NPCs are acting with genuine human bravery. Rex stands firm, grabbing his pickaxe and refusing to abandon his men to the monsters. He grunts that the emergency magic designed to prevent total mine collapses should activate any second now. But Hyun's face goes dark, knowing the system already warned him that the emergency magic is completely glitched. He checks his interface, trying to figure out how to cheese this high-level crisis. An A-rank emergency quest triggers, save the miners. 58 are trapped inside, and 38 are vulnerable outside. The system prompts him that his final quest rewards will scale directly based on how many miners survive the raid. Hyun grits his teeth, his expression turning cold. He hates how the game developers treat these living, breathing NPCs as mere point multipliers. To him, they are real people with families, just like his father. He draws his Damascus sword, his resolve solidifying. He tells Bella to stay back and protect the fleeing miners while he holds the front line. He takes a heavy stance right in front of the cracking barrier, his cape fluttering in the wind. Bella looks completely terrified, asking if he has a literal death wish for stepping forward again. Hyun offers a cool, confident smile, reminding her of his favorite line, "Outsiders don't truly die." He stands alone against the massive blue wall, his silhouette looking incredibly heroic as the stone crumbles. A giant, level 113 stone troll slams against the cracking barrier, ready to paint the walls red. The magical shield is completely covered in deep fractures, on the verge of shattering into dust. Hyun gulps, realizing his standard Damascus sword won't have enough damage output to clear this massive horde. He knows that trying to solo a level 110+ dungeon with basic gear is absolute suicide. He needs a massive, wide-area crowd control skill to freeze them all in place. He raises his hands, a blinding blue light gathering over his fingers. He activates Divine Emergency Crafting, but this time he pours large quantities of his raw cold iron into the fusion. His eyes glow with pure blue power as the system processes the massive mineral load. The sheer volume of rare material forces the crafting system to bypass its standard limits. He materializes a colossal, glowing ice greatsword that radiates absolute zero temperatures. The system countdown flashes on screen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The barrier shatters with a massive explosion, a wave of hot dust and monsters flooding the tunnel. Hyun looks up at the massive horde, telling them to come at him. A giant rocky fist slams down onto the stone floor, shaking the entire cavern. Dozens of high-level stone trolls, orcs, and wolves charge forward, their eyes glowing with century-long hunger. The system notes that the greatsword's standard 30-second usage limit is ignored, but it will completely disintegrate after unleashing exactly one physical strike. Hyun smiles, stating that as long as he stands at this gate, not a single monster will touch his friends. He leaps high into the air, raising the giant frozen blade over his head as the chapter ends. Chapter 26. We open with the massive level 113 stone troll swinging its giant stone sword at our hero. Hyun dodges in midair, letting out a warrior cry as he brings down his colossal frozen blade. He strikes the stone floor, activating the greatsword's ultimate skill, Storm of Frost. A spectacular giant glacier of jagged ice spikes erupts from the ground, tearing through the monsters. The high-level stone wolves are instantly pierced and frozen solid in midair. The entire vanguard of the monster horde is turned into beautiful, harmless ice sculptures in a single second. As promised, the temporary cold iron greatsword shatters into glowing blue dust after the strike. Hyun lands lightly on the ground, holding only his empty hilt. He looks at his hands, completely amazed by the raw damage output of S-grade materials. He notes that when you actually use proper, high-end minerals, the SSS class skills produce literal miracles. Behind him, the massive frozen trolls are completely locked in ice, unable to move a single muscle. But our guy doesn't celebrate, realizing there are still dozens of active monsters deeper inside the cave. He looks back and hears the desperate screams of the miners trying to dig out their trapped friends. The system pop-up flashes, reminding him that his final rewards depend entirely on saving all 96 miners. Hyun's expression softens as he watches the miners risk their lives to dig through the rubble. He remembers how he once threw himself into a raging fire to save his comatose father, realizing these NPCs are doing the exact same thing for their loved ones. They aren't just lines of code to him anymore. A fresh wave of stone orcs and wolves emerges from the dark tunnels, growling aggressively. The massive monsters charge, their red eyes locked onto the retreating workers. Hyun takes a deep breath, swearing he will protect every single one of them. He leaps forward, plans to act as a decoy and lure the entire horde into the empty side dungeons. The monsters take the bait, roaring as they turn their attention away from the miners and chase after Hyun. Hyun draws his trusty Damascus sword in a flash of bright light. A giant stone orc swings a massive wooden club down, but Hyun slides underneath the strike. He runs along the cave wall, dodging claws and teeth in a spectacular display of high-speed parkour. He ducks beneath a charging stone wolf, the creature's claws missing his hair by millimeters. He leaps off a boulder, spinning in midair to slash at the surrounding monsters. He parries multiple incoming strikes, the impact of steel on stone ringing out through the cave. His eyes go sharp as he lands, realizing he's surrounded by at least 5 high-level enemies. A giant stone troll raises a massive boulder over its head, preparing to crush him into a pancake. Hyun smiles, tightly gripping the hilt of his Damascus sword with both hands. He channels his mana, a bright blue light wrapping around his blade. It's time to debut his new royal skill. He leaps forward into the center of the mob. He swings, activating the Sword King's Swordsmanship Chapter 2, Sword of Surging Waves. A massive high-pressure wave of kinetic energy erupts from the blade, slicing the troll in half. The entire chamber is engulfed in a beautiful blue blast of wind, completely vaporizing the surrounding monsters. The dust settles, and Hyun looks back to see the remaining creatures collapsing into stone fragments. He stands in the center of the silent cavern, surrounded by glowing loot drops. He smiles, thinking it was a spectacular idea to spend those 2 weeks grinding his swordsmanship proficiency. He looks at his blade, completely amazed by the sheer power of Barad's personal combat style. The system stats show that Sword of Surging Waves deals 100% bonus damage and a massive 140% bonus on critical hits. Seriously, this skill is so broken it literally makes physical combat classes look like a joke. Let me know in the comments if you think the devs need to nerf this blacksmith immediately. The blast wave clears the remaining rubble, opening up the blocked escape routes. Hyun falls to one knee, panting heavily as his stamina bar finally hits rock bottom. He looks up, realizing the scale of the destruction he just caused with a single active skill. He collapses onto his back, completely exhausted but thoroughly satisfied. The system pop-ups flash in celebration. Quest cleared. All 96 miners survived with 0 casualties. Our guy smiles, glad that everyone managed to make it out safely. But then, a highly interesting system prompt appears. By guiding the situation, you can receive a greater reward from Foreman Rex. Hyun stares at the screen, blinking in confusion. Guide the situation... His exhaustion instantly vanishes, replaced by a massive scammer smile. If the system is offering free premium rewards, he is legally obligated to act as dramatically injured as humanly possible. He grabs his sword, leaning on it to look incredibly weak and battered. We cut to the entrance, where Rex is carrying a wounded miner up a wooden ladder. Rex yells to the crowd that everyone has been successfully rescued with 0 casualties. The miners cheer and hug each other, crying tears of pure joy in a massive celebration. Bella stands in the crowd, looking around frantically for her missing blacksmith. She walks up to Rex, quietly mentioning that Hyun went deep into the dungeon completely alone to draw away the horde. Rex freezes and then screams to the crowd that their savior is still trapped inside the monster nest. The miners go dead silent, completely horrified to realize the young outsider sacrificed himself for them. Rex slams his pickaxe down, his face covered in tears of deep shame. He yells that they can't call themselves a family if they leave their benefactor behind to die. He rallies every single able-bodied miner, and the entire crew charges back into the dark cave carrying torches. Banya and Bella run at the front of the search party, screaming Hyun's name into the darkness. Rex's booming voice echoes through the tunnels, desperate to find the kid. Suddenly, Banya points to a dark corner, spotting a figure sitting against the rock wall. It's Hyun, sitting in a perfectly dramatic, dim spotlight with his head down. The search party gasps, rushing toward him while yelling that he looks fatally wounded. Bella slides to her knees and cradles him in her arms, her face filled with genuine panic. But as she holds him close, she pauses. Wait. His heart rate is perfectly stable and his physical status bar is completely green. She stares at him in confusion, and Hyun quietly reaches out to squeeze her hand. He leans in and whispers in her ear, "Shh, please stay still and let me cook for a second." He then turns back to the crowd, coughing weakly and saying he was just lucky to survive the brutal fight. Rex drops to his knees, grabbing Hyun's hand and crying tears of pure, unadulterated guilt. He begs for forgiveness, saying he is deeply ashamed for treating such a saintly young man with suspicion. He cries that he only offered him basic hospitality, yet Hyun risked his life in return. Hyun offers a weak, heroic smile, softly saying he couldn't stand by after seeing how much the miners cared for each other. He lets out a perfectly timed, dramatic cough, looking like a martyr. Rex is completely sobbing now, calling him his most foolish, beloved friend. He aggressively pulls Hyun into a massive, bone-crushing hug, screaming that the Frostmine will never forget his kindness. Bella stands in the background, her left eye twitching as she watches this absolute masterclass in emotional manipulation. Rex yells for the miners to carefully carry their precious benefactor back to the camp. Rex supports Hyun on his shoulder, his face filled with deep pride and respect. The system pop-up flashes, confirming that Foreman Rex and the 95 miners will officially treat him as their ultimate hero. Our guy smirks to himself, extremely pleased with how perfectly his scam worked out. He looks back at the Rolling Stones, thinking that a little theatrical drama goes a long way for securing legendary rewards. He walks away supported by Rex, looking back over his shoulder. He gives Bella a massive, cheeky thumbs up behind the foreman's back. Rex promises to treat him to his finest, most expensive private reserve wine tonight. Bella's face turns into a literal demon mask of absolute disgust. Our guy is finally waking up in a clean bed, feeling completely refreshed after pulling off the ultimate fake injury performance. Before he can even stretch, Banya bursts into the room screaming like his house is on fire. He runs back out to announce to the entire village that their savior is alive. Foreman Rex then kicks the door open with enough force to wake up the dead. Hyunsu, playing along with his saintly hero persona, asks if everyone is safe. The entire mining crew is crowding the hallway, throwing up thumbs up like a proud meme template. Rex sits down next to him, his giant, rugged face suddenly looking dead serious. He places a heavy, leather-gloved hand on the bed. He has a massive confession to make. Hyunsu tells him to speak freely, probably expecting another round of crying. Rex tells the boys to bring in the hall. Dozens of heavy boots start marching into the room. Today, we are mining solely for you! Our guy is stunned. They want to repay him for throwing himself into a horde of level 110 monsters. They promise to retrieve the legendary 1,000-year cold iron he was looking for. Hyunsu tries to play it cool, thanking them for the absurdly generous gesture. Rex looks at him with pure, unadulterated respect. The miners leave the room to start their shift, leaving the air smelling like pure sweat and gratitude. But Rex stays behind, coughing awkwardly. He says his son has something incredibly important to ask. Banya steps forward, his fists clenching so hard they are practically vibrating. My benefactor. He drops to one knee right there on the dusty floor. Please allow me to follow you. Before Hyunsu can even process this sudden marriage proposal, a massive blue system window pops up. Banya is swearing eternal loyalty. The game is literally asking Hyunsu if he wants to take an epic NPC as his personal retainer. Meanwhile, at the Ares Special User Management Team headquarters, a developer is violently pulling her hair out. User Hyunsu has done it again! He doesn't even have a guild. She screams about how an epic tier NPC with legendary potential just offered to become a low-level blacksmith servant, meaning her weekend plans are officially ruined. Back in the bedroom, Hyunsu is frantically waving his hands, telling Banya to get up. But Banya is locked in. He saw how Hyunsu fought. He witnessed the customized Damascus pickaxe, the glacier summoning greatsword, and the absolute sacrifice. To him, this isn't just a high-level player, this is a god. He swears an oath. He will mine, swing, and dig for him until his hands fall off. He begs to be accepted as his vassal. Hyunsu stares at the kid's face, realizing this isn't some generic NPC dialogue sequence. Banya starts to panic, thinking his low stats make him unworthy. Our guy quickly explains that he just doesn't have a guild base set up yet. He extends a hand. I will send a messenger for you once the base is ready. Banya's eyes literally turn into anime sparkles. Until then, stay with the miners, Banya. The kid screams in pure joy, leaping forward to tackle hug Hyunsu with the force of a small truck. The system officially registers the contract. Hyunsu awkwardly pats his new underling's back while checking the menu. Banya's stats are absolutely cracked. Level 165, infinite stamina, and an epic tier growth rate. Our guy smiles. The scam was good, but the reward is a walking cheat code. Banya asks when they will reunite. It won't take too long. Rex watches from the side, looking like a dad who just watched his son graduate from Harvard. A few days later, outside the massive frost portal, the mining hall is complete. Rex pushes a giant cart wrapped in heavy white linen. This is... He whips off the sheet to reveal a glowing mountain of unique grade 1,000-year cold iron. Bella leans in from behind, whispering, Bet you're glad you scammed them now. Hyunsu quickly muffs her mouth, shushing her before the miners realize their saint is a fraud. He turns back to the crowd, putting on his best gentle hero smile. Everyone, thank you for everything. Banya is already crying tears the size of basketballs. Hyunsu waves goodbye as they prepare to teleport, but before he goes, he pulls out a custom-forged tool, a unique hybrid pickaxe designed to siphon extra rare materials back to Hyunsu's inventory. Banya holds the tool like it's a holy sword from a myth. He screams his loyalty to the heavens, leaving Hyunsu feeling slightly guilty about the automation. The portal flares with blue light as they step through. Bella watches him in silence as they warp. Even though he's a complete scammer, he didn't hesitate to save those lives. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Hyunsu asks her if she just called him cool. She instantly flushes red and runs away. A few days later, in the scorching entrance of the Salamander's dungeon, a massive tank is sitting on a rock, letting out a heavy, depressed sigh. This is Bark. He has failed this dungeon run so many times he has lost count. Even the server's 11th ranked blacksmith couldn't craft a shield strong enough to survive the boss. Suddenly, a metallic messenger falcon cuts through the volcanic smoke. A system prompt appears. Master Hyunsu has sent you a gift. Bark is confused. Hyunsu? He's level 59. What could he possibly send me? He taps the screen anyway, figuring it's a cheap health potion. The loading screen starts to buffer with a weird golden light. Bark's eyes slowly widen. A massive heatwave erupts from the digital container. What is this? Is the game glitching? Hashtag Part 2, Chapter 28 Recap Script. Bark hovers his finger over the confirmation prompt, still completely skeptical. He presses YES as the volcanic ash swirls around him. The holographic screen starts to flash with a blinding divine light. His tiny chibi avatar looks absolutely bamboozled. He looks at the item description and his heart nearly stops. It is Hyun's custom-made shield, a unique grade masterpiece with over 12,000 durability and 201% fire resistance. He pulls the massive golden shield out of his inventory, his hands literally trembling. The face of Medusa is engraved in the metal, her snake hair looking incredibly lifelike. To craft something inspired by the Aegis, this isn't a level 59 item. This is a work of art. He checks his quest timer. He has exactly 1 hour and 37 minutes left. He stands up, looking at the massive, fiery gateway of the dungeon. He grips the handle of the shield, a confident smile returning to his face. With this, I can actually win. Bark marches straight into the sea of magma. Meanwhile, in the grand white and gold reception room of the Goyard Kingdom, Nell is sitting across from Hyunsu, sipping tea like a wealthy noble. She asks him how his real-life situation is going. Hyunsu looks down. He explains that he has been spending all his offline time at the hospital, caring for his comatose father. He hasn't regained consciousness yet, but I refuse to give up hope. Nell looks at him, her usual sharp business persona softening for a split second. She immediately claps her hands to change the subject. Right! Let's talk about the guild! She slaps down a stack of heavily researched strategy documents. We need to start as a small, elite group of players. Her master plan is simple. Elevate Hyunsu to become the most famous blacksmith on the server. If they recruit random low-level players, it will slow down their progression. The fastest way for a guild to gain fame is to have a single, legendary star, and that star is you. She asks if he has any potential founding members in mind. Hyunsu immediately thinks of his friend Ji-hoon, and then his mind goes completely blank. I haven't really made many friends in this game, he admits, rubbing his neck. But then, a sudden realization hits him. Wait! There is one more person! Nell types on her holographic keyboard. What is their username? Bark. She searches the database. His information is set to private. I've never heard of him. She frowns, crossing her arms. You're recommending a complete stranger to be a founding member? Hyunsu looks at his hands, remembering the real world. When I was at my lowest, when I had nothing, he was willing to sacrifice his own interests to help me. Nell narrows her eyes, her corporate instinct kicking in. Sacrificed his interests? Is he a businessman? Yes, in real estate. Nell lets out a long, exhausted sigh. Hyunsu, you are incredibly naive. A high-level businessman is going to look at your sss-rank class and try to turn you into a literal gold farm. Hyunsu looks her dead in the eye. He would never do that. He is the one person I can trust completely. Nell stares at him, surprised by his absolute certainty. She sighs, giving up the argument. She slams both hands on the table, leaning forward. Fine, but I have to meet him first to verify his character. Until then, you must keep it a secret that you are the legendary blacksmith Hyun. Hyunsu freezes. Ah, I actually just sent him a shield with Hyun engraved on it. Nell screams. Cut back to Salamander's dungeon. A massive explosion of fire. A giant lizard-like volcanic beast lunges at Bark, baring its fangs. Bark slams the Medusa shield forward. the shield's passive activates, releasing an absolute zero blast of frost. The monster is instantly frozen and shattered into a million ice crystals in the middle of a lava lake. Bark looks at the shield, completely blown away. I can't believe it. It has every single stat I needed. He turns the shield over to inspect the gold handle, and there, engraved in delicate, elegant handwriting, is the single character, Hyun. Bark smiles. Hyunsu, you actually managed to get the server's most famous blacksmith to make this for me? He thinks his tenant spent a fortune commissioning this item just to help him. Suddenly, the magma below him begins to boil violently. A giant shadow looms over him. A massive claw slams down, sending Bark flying across the stone platform. The Fire Queen's avatar rises from the lava. Her body is made of dark, swirling plasma and liquid flame. She fires a barrage of magma projectiles, obliterating the stone pillars around him. The cavern is literally collapsing from the sheer heat of her presence. She glides forward, her burning eyes locking onto the golden shield. She senses the holy, freezing energy of the Aegis. Bark raises the shield just in time as she unleashes a torrent of fire. Steam screams as ice and fire collide. How amusing that a mortal can block my attack. Tell me the name of the one who crafted that. She fires a concentrated laser of black flame, cracking the stone beneath Bark's feet. If you refuse, not only will I kill you here, but my main body will hunt you across the world. Bark grits his teeth. If an S-rank boss hunts him, he'll literally have to delete his character. He digs his boots into the melting stone. But I will never betray my friend's secret just to save my own skin, the boss laughs, her face contorting into pure malice. She prepares her ultimate spell, the air around her turning into a vacuum of heat. The Fire Queen's avatar casts Death Hand! A colossal hand of molten rock slams down on Bark, burying him in fire. His HP bar drops like a rock, stopping at a critical 33 points. He is burning, his armor melting, but he refuses to let go of the shield. In his mind, he sees Hyunsu's face, the kid with the burn scars who never gave up, who worked himself to the bone to save his father's forge. This isn't just an item! This is a gift from my friend! Bark roars. The Medusa engraving on the shield suddenly opens its eyes, glowing with a blinding blue light. Hidden skill! Aegis's ice activates! A colossal pillar of frost erupts from the shield, freezing the entire volcanic cavern solid in a fraction of a second. The Fire Queen's avatar is completely encased in a mountain of ice. The ice shatters, taking the boss's HP to 0. The giant glacier crumbles, leaving Bark standing in a frozen wasteland. Ding! Class quest completed. He has obtained the legendary Fire Dragon armor set. The ceiling of the dungeon begins to collapse from the shockwave. Bark dives through the falling debris, sliding out of the entrance. He lands on the outer platform, panting heavily. Another system window pops up. Hidden piece, qualification test completed. You did not reveal your companion's name even when threatened with death. You have been granted the qualification of one who grows. The screen glows with a massive gold legendary crest. Hidden class advancement? So, Bark successfully cleared the system's hidden loyalty test by keeping our guy's identity a secret under extreme duress. And for his absolute loyalty to his companion, the system rewards him with the qualifications of a growing one, which officially transitions his ordinary tank class into an epic tier growing tanker, a class that can literally scale all the way to legendary. The system describes it as a mythic protector class built specifically to shield precious people from harm. Bark is sitting there in the volcanic ruins looking like he just won the lottery and can't believe the ticket was real. Before he can celebrate his new overpowered status, a system warning pops up reminding him that he's still a solo player. The system highly recommends joining a guild to maximize his new defensive passives. Bark gets this knowing grin on his face, realizing he has a very important phone call to make to his favorite tenant. Cut to a bustling local tavern where players are drinking and chatting about the latest server news. The doorbell chimes as Bark walks in, wearing high-tier armor that is practically glowing with endgame stat points. Hyunsu waves him over to the corner booth where he and Nell are currently incognito. The other players in the tavern start whispering immediately, assuming some top-ranking pro just entered their starter zone. Nell is sitting there, giving Bark the ultimate corporate death stare as she prepares to analyze his every word. She warns Hyunsu in whisper chat that real estate guys are master negotiators, so they need to keep their guard up. Bark walks up to the table, looking towering and intimidating in his dark steel plating. Then, he completely ruins his scary aura by slapping Hyunsu on the back and thanking him with the energy of a proud uncle. He drops a massive comment about Hyunsu's secret identity, causing Nell to choke on her drink in absolute panic. Bark looks around the tavern, realizing he just shouted top-secret server info in a public lobby. He chuckles, tosses a heavy bag of coins to the tavern owner to clear the tab, and suggests they move to a private room. They relocate to a luxury private reception room in the Goyard Kingdom, complete with a massive feast that looks like a 5-star hotel buffet. Bark clears his throat, finally ready to get down to business. He reveals that the moment he saw the elegant hewn signature engraved on that custom Medusa shield, he connected the dots. Nell sits up straight, bracing herself for the inevitable corporate contract proposal. Hyunsu admits it, explaining he didn't want to hide the truth from the guy who literally saved his family forge in real life. Bark gestures for Hyunsu to lean in closer across the table. Nell and Hyunsu tense up, expecting a whisper about a shady business deal. Instead, Bark gently pats Hyunsu's head with a look of pure paternal pride. He tells him that he knew Hyunsu was special ever since he offered to buy back the ruined blacksmith shop, but this is next level. He tells him how he stood his ground in the volcanic dungeon and told the boss that the shield was a gift from his best friend. Hyunsu bows his head, genuinely touched by the fact that his landlord almost deleted his account to protect him. Bark promises to keep the secret, while Nell sits in the background feeling like the absolute villain of this chapter for doubting him. She stood up and formally introduced herself, trying to salvage her dignity as Hyunsu's manager. She bows deeply, apologizing for assuming he was just another greedy investor looking to exploit a low-level genius. She laughs awkwardly, admitting her prejudice against rich real estate moguls. Bark just laughs it off, saying it's a completely fair assumption in a hyper-competitive game like Ares. He admits he actually thought about proposing a guild together, but he refused to let their real-world friendship turn into a transactional business. He looks at Nell, saying he is incredibly relieved that Hyunsu has such a sharp protective manager looking out for him. Hyunsu looks down at his plate, a small smile forming on his face as he prepares his counteroffer. He looks up and drops a bomb of his own. "I want to recruit you into my guild." Bark is completely stunned, pointing to himself in confusion. Hyunsu explains that he doesn't want a transactional relationship either, he wants to share the journey and grow together with the people who matter. Bark looks at him in silence, the weight of the offer landing. He smiles warmly, vowing that from this moment on, he will be the ultimate shield protecting Hyunsu's forge. He formally introduces himself. Level 311, Growing Tanker. Nell's jaw hits the floor. A level 311 tank with an active evolving class is basically a walking cheat code. Bark laughs, saying that if his landlord duties don't get in the way, he'll do his best to keep up with the server's greatest blacksmith. Hyunsu stands up to introduce his stats in return. He reveals his level is only 80, which makes the level gap between them hilariously wide. Then he drops his class name, God of Blacksmiths. Bark's face goes completely pale. The two gigachads shake hands, solidifying the foundation of the most unbalanced, overpowered guild on the server. Even though they don't even have a registered name yet, the synergy is already absurd. Bark smiles, calling Hyunsu his future master with absolute respect. Nell sits there looking like she just witnessed two main characters casually form an alliance in a resort lobby. Bark taps his menu, saying he needs to pay for his custom shield properly. Hyunsu waved his hand, saying it was just a thank you gift, but then his system notification blinks. A direct bank transfer notification pops up. Bark has deposited 400 million won into his real-life account. Our guy is practically hyperventilating, telling him that's way too much money for a single shield. Bark wave dismisses the panic, immediately pivoting to their next order of business, how to launch the guild's brand. Nell smiles, her business manager brain fully activated as she suggests sending their most handsome, scandal-free player on a live broadcast. Hyunsu is currently holding a giant turkey leg like a medieval caveman, pointing to himself in absolute horror. Nell and Bark just stare at him with identical unblinking grins that say, "You have no choice in this matter." Our guy realizes his peaceful, low-profile blacksmithing days are officially over. We transition to the headquarters of AJ Internet Broadcasting, a major media corporation covering Ares. Ever since the game became a global economic powerhouse, major TV networks have been fighting over exclusive player interviews. AJ Internet Broadcasting used to be the undisputed king of viewership, but their ratings have recently taken a massive dive. The production staff is in a state of pure chaos, rushing around with less than an hour before their live broadcast. The director is biting his nails, knowing that if this stream flops, the channel is officially cooked. They tried to get the elusive Blacksmith Hyun, but since he refused, they managed to book the mysterious Marshall Tournament winner instead. The stream countdown timer ticks down as thousands of viewers begin flooding the chat room. The chat is already toxic, with trolls predicting the tournament winner is going to be some out-of-shape guy who customized his avatar. The energetic host, Two Dumbs, jumps onto the stage, hyping up the crowd as he introduces the guest. Trolls in the chat are betting the stream views will drop below 5,000 within the first minute. The host points to the center platform, shouting for the guest to enter the feared Room of Truth. The camera pans up, and Hyunsu walks out under the studio lights, looking incredibly clean, tall, and handsome in a sharp beige coat. The stream chat instantly freezes, followed by a tidal wave of question marks from confused viewers. Trolls are frantically accusing the network of hosting a visual glitch because they can't handle a top-tier gamer looking like a model. Suddenly, a massive 500,000 won donation notification flashes across the screen from a username that stops the host cold. It's Rowoon, the legendary guild master of Black Anvil, the #1 smithy guild in the country, and one of the server's elite master craftsmen. Hashtag Part 2, Chapter 30 recap scripts. To understand why South Korea's top blacksmith just dropped a massive donation on our guy's stream, we have to flash back a few days to the executive conference room of the Black Anvil Guild. Sylvia, an elite guild member, is complaining about why they had to call an emergency meeting during their busiest crafting season. Dox, the guild's lead analyst, pushes his glasses up his nose and asks if she has even checked the community boards recently. He brings up a holographic image of the legendary ice blade crafted for Sword King Barad, featuring the Hyun signature. Vaughn waves his hand, laughing off the concern and saying that the Black Anvil Guild is too big to feel threatened by a solo blacksmith. Dox counters, warning that they need to recruit this Hyun before his market value and fame completely eclipse theirs. He turns to the head of the table, asking the guildmaster for his official verdict. The room goes silent as the shadow over Rowoon's face slowly lifts. Rowoon sits with his arms crossed, his green eyes glowing with a calm, intense focus. "I will decide after seeing him with my own eyes," he says, which brings us right back to his sudden live donation on stream. The stream chat is losing its absolute mind over the fact that a mythic tier craftsman is tuning in to watch a level 80 rookie. The host, Two Dumbs, is practically clapping like a seal, thanking Rowoon for the massive donation and welcoming him to the channel. He screams at the camera, realizing this is the highest profile stream event his channel has seen in years. Then, a second donation flashes on screen, this time from Blacksmith Hyun himself, donating 100,000 won. The text reads, "I will accept the interview through Hyunsu today." Our manager Nell is playing the chat like a fiddle. Hyunsu looks at his interface, silently praising Nell's genius marketing stunt for making everyone think they are two different people. The host jumps back into interview mode, asking Hyunsu about his age. Hyunsu awkwardly admits he is 23, currently jobless, and doesn't have a girlfriend, which triggers a wave of relatable gamer sympathy in the chat. Donations start flooding in from viewers calling him Big Bro and declaring themselves his biggest fans. The host gets a sly look on his face, realizing this is the perfect moment to pivot to the juicy drama. He turns to Hyunsu, asking what exactly Blacksmith Hyun's in-game class is. Hyunsu taps his earpiece, pretending to listen to a voice transmission from Hyun as he simply replies, "He is a blacksmith." What about his age? He says it's a secret. Height? Weight? He says both are secrets. The stream chat starts roasting the mysterious blacksmith, claiming he must be a short old man with a beer belly. Hyunsu's sweat drops, realizing that if he keeps up this ultra-mysterious concept, the internet is going to brand him as a troll. He decides that evading the questions isn't working anymore, he needs to prove his craft with actual results. "My work," he says, his voice suddenly dropping into a serious, confident tone. He says he wants to introduce himself through his work. The host's eyes light up. This is the exact opening he was waiting for. He taps his control panel, revealing a massive, glowing blue mission screen. He announces a special Time Attack Dungeon collaboration. Blacksmith Hyun must craft 3 custom items in 10 days, and Hyunsu must clear the dungeon using only those items. The chat explodes, pointing out that 10 days is an insanely tight deadline that would usually yield common-grade trash. Suddenly, Rowoon's name flashes on screen again with another donation. He places a massive bounty on the stream, 1 million won for a rare item, 3 million for an epic, and 10 million for a unique. Rowoon sits at his desk, typing with a cold, confident smirk. He adds a final condition. "If you fail, you must reveal the exact hidden stats of the legendary sword you made for Sword King Barad." He crosses his arms, silently daring the newcomer to prove he isn't a one-hit wonder. Hyunsu taps his earpiece, pretending to consult the Grandmaster for a brief second. He looks up, his blue eyes locking onto the camera. He says he accepts. Cut to the cozy interior of the forge after the stream. Nell is reviewing the massive community board traffic on her tablet, looking extremely pleased. The entire internet is currently debating whether Blacksmith Hyun is about to get publicly executed by South Korea's top guild. She asks Hyunsu how it feels to be the center of the gaming world. Hyunsu is sitting at the table, completely zoned out in deep thought until Nell taps his shoulder. She leans in, asking what kind of insane god-tier item he is planning to forge to win the bet. "I'm still thinking about it," he admits, rubbing his temple. He notes that while his passive skills guarantee at least a rare grade item under these conditions, he needs to aim for a unique grade to properly cement his brand and humiliate Rowoon on live TV. Nell points out that the entire community is treating this as a high-stakes duel between him and the Black Anvil Guild Master. Hyunsu's sweat drops, muttering that it was never supposed to be a personal feud. "Too late," Nell says with a smirk. "It's already a versus match in the eyes of the public." She warns him that if he succeeds, their guild's value will skyrocket, but if he fails, his market value will drop to zero because the specialness of his brand will disappear. Hyunsu grips the edge of the table, his eyes turning sharp and focused. He looks at Nell, thanking her for giving him the exact motivation boost he needed. Nell smiles, getting ready to offer some warm words of encouragement until Hyunsu literally grabs her by the shoulders and shoves her out the door so he can hammer metal in peace. Nell is left standing in the dusty street, looking absolutely dumbfounded as the heavy forge door slams shut in her face. 10 days later, inside the Time Attack dungeon portal, a massive horde of level-appropriate orcs and goblins is roaring at the entrance. The stream director is sweating bullets, staring at the viewer count which has just surpassed 80,000. He is violently shaking his assistant, screaming that this match is matching their all-time peak ratings. The broadcast starts as Hyunsu leaps down from the cliffside, his cape billowing behind him. The system interface blinks, displaying the first stage details. There are exactly 40 heavy armor monsters blocking the path below. The objective is simple: break through the line and destroy the glowing red jewel on a hill 400 meters away. The host points out that the current record holder is Rowoon himself, who cleared the trial in exactly 1 minute and 23 seconds. He displays the massive 10 million won prize pool for anyone who can break the record. Hyunsu looks at the screen, his eyes practically turning into currency symbols at the sight of the cash reward. The countdown timer hits 0 as the horde of orcs prepares to charge. "Start!" The system flares in bright red. Hyunsu reaches down, declaring to the stream that the artifact he is showcasing today isn't a weapon. He raises his arm, revealing a sleek, glowing dark gauntlet. But a gauntlet? He draws his standard bow, pulling the string back with his newly equipped arm. The gauntlet flares with blue light as the system displays the stat boost, strength increases by 1111, and attack range is multiplied. The air around the arrow begins to distort and hum with high-velocity kinetic force. He releases the string. The arrow splits the air, turning into a massive blue beam of energy. The projectile pierces through 3 heavy orcs, travels the full 400 meters, and shatters the red target jewel instantly. The system screen freezes, flashing in bright gold. "Congratulations! New record, 41 seconds!" The host is standing in the studio with his mouth wide open, looking completely paralyzed with shock. Hyunsu looks at the camera, a smug grin on his face. "Thanks for the prize, but the amount I will be receiving is actually 20 million won." We cut to the Black Anvil Guild conference room, where Rowoon is staring at the screen in absolute frozen silence. Hyunsu displays the gauntlet's details, the metallic finish glowing in the sunlight, because this gauntlet is unique grade. Rowoon's green eyes narrow as he realizes he has just been completely publicly checkmated by a level 80 rookie. The livestream host is practically crying in joy as the viewer count hits orbit. Hyunsu just secured a flawless victory, and the host is ready to hand over the massive 10 million won prize. But our guy isn't done. He looks directly at the broadcast camera, calling out Rowoon by name. He gets this incredibly smug, villainous smile on his face, holding up his freshly crafted golden gauntlet to confirm it is indeed a unique grade masterpiece. In the Black Anvil Guild office, Rowoon's eyes narrow as he watches the stream. A system prompt pops up on screen, with Rowoon demanding to see the artifact's raw stat sheets first. Hyunsu nods, perfectly fine with showing the receipts. He raises his arm to the heavens, letting the studio lights catch the polished gold trim. The stats are absolute nonsense: durability 7000, 0 maker restrictions, a massive 111 strength boost, and a precision aiming active skill. Our guy looks at the camera, asking if that's enough proof to satisfy the bet. Rowoon doesn't hesitate, immediately transferring the 10 million won donation straight to the channel. Hyunsu smiles, looking slightly unhinged as he watches his bank account expand in real time. Then, he announces that Blacksmith Hyun has decided to hold a live auction for the gauntlet right now. Rowoon stands up, instructing his guild officers to monitor the bids and alert him if anyone tries to outbuy them. The host screams into the microphone, announcing the starting bid at a massive 10,000 gold. The screen transitions back to the quiet dungeon as Hyunsu waits for the chat to respond. Nothing happens. Just complete, dead silence. Hyunsu's sweat drops, internally screaming at Nell for telling him to start the bidding at such an absurdly high price. He is currently wondering if his manager is living in a different economic reality than the rest of the server. Suddenly, the silence breaks as a bid of 15,000 gold pops up. Then the chat absolutely explodes with bids, 20,000, 30,000, all the way up to 40,000 gold. Our guy's eyes widen as he realizes Nell's crazy marketing scheme actually worked. He stammers on camera, trying to maintain his professional blacksmith persona while internally celebrating the jackpot. He tells the high rollers to send their final bids directly to his blacksmith shop menu. The host cuts back in, hyping up the crowd as stage 2 of the time attack dungeon begins. A massive, muscular level 121 Cyclops drops from the ceiling, roaring as chains shatter around it. The giant beast raises a massive wooden club, locking its single eye onto our guy. Hyunsu leaps backward as the club smashes into the stone, sending rock shards flying. He unsheathes his second custom-made weapon, jumping straight into the air above the beast. The Cyclops swings a massive fist, trying to swat him like a fly. Our guy maneuvers mid-air, dodging the giant hand by a hair's breadth. The stream chat starts lagging with spam, assuming he just got one-shot by the boss. But the smoke clears and Hyunsu is completely unblemished, his sword glowing with dark energy. He accelerates downward, a clean white trail slicing through the air. The giant Cyclops doesn't even realize he's behind him. Hyunsu lands a single massive vertical slash, the impact splitting the air. The giant's stone weapon shatters, and its massive body dissolves into pixels. He sheathes his blade in one smooth motion, landing perfectly on his feet. The entire sequence took less than 10 seconds, leaving the chat completely dumbfounded. Viewers are arguing over whether the player is a hacker or if the sword is just that broken. Trolls in the chat are betting the second weapon must be at least an epic grade to pull that off. Hyunsu looks at his sword, looking uncharacteristically nervous. He tells the stream that the second weapon's grade is actually nothing special. He displays the stats, Hyun's custom-made greatsword, with a negative speed penalty of 15%. The chat immediately turns toxic, claiming Blacksmith Hyun got lucky with the gauntlet and is actually a fraud. Hyunsu laughs awkwardly on camera, but internally he is crying because using sss-rank emergency crafting twice in a row triggered a tier penalty. He is currently curse-chatting the developers in his head for this absolute scam of a mechanic. Meanwhile, Rowoon is leaning back in his chair, staring intensely at the normal grade sword. He stretches, a confident grin forming on his face as he analyzes the structural design of the blade. His phone starts vibrating on his desk with a call from Dox. Dox points out that the second weapon was a complete flop, but Rowoon interrupts him. He says they still need to recruit Blacksmith Hyun at all costs. Dox asks how much they should offer for a signing bonus. Rowoon adjusts his glasses, his eyes sharp and serious. 2 billion won. Dox nearly drops his tablet on the other end, asking if that's a bit excessive for a rookie. Rowoon explains that securing a craftsman who can make a normal grade weapon perform like an epic is worth every penny. Suddenly, Rowoon stops mid-sentence, his eyes widening as he looks back at the stream monitor. He pulls himself closer to the screen, his face covered in sweat. Something on the broadcast has completely shattered his composure. The stream host is yelling, announcing that our guy has cleanly cleared stage 2. But he warns that the final stage is a literal suicide run. He points a dramatic finger at the camera, explaining the rules of the final trial. The screen turns pitch black, filled with dozens of glowing red eyes. The host reveals that a massive swarm of high-level bosses will spawn all at once. Hyunsu must avoid all combat and sprint to the top of the hill to touch the flag without dying once. Trolls in the chat are already calling the challenge impossible, saying they would have deleted the game by now. The host reveals the monster name, a pack of level 138 werewolves. Their hide is so tough that even same-level tanks get shredded, resulting in a success rate of under 20%. He wishes Hyunsu good luck, telling him to start running for his life. Hyunsu stands at the starting line, stretching his shoulders. He takes a deep breath, looking completely unbothered by the werewolf pack ahead. The countdown begins, and the chat is spamming jokes about how he has 0 time left. Our guy looks down, his face turning incredibly serious. I don't plan on running while avoiding the monsters. The stream chat is filled with question marks, assuming he's about to rage quit the stream. Hyunsu raises his left hand, a bright blue mana sphere forming in his palm. The werewolves emerge from the shadows, their massive claws ready to tear him apart. I plan to hunt all of them. He draws a sleek, beautifully carved bow, the string glowing with golden light. He aims directly at the lead werewolf, pulling the string back with his gauntlet. The arrow splits the air with a high-pitched hum of kinetic force. The shot lands directly on the werewolf's forehead, causing a small spark on impact. The beast stands there, confused for a second because the physical damage was barely a scratch. Suddenly, the ground beneath the werewolf's paws cracks violently, a massive crater forming under its feet. The beast is violently slammed into the dirt by an invisible, crushing force. The other werewolves look on in absolute horror as their leader is flattened into the rock. Hyunsu smiles, raising the bow to showcase its sleek, polished wood design. He explains the weapon's inspiration, the ancient Jeju Island myth of Great King Daebyol, the legendary king who used a mythic bow to shoot down the extra sun and moon to restore order to the world.
This weapon is the Kyeonjun bow. Hashtag Part 2, Chapter 32 recap script.
Hyunsu recalls a memory from his childhood, sitting with his father under a beautiful golden Jeju sunset. His father told him the ancient folktale of a time when the world was in absolute chaos because of 2 suns and 2 moons. King Daebyol descended from the underworld, using a bow weighing 1,000 jun to shoot them down and restore order. Hyunsu was fascinated by the mythic bow, vowing to his father that he would forge it himself one day. Back in his workshop, Hyunsu realized that actually replicating a 1,000 jun bow was physically impossible because no player could draw it. He needed a genius workaround to bypass the massive strength requirement of the weapon. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Instead of a bow weighing 1,000 jun, I can increase the weight of the enemy hit by the arrow. He pulled out a block of ebony wood, a rare mineral used to apply gravity-altering status effects. He activated his sss-rank crafting skills, the wood glowing as he shaped the legendary 1,000 jun bow. Back in the dungeon, Hyunsu dashes through the forest, drawing his bow in midair. He fires a rapid-fire barrage of arrows, the golden projectiles splitting the trees. The werewolves try to leap at him, but the moment the arrows graze their fur, they are instantly slammed into the dirt. System prompts flood his screen as 10 werewolves are crushed under their own multiplied mass. The stream host is jumping up and down, screaming that he has never seen anyone clear werewolves this easily. The chat is losing its mind, but Hyunsu's face suddenly turns serious. The atmosphere in the forest has shifted, a thick, purple fog creeping across the ground. The remaining werewolves start running away in absolute terror, fleeing from a massive shadow in the canopy. Hyunsu draws his bow, aiming upward into the darkness. A colossal werewolf with glowing purple eyes and iron chains around its neck lets out a deafening roar. The sound wave hits like a physical shockwave, blowing back the dust and foliage. Our guy's hands start trembling, his avatar refusing to move. A massive red notification flashes across his screen. Status effect: Fear. The system reveals the name, a fragment of Fenrir, King of the Werewolves. The level 178 boss lands on the stone platform, radiating absolute death. The host is grabbing his head in horror, shouting that an S-rank legendary boss just glitched into the time attack dungeon. The stream chat goes frantic as Hyunsu's movement speed is halved by the fear debuff. Fenrir moves like a flash of blue lightning, its claws leaving trails in the air. The boss casts Blood Claw, the impact sending our guy flying across the platform. Hyunsu barely manages to recover, sliding across the grass to avoid a follow-up stomp. Fenrir lets out another roar, calling the remaining werewolf pack to swarm him. Our guy grits his teeth, another debuff popping up. Status effect: Bleeding. His physical attributes are tanking fast, his strength slipping away under the double debuff. He taps his gold gauntlet, activating the STR plus 1111 buff to force his body to move. He fires a point-blank shot, a massive beam of purple light tearing through the vanguard, but Fenrir swipes the arrow out of the air with one claw, the blast exploding in a flash of light. The boss casts Claws of Destruction, slamming both paws into the earth. The entire hill splits in half, a massive explosion of rock and dirt burying the area. The host is staring at the screen in silence, assuming our guy just got completely obliterated. Fenrir walks through the smoke, looking proud and completely uninjured. Suddenly, a shadow cuts through the volcanic dust above the boss's head. Hyunsu is diving straight down, his bow fully drawn and aimed right at the beast's forehead. Fenrir snarls, raising its massive jaws to swallow him whole. Hyunsu lands a direct shot right into the beast's open eye. He gets this incredibly smug, confident smile on his face. Not yet. The true power of this bow, the system flares in bright gold. Struck area gains the weight of 1,000 jun, becoming 10,000 jun. A massive gravitational explosion flattens the entire mountain, crushing Fenrir into the bedrock with the force of a falling meteor. The host is standing frozen in the studio, his mouth hanging open as the dust clears. The entire boss arena has been replaced by a massive, perfectly round crater. Hyunsu is sitting calmly on top of Fenrir's flattened body, resting his arm on his knee. The host stammers, completely speechless. He yells into his microphone asking what kind of broken physics-defying weapon he just witnessed. A massive 100,000 won donation flashes from Rank Hag 1 Archer Ian, offering 500,000 gold to buy the bow right now. Dozens of other high-ranking archers start spamming the chat with blank check offers. Hyunsu turns back to the camera, bowing politely. He announces that Blacksmith Hyun has declared the Cheonjun bow is a personal masterpiece and will never be sold. The chat goes into a state of absolute meltdown, pleading with him to name his price. Hyunsu walks over to the red flag at the top of the hill, confirming the decision is final. Instead, the host announces, he will accept exactly one custom crafting request from a high-ranking archer. Our guy tells the viewers to submit their commission proposals to his shop interface. The broadcast logo flares as the stream officially ends on a massive, historic rating peak. Back inside his rented blacksmith shop, Hyunsu finally logs out and lets out a long sigh of relief. He stretches his arms, the cool draft of the forge cooling his face. He opens his shop menu, watching the golden follower count tick up by thousands every second. He dumps a massive pile of legendary grade materials and EXP scrolls onto the floor. He clenches his fist as the gold leveling light wraps around his body. A massive gold banner flashes before his eyes. Level 100! You can now establish a guild! He smiles, thinking of Nell and Bark waiting for him in the real world, and most importantly, he can finally bring Banya in as his official retainer. The system asks him to input a guild name. He types on the holographic keyboard, choosing a word that represents their bright future. You have established the guild gwangmyeong. You have obtained the title Lord's Grace. Two system chimes echo in the room as Nell and Bark officially join the roster. A cute chibi panel shows them celebrating the name choice. Nell immediately pulls up her tablet, her eyes glowing with absolute corporate fire as she vows to find them the most premium base on the server. She asks what his next move is. Hyunsu smiles, looking out the window of the forge. I'm going to keep a promise I made with Barad. If I ever formed a guild, I should come find him. I'm heading to the Goyard Kingdom. Cut to the grand palace of the Goyard Kingdom where a noble is screaming in outrage. The minister is red-faced, shouting that granting imperial land to an unranked outsider is an absolute insult to the crown. The camera pans out, showing the massive throne room where two giant red-eyed wolves are sitting at the base of the stairs. King Barad rests his hand on the wolf's head, his cold golden eyes looking down at the kneeling ministers. So, our guy is back in his real-world apartment, and his phone is violently buzzing on the kitchen counter. It's PD Kim from AJ Broadcasting, sounding like he just inhaled 3 energy drinks. He is basically kissing Hyunsu's boots, thanking him for delivering the highest-rated live broadcast in the channel's history. He drops the official payout numbers, 37 million won in total donations, which rounds out to 25 million after taxes, plus the 10 million won record bonus. Hyunsu, playing along with his elaborate dual identity scam, tells him to just send the full sum to his account and he'll split it with Blacksmith Hyun later. PD Kim happily agrees, completely unaware that his favorite streamer is currently running a one-man tax loophole. Our guy hangs up, staring at his phone while taking a massive bite out of a basic sandwich. Then he checks his in-game auction house sales. His custom gauntlet just sold to Ian for 65,000 gold. He does some quick mental math and realizes he just cleared over 100 million won in 10 days. That is literally more than some people make in a year. Before he can even digest his sandwich, a text from Nell pops up. She is demanding he log in immediately, so he tosses the crust and dives straight back into the capsule. He spawns right in the middle of the crowded intermediate village plaza. Nell comes sprinting through the crowd, looking like she's about to tackle him. Her face is practically glowing with absolute corporate dopamine. She grabs him by the shoulders and starts shaking him violently, shouting about how Black Anvil offered a blank check, his sub count passed 400,000, and he's now a top 50 ranked blacksmith in the country. She finally stops to catch her breath, flashing a cute smile and asking if he's ready to head to the Goyard Kingdom. Hyunsu nods, looking incredibly smooth and confident in his default traveler's gear. He mentions that he spent his offline hours repairing the high-tier reward equipment he got from the Time Attack dungeon. His plan is to present the gear to King Barad to cement their mutual trust. Nell pumps her fist in the air, hyping him up and telling him to secure another overpowered S-rank hidden quest while he's there. Hyunsu gives her this extremely soft, genuine look. Nell, thank you for always looking out for me. Nell's brain immediately short-circuits. She turns bright red, staring at him in silence before looking away. She stammers awkwardly, claiming she's just really busy looking for their future guild base. Our guy just smiles, telling her to take her time. He really has no idea he just deployed maximum main character Riz. Meanwhile, in the grand throne room of the Goyard kingdom, King Barad is casually petting a massive white wolf. He looks incredibly relaxed, explaining the giant beasts were a congratulatory gift for his last S-rank dungeon clear. Sitting across from him is Marquise Valo, looking like a stereotypical corrupt politician who is about to make things everyone's problem. He brings up the rumors that Barad is planning to grant royal land to a complete outsider. He scoffs, calling the recipient a mere beginner blacksmith who doesn't deserve imperial recognition. Barad's golden eyes turn freezing cold. "He saved my life, and you still dare to oppose my decree?" Suddenly, the giant white wolf under Barad's hand perks its ears up, letting out a low, nervous whimper. The heavy double doors creak open, and the guard announces that Sir Hyunsu has arrived. Marquise Valo turns around, expecting to see a scruffy, low-level craftsman. Instead, Hyunsu walks in wearing the fully repaired Fenrir helmet and cloak, radiating a massive, shadowy werewolf aura. Valo literally recoils in his seat, sweating profusely as the blacksmith's passive dignity of a wolf pressure hits the room. Hyunsu calmly lifts his hand, sliding the sleek metallic helmet off his head. He flashes a polite professional smile. "Your Majesty, I have returned." They sit down for tea, the heavy pressure in the room instantly evaporating. Barad takes a sip from his teacup, noting that Hyunsu's overall presence has completely changed. Hyunsu nods, acknowledging the king's sharp observation. He presents the polished Fenrir gear, explaining it doesn't just boost stats, but literally grants the user the majestic dignity of a wolf. Barad asks if he forged the set himself, but Hyunsu clarifies he merely repaired it using SSS-grade precision techniques. Barad's own wolves are currently head-patting themselves against Hyunsu's knees, confirming the passive taming effect is working perfectly. Our guy sits back, asking why the king summoned him so urgently. Barad's face turns serious. He explains there is a small blacksmithing territory called Ballas in the western reaches of the kingdom. It used to be a prosperous hub of metallurgy, but recently it has fallen into complete ruin, causing massive unrest among the nobles. "We sent dozens of talented craftsmen to rebuild the village," Barad says, his gaze darkening, "but every single one of them fled the territory as if they were escaping a nightmare." Barad looks at Hyunsu, remembering the flawless balance of the volcanic ice sword. He pulls a glowing royal scroll from his sleeve, presenting it to our guy. "I am certain that the only person on this server who can solve the Ballas crisis is you." Ding. S-rank quest. Rebuild the Western Territory, Ballas. Reward. 10,000 gold for every 10% of development. Failure penalty. Massive loss of affinity with King Barad. Hyunsu stares at the scroll, realizing that running a town builder simulator is a massive step up from hammering steel in a corner. He looks up, honestly admitting he has zero experience running a municipal government. Barad doesn't blink, his golden eyes filled with absolute, unwavering trust. Hyunsu looks back at the quest description, a spark of pride igniting in his chest. If it's a village for blacksmiths, and if my skills can make their lives even a fraction better, he stands up, bowing deeply in front of the royal throne. "I will do it. I will rebuild Ballas." A few days later, under a cold crescent moon, our main trio arrives at the gates of the Ballas territory. Nell looks around the dark, empty streets, noting that almost every shop is boarded up. Bark points out the lack of active player avatars, agreeing that the economic rot here is incredibly deep. Hyunsu pulls his cloak tight, his face serious. The atmosphere is giving major zombie survival game vibes. Suddenly, Nell spots a faint warm light flickering in a window down the alley. They walk up to the old building, the wooden door creaking loudly as they push it open. They step inside the dusty lobby, their footsteps echoing on the rotten floorboards. Nell shudders, pointing to a massive creepy cobweb hanging from the ceiling. Bark calls out into the darkness, asking if there's any active NPC still registered to this shop. A sudden, sharp creaking sound echoes from the back room. Our guy instantly tenses up, his hand hovering over his inventory slot. Nell hides behind Bark's massive shoulder, clutching her hands in pure terror. The heavy wooden door slowly slides open with a painful whine. A rough, violent coughing fit echoes from the dark corridor. Hyunsu narrows his eyes, waiting for a mob to aggro. Instead, a terrifyingly wrinkled, shadow-covered face slowly peeks through the doorframe. An old, frail man holding a brass lantern steps into the light, whispering, "Who is it?" Hashtag Part 2, Chapter 34 recap script, and we kick off Chapter 34 with a complete double take. Yes, the artist literally copy-pasted the exact same entrance sequence from the end of the last chapter to meet the weekly upload deadline. Our crew is standing there in the dusty shop, floorboards creaking under Bark's heavy armor. The door in the back creaks open once again. Nell is doing her classic nervous chibi face, and the old man's hand grips the doorframe. He coughs violently, Hyunsu's sweat drops, and the creepy face peeks out from the dark. "Who are you?" he repeats, his voice trembling like a wet leaf. Bark quickly raises his hands, apologizing for entering the property without a proper appointment. The old man steps further into the light, squinting at them. "So, you are not thugs from the Edril Company?" Hyunsu steps forward, shaking his head and explaining they've never heard of any Edril Company. He pulls the glowing imperial scroll from his cloak, showcasing the royal seal of King Barad. The old man stares at the scroll from across the room, still looking incredibly suspicious. Hyunsu walks over to the empty wooden counter. He gently places the scroll down, stepping back to give the old NPC some breathing room. He tells him to verify the seal himself so they can finally skip the introductory dialogue sequence. The old man reaches out from the shadows, dragging the parchment back into his room. The room goes quiet as he inspects the royal signature. Bark and Hyunsu stand in silence, waiting for the quest progression prompt. The door opens fully. "It really is a direct decree from His Highness King Barad," the old man whispers. He sighs, walking out of the dark. "It has been so long since I've seen a friendly face from the capital." A system tag blinks over his head. "Per, the Lord's personal blacksmith, level 230. Hyunsu asks why the village is completely dead, and Per explains that everything began 1 year ago when the Edril Company invaded. Nell and Hyunsu exchange a look, realizing they've stumbled onto the main plotline of this territory. Per sits down, starting a tragic flashback sequence. The master of the Edril Company arrived in Balas, bringing carriage loads of expensive gold crowns and jewelry. He approached the young, naive lord of the territory, acting like a friendly corporate sponsor. The lord gladly accepted their trade deal, hoping to make his village's weapons famous across the kingdom. But during a private dinner banquet, the corporate master raised a wine glass and proposed a seemingly harmless bet. The lord, thinking it was just a friendly game of chance, happily accepted. But the outcome was absolute ruin. The lord lost everything in a single night. The Edril Company instantly seized all administrative authority, deploying armed guards to occupy the streets. Some of the local blacksmiths managed to pack their bags and flee into the mountains under the cover of night, but the ones who failed to escape were rounded up in wooden carts and forced to hammer steel in chain gang labor camps for zero pay. Back in the present, Nell is practically vibrating with rage, calling the company absolute monsters. Even Bark looks disgusted, clenching his fists at the sheer injustice. Hyunsu's blue eyes turn incredibly dark. As a traditional blacksmith who lived through his own forge burning down, exploiting craftsmen is the one thing he will never tolerate. He asks Per why he's currently hiding in this dark shop instead of working in the slave camps. "I am nothing but a cowardly fugitive," Per says, looking down at his scarred hands. He recalls the night of the bet, where the crying lord dragged him to the back gate and forced him to escape. "He told me to survive, grow stronger, and return one day to win back the wager and save our people." Bark crosses his arms, asking if Per actually has the mechanical skills required to win a high-level blacksmithing duel. Per goes completely silent, staring blankly at the scarred wood of the table. He admits that Edril's lead examiner, Books, has a vile personality, but his technical skills are the real deal. He stands up, trembling. "But I can't keep running anymore. They are hunting me, and they will find me soon." He walks toward the door, telling them they should pack their bags and leave before they get dragged into the corporate crosshairs. Hyunsu stands up, his voice cutting through the old man's despair like a blade. "Sir, I want to help you." He places a hand on his chest, his eyes locking onto Per's, "because I am also a blacksmith." Per looks at him, completely stunned by the rookie's confidence. Suddenly, the front door is violently kicked open, wood splinters flying across the room. A group of high-level guards flood the entrance, laughing as they spot their target. A shadow steps through the dust, puffing on a wooden pipe. He has a manic, punchable smirk on his face. A system tag blinks. "Books, Edril Company Blacksmith Examiner, level 299. He towers over the terrified old man, sneering about how hard it was to track down a rat-like fugitive. He draws a polished steel sword, resting the tip directly against Per's collarbone. "Now, old man, it's time to accept Edril's official wager, or pay with your life." Books glances over at Hyunsu's party, his eyes narrowing. He scoffs, asking if Per hired a group of low-level bodyguards to protect his shop. He raises his left hand, a glowing blue virtual cube materializing in his palm. He crushes the cube, and a massive holographic dome of blue light expands to fill the entire shop. This is a forge within a dream, Books explains, his voice echoing. A private dimension where we can forge weapons instantly using our mental focus. Nell grips Bark's arm, shouting that this isn't a fair wager, it's literal extortion under threat of death. Bark checks the level difference. Purr is level 230, while Books is level 299. The system math is completely stacked against them. A giant system scroll rolls down in front of Purr. The examination begins. If you fail the duel, you must hand over your soul and join the slave camps. The system asks Purr to state his conditions. Purr looks at the scroll, a sudden flash of determination in his old eyes. If I win, you must cancel the wager involving the Lord and free all the blacksmiths. The system flares red, accepting the high-stakes terms. Warning, your life is on the line. Books laughs maniacally, yelling at him to pick up his hammer and prepare for an absolute beatdown. Purr walks toward his anvil, his boots heavy on the holographic floor. The one who crafts the superior sword wins. Suddenly, Hyunsu grabs his arm, stopping him. Purr gently pulls away, giving our guy a sad final smile. It was short, but thank you for trying to help. He steps through the blue barrier, and the virtual forge instantly locks them both inside. Purr starts hammering, his body violently shaking under the sheer pressure of the S-class exam. Bark and Nell watch from the sidelines, their faces grim. Purr tries to focus, telling himself he must forge the single greatest weapon of his long life. He strikes the glowing metal, sparks flying across the blue grid. But across the barrier, Books is working with the terrifying speed of a level 299 master. Purr hears the rhythm of Books' hammer, and his heart sinks. He peeks over the barrier. A brilliant golden sword is rising from Books' anvil, radiating an S-tier physical attack stat. Books lifts the glowing blade, looking like a god of craft under the virtual lights. Purr freezes, his hammer slipping in his grip. As a blacksmith, he can feel the sword's quality instinctively. That weapon is a complete masterpiece. It's over. I've lost. I am going to die here, and Ballas will remain in ruins forever. His hands start shaking uncontrollably, his fire temperature dropping as his focus completely collapses. He drops to his knees, seeing visions of the crying lord and the enslaved blacksmiths. Suddenly, a deafening roar shatters his panic. Focus! Hyunsu is slamming both fists against the outside of the blue barrier, screaming like a high-tier raid leader. The temperature is too low! Look at the color of the fire! If you raise the heat right now, you still have a chance. Purr looks up, his eyes wide in absolute shock. Suddenly, a massive golden system prompt blinks directly in front of his face. Hyunsu is standing outside, his blue eyes glowing as he unleashes his sss-rank god of Blacksmith's passive aura. The system chime echoes in Purr's head. Warning. You are currently receiving the divine teachings of a master blacksmith. Our resident game balance lead is currently suffering an emotional breakdown over his keyboard, screaming because his carefully designed future S-rank villain just picked a fight with the absolute worst player possible. Books was supposed to be a legendary endgame antagonist, a literal world boss level threat in the making, and the devs are sitting here praying that Hyun doesn't completely break his AI profile. But since they can't directly intervene in the game's self-evolving system, all they can do is grab some popcorn and watch the execution. Back in the virtual forge, old Purr is absolutely trembling as the master-level buffs flood his veins. Hyun tells him to snap out of it because they are running out of time on the clock. With a renewed fire in his eyes, the old man turns back to the anvil, moving with the speed of a man decades younger. He plunges the glowing blade straight into the oil bath and begins polishing the steel with perfect rhythmic precision. Both smiths are pushing their physical limits, the air thick with heat and flying sparks. It is a complete clash of style, the predatory automated speed of Edrol versus the raw, soul-infused manual technique of a lifetime crafter. Hyun watches closely, analyzing every micro-movement as the two hammers strike their final blows almost simultaneously. Purr takes a deep breath, lifting his finished sword from the water as the metal begins to glow with a blinding light. The system scroll unfurls, announcing that Purr has successfully forged an artifact closest to a legend. Nell and the guards are completely speechless. He actually pulled off the impossible. In terms of raw level and stats, Purr should have been turned into digital dust, but Hyun's backseat coaching literally rewrote the game's physics. The system confirms the ranking, and Book's face instantly drains of all color. The old man has tears streaming down his face, having crafted his ultimate masterpiece before his virtual time was up. And just like that, the system declares the unfair labor contracts nullified, granting freedom to every enslaved blacksmith in Ballas. Books is shaking with pure rage as his entire corrupt empire crumbles right in front of him. He throws his hammer to the ground, admitting defeat in the official evaluation. But this man is a professional toxic gamer. He steps forward and accuses Hyun of illegal interference. He grabs his sword, his eyes twisted with desperate malice, and challenges our guy to an immediate personal speedcrafting duel to the death. The system accepts the prompt, and the countdown begins. Hyun just stares at him like he's looking at a minor bug in the code. Back at Developer HQ, the lead dev is literally facepalming through his monitor. They are watching Books run headfirst into a wood chipper. The assistant is screaming for team leaders to stop the madness, asking if there's any possible reality where Books survives this encounter. The chief strategist just smirks. Hyun is the literal god of blacksmiths, and his track record of showing mercy to arrogant NPCs is a flat-out 0%. At this point, the devs are just offering silent prayers for their soon-to-be-deleted NPC. Because Hyun isn't someone you can measure by traditional gaming standards. Back in the workshop, the tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. Book stands ready, fully believing his level advantage will carry him. He thinks the only reason Per won was because of the artifact sword's passive buffs. He points his blade at Hyun's throat, threatening to cut his arm off if he loses the speed trial. Hyun's eyes go completely dark, his classic no mercy mode fully activating. You can practically hear the boss music starting to play in the background. Hyun agrees to the duel, but under one condition: if Books loses, his sword belongs to Gwangmyeong. Books laughs, thinking this is an easy win. He plants his sword in the ground, announcing that they will be using the speed crafting method. He smugly explains that it uses pure magical compression to forge weapons in mere seconds, assuming a low-level player has never seen it before. He pulls out a high-grade speed crafting crystal, the gem radiating intense magical energy. He begins channeling, his hands engulfed in a bright, swirling vortex of flame. He thinks Hyun is just a talkative intermediate-tier smith who got lucky, and he prepares to unleash his absolute best unique grade template to end the match instantly. But while Books is busy celebrating his imaginary victory, Hyun quietly pulls out a sss-rank crystal of his own. The entire room begins to shake as a divine pillar of light erupts from our guy's hands. The sheer shockwave of mana blows Books backward, his spellcasting completely interrupted by the overwhelming pressure. Before the examiner can even process what is happening, the system scroll flashes. A legendary grade sword has been completed. Books is left stuttering, staring at the golden weapon that took Hyun exactly 3 seconds to make. The system officially declares Books the loser, and his precious evaluation sword is instantly transferred to Hyun's inventory. Hyun catches the blade out of the air, examining the steel with a cold, unimpressed gaze. He tells Books that without his precious legal scam tool, his reign of terror over the local smiths is officially over. Books falls backward, his legs giving out as Hyun slowly advances on him like the Grim Reaper. Our guy presses the tip of the blade against the examiner's collarbone, demanding a full confession. Under the absolute threat of a permanent character deletion, Books' smug persona completely shatters. He confesses to levying a massive 70% tax on all local trade and enslaving every single hardworking blacksmith who couldn't afford to pay. Hyun asks about the lord of the territory, and Books admits he locked the lord away in the deepest dungeon beneath the castle. Old Per stands in the back, trembling with anger at the sheer injustice of it all. Hyun's eyes narrow as he asks the most important question for any true scammer: where is the stolen gold hidden? Books quickly reveals that all the confiscated treasures are hidden in the basement of the Merchant Guild building. He swears that is everything, begging for his life as he clutches the floor. But the moment Hyun lowers his guard slightly, Books grabs a hidden dagger from his boot and lunges forward for a desperate sneak attack. He screams that he refuses to go down like this, aiming straight for Hyun's throat. Hyun doesn't even bother to dodge. He simply whispers, "Barad Sword Art, Chapter 2. His arm moves in a blinding blur, channeling the power of the Sword King. The air itself splits as he unleashes the Sword of Raging Waves. Book's eyes widen in pure horror as the massive shockwave of compressed wind hits him like a freight train. The impact is absolute. The sheer force of the strike blasts Books through the air, sending him crashing into the wall. Hyun catches his blade back in its scabbard, the metal humming with residual energy. Books collapses to the floor, his entire right arm completely shattered by the blow. He rolls on the floor screaming in agony, while Per and the guards look on in absolute silence. Hyun looks down at him, completely indifferent to the groveling villain, and says that this still doesn't make up for his crimes. He turns to old Per, apologizing for the sudden violence in the workshop. He announces that since the blacksmiths were the ones who suffered, their elder should be the one to decide the punishment. Per is completely flabbergasted, holding his hands up in disbelief at the level of authority he's being handed. He looks at the pathetic, groveling mess on the floor and realizes there is a much bigger problem to solve first. He asks if they can present the prisoner directly to the true lord of the territory to restore legal order. Hashtag Chapter 36, The Lord's Grace. Old Per is still trying to process the fact that this legendary outsider is handing over all the political power. He looks down at the defeated examiner who is currently sobbing on the floor. He suggests that they should bring the true Lord of Ballas here to deliver the final judgment. Books tries to scream and throw another tantrum, but the elite guards instantly gag his mouth with a cloth, silencing him. Hyun asks where the Lord is currently being kept, and Per explains that she is likely locked inside the castle dungeon. Our guy nods, telling Per to go retrieve her while they keep the trash secure in the workshop. Per has tears in his eyes, overwhelmed by the sheer righteousness of this mysterious young blacksmith. He squeezes Hyun's hands, thanking him from the very bottom of his soul before heading out. The scene shifts to the dark, silent corridors of the castle prison. In the deepest cell, sitting alone in the cold shadows, is the captive lord. She hears footsteps echoing down the stone stairs, assuming it's another one of Edrol's guards coming to torment her. Suddenly, Per runs up to the iron bars, shouting her name in pure relief. She looks up in shock, warning him that this place is too dangerous and that he needs to escape. But the old man just smiles, unlocking the heavy cage door and telling her that her imprisonment is finally over. As they walk out into the moonlight, she asks what on earth happened to the guards and the Edrol company. Per proudly explains that an incredible outsider has arrived and saved their entire territory. She is completely stunned, asking if he seriously means someone defeated the high-level examiner Books. She stops in her tracks, her bare feet pressing against the cold stone floor as she murmurs the word outsider with deep suspicion. She finds it hard to believe, but Per assures her that the villain is currently tied up like a sack of potatoes, waiting for her command. He explains that a true legendary blacksmith did what entire squads of knights couldn't do. She bites her lip, her mind racing as she tries to comprehend how a single crafter pulled this off. Per gently guides her forward, telling her that she will understand the moment she sees him with her own eyes. She takes a deep breath, steeling her resolve as she prepares to meet their mysterious savior. Per opens the heavy wooden doors of the workshop, letting the warm light spill into the street. He bows respectfully, inviting the Lord to step inside. She walks in, her long silver hair caught in the warm glow of the forge fires. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as she takes in the scene. There, kneeling on the rug, is the once mighty examiner of the Edrol company, completely bound in heavy ropes. Hyun stands in the center of the room, flanked by his elite guards, looking like an absolute king. He turns his head, offering a polite, casual greeting. "Are you the Lord?" She pulls back her hood, revealing her striking face and long silver hair. "Yes," she says, introducing herself as Bellin, the rightful lord of the Ballas territory. She stares at Books, still unable to believe that the tyrant who ruined her town is actually captured. Hyun explains that they originally wanted Per to decide the punishment, but the old man insisted on leaving it to her legal authority. Bellin walks up to the kneeling villain, her body trembling with a mixture of anger and past trauma. She looks at the man who took everything from her people, her hands clenching into tight fists. She stands directly over him, her shadow completely eclipsing his pathetic bound form. She asks the guards to remove the gag so they can speak face to face. The guard rips the cloth away, and Books immediately starts baring his teeth. He screams at her, calling the entire situation madness and demanding she release him immediately. Bellin ignores his screaming, her voice cold as she says she could tolerate being deceived and cheated by his merchant company. But the moment he started enslaving and hurting the innocent people of her territory, he crossed a line that can never be forgiven. She turns to Per, her expression hardened with absolute authority. She orders the immediate confiscation of all assets illegally seized by Edrol and the instant release of every enslaved smith. Books starts shrieking like a kicked puppy, claiming those assets and slaves are his rightful property. The guard puts a heavy hand on his shoulder, forcing him back down as Bellin delivers the final blow. She announces that to ensure he can never harm another innocent soul, he will be locked in the deepest underground dungeon forever. Book screams that this is impossible, but the guard easily hoists him over his shoulder like a bag of laundry. He walks out the door, Books' muffled curses fading into the night as the heavy doors close. The trash has been successfully taken out. The silence in the room is heavy, but the air suddenly feels 10 times lighter. Hyun steps forward, offering to explain the full situation in detail over some hot tea. They sit down at the wooden table, the steam rising from the cups as Hyun briefs her on their S-rank reconstruction mission. After listening to the entire story, Bellin sits in silence, clutching her teacup tightly. Suddenly, she stands up from the table, her head bowed low. She bows deeply to Hyun, offering her deepest, most sincere gratitude for saving her life and her town. Tears begin to drip onto the wooden floor as her emotional dam completely breaks. She starts crying, blaming her own weakness and lack of wisdom for letting the territory fall into such ruin. Old Per gently holds her hand, assuring her that none of this was her fault, and that the blame lies solely with the evil merchants who exploited her. He tells her she did her absolute best to protect her people under impossible circumstances. Bellin wipes her eyes, apologizing to Hyun for showing such an embarrassing emotional side of herself. She realizes they haven't even properly introduced themselves yet. Hyun offers a warm smile, introducing himself and Nell as simple, humble blacksmiths who just happen to be passing through. She bows again, saying she doesn't know how she can ever repay them for saving the territory. She looks down, admitting with a soft blush that she needs to apologize for misunderstanding them at first. She confesses that when Per first mentioned an outsider helped them, she didn't believe it. She explains that since she was a child, she was taught that all outsiders are selfish, greedy, and only use NPCs for their own gain. But today made her realize that there are truly good, noble outsiders in the world. She looks directly at Hyun, her eyes shining with pure admiration and respect. Hyun says he only came because of King Barad's request, but looking at their happy faces, he's genuinely glad he made the trip. Per chuckles, gesturing to the Lord and the rebuilt forge, the atmosphere warmer than it has been in years. Bellin stands up, announcing that as their rightful savior, she intends to grant them half of the massive fortune confiscated from Books' merchant guild. Now, any normal player would be drooling at the thought of millions of gold, but Hyun instantly shakes his head and says no. He looks her dead in the eye, his face a mask of pure, selfless nobility, and tells her to keep every single coin to rebuild the village and support the local smiths. He looks out the window at the town, saying that seeing this beautiful territory regain its former glory is more than enough reward for him. Bellin gasps, clutching her chest as her heart completely melts at his sheer, saintly generosity. Old Per is practically weeping in the corner, looking at Hyun like he's a literal angel descended from heaven. But while they are busy crying tears of admiration, a massive system prompt suddenly flashes in front of Hyun's eyes. Ding! Hyun's eyes go wide as he reads the S-rank description. It has an 8% chance to trigger permanent, lifelong loyalty and vassalage from NPCs. And right now, the system is calculating the activation between the two NPCs in front of him. Between the legendary master blacksmith Per and the beautiful silver-haired Lord Bellin, who is about to swear eternal loyalty to Gwangmyeong's devious master. So, we left off with our guy's system window losing its mind. His S-tier unique title, Lord's Grace, has officially activated. This has a tiny 8% trigger rate, so Hyun is naturally assuming that the elderly blacksmith Per is the one about to pledge his soul to Gwangmyeong. But over at developer headquarters, the dev team is experiencing yet another collective stroke. The assistant is staring at the screen with her jaw on the floor, pointing out that it's statistically impossible for Per to be the target of the trigger. The lead developer explains why, and it actually makes perfect logical sense. Unlike the mining kid Banya, who was basically a free agent, Per is locked into a different social hierarchy. Per is a direct vassal to the Lord of Balas, Bellin. In the world of Ares, double-dipping on your feudal oaths is a serious crime. The assistant then asks the obvious question, if Per is locked out of vassalage, what about Bellin? The lead developer sighs, explaining that the game's power balance operates just like real-world politics, which means Bellin, a literal ruling noble of the kingdom, is about to swear her allegiance to a level 100 player. Back in the guild workshop, the mood is incredibly tense. Bellin slowly approaches Hyun, her silver hair catching the firelight as she gathers her long skirts. She drops to her knees and formally offers her loyalty to her savior. Hyun's internal monologue is currently screaming in pure panic. He looks over at Per, completely bewildered as to why his old buddy didn't get the system prompt. He glances at Nell, who looks like she just witnessed a glitch in the simulation. Per watches in silent, tearful awe as his lady makes her move. Hyun quickly kneels down to her eye level, asking her why she's doing something this dramatic. She looks up with absolute sincerity, stating she can feel his genuine desire to help her people. He offers his hand, gently urging her to stand up before she starts a political crisis. She takes his hand, saying that despite being an outsider, he is destined for greatness. She has made her choice, and she isn't backing down. She looks him dead in the eye and says she wants to grow alongside him. It is a beautiful, highly emotional moment that looks straight out of a high-budget fantasy romance. Meanwhile, Nell is aggressively elbowing Hyun in the ribs, whispering at him to accept the deal before the AI changes its mind. Hyun blinks, realizing the sheer, game-breaking scale of what is happening. He clears his throat, offering his most polished, saintly smile. He formally accepts her oath, bowing his head in return. Bellin stands up, her expression bright as she asks him one final question. She wants to know what his next move is for the territory. He tells her he plans to establish a training program to teach the local blacksmiths. He plays it off as a noble desire to see his fellow crafters grow, but his internal quest tracker tells a very different story. Bellin is basically vibrating with gratitude, completely unaware of the massive checklist he's running through. Purr is crying in the background, praising the heavens for this divine partnership. But inside Hyun's head, the gears are turning at sss-rank speed. If the actual lord of the territory is his loyal vassal, that means he technically controls the local economy. He can upgrade the local smith's skills, sell their high-tier products to ordinary players, and essentially set up a passive tax farming loop. He lets out a slightly devious laugh, quickly covering his mouth when Nell gives him the "stop being a supervillain" look. The next morning, the local blacksmith academy is officially in session. The remaining local smiths are gathered in the courtyard, murmuring about why they've been called here. Hyun walks into the grand forge, wearing his standard crafting apron. He rests his hand on the anvil, his presence instantly quietening the room. He introduces himself simply as Hyunsu, their new instructor. Predictably, the senior smiths immediately start grumbling in the back row. They think he's just some young, arrogant outsider who got lucky against books. Hyun ignores the disrespect, quietly lifting a stack of raw steel bars with his tongs. He tells them he'll let his hammer do the talking, plunging the metal straight into the roaring forge fire. The older smiths fold their arms, expecting him to fail the basic molding stage. They decide to watch for a few minutes just to see how bad he is. Cut to a fast-paced montage of day turning into night, and then night turning back into day. The skeptical old smiths are now staring at him with bloodshot eyes, sweating profusely. Hyun has been hammering non-stop for hours, his rhythm never faltering once. One of the apprentices points a trembling finger at the anvil, his voice shaking. Ding. A brilliant gold light erupts from the water bath as an epic-grade sword is completed. The entire room goes dead silent. They're looking at him like he just turned water into wine. The strongest skeptic in the front row slowly rises from his bench, approaching the table like he's approaching a holy relic. He asks if he can touch the blade, his voice filled with newfound respect. Hyun smiles, explaining that a great sword isn't just about the final shape. He details the exact science of maintaining a consistent hammer angle and heat distribution during the tempering phase. The old smith rubs the back of his neck, completely humbled, and asks if Hyun can teach them how to craft defensive gear too. Hyun's mouth curves into a very satisfied, silent smirk. He welcomes them to the class, promising to teach them everything they need to know. 2 weeks later, the forge is quiet. The furnace fire is burning low. Most of the students are literally collapsed on the floor, their souls leaving their bodies from exhaustion. But their faces are filled with pure joy. They survived the world's most brutal crafting boot camp. Hyun asks them if the training was too harsh, and they quickly shake their heads, saying it was the most valuable lesson of their lives. The senior smiths gather around him, their posture completely changed. They drop to one knee, formally apologizing for ever doubting his talent. They shout their thanks, their voices echoing through the wooden rafters. The system confirms the completion of the training arc, stating the 32 Smiths of Ballas will never forget his teachings. Hyun tells them they all worked hard, instructing them to start welcoming back the crafters who fled. They need to start mass-producing high-tier weapons to show the kingdom that Ballas is back on the map. He shakes hands with the lead smith, cementing their partnership. The local guild promises to follow his vision to the letter. Cut to the bustling streets of Ballas. The town is starting to look lively again. Suddenly, a player with a massive backpack and a recording camera spots the local stalls. This is Helm, a popular travel streamer who specializes in finding hidden spots. He picks up a basic sword from a normal street stall and his jaw instantly drops. Hashtag Chapter 38, the real world recovery. Even the most basic starter swords in the display racks are rare grade. Helm nervously asks the burly NPC merchant how much the blade costs. The merchant names a price so ridiculously low that Helm's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He asks why they are selling high-tier weapons for pocket change, and the merchant just laughs, saying this quality of steel is just their new baseline average. He credits everything to that person, but refuses to name Hyun without direct permission. Heln is left standing there, his streamer brain working at high speed. At first, he thinks the NPC is just hyping up some local lore, but as he walks further down the street, every single blacksmith shop is glowing with epic-grade gear. This is a goldmine. A normal starter town is producing weapon tiers that mid-level players usually have to raid dungeons for. He instantly hits the record button, going live to his community. He waves to his chat, introducing his sudden broadcast from Balas. He starts screaming into his mic, telling his viewers to abandon whatever they're doing and teleport here immediately. Meanwhile, in the physical world, Hyunsu is slowly waking up in his apartment. He stretches, checking his phone to see if he's late for his meetup with Ji-hoon. Suddenly, Nell's caller ID starts flashing on his screen. The moment he answers, she starts screaming so loudly his ears literally begin to ring. He rubs his temple, asking her what kind of emergency has occurred while he was asleep. She explains that a viral stream just exposed their entire operation in Balas. The clip has gone completely viral on the main community forums, with thousands of players flooding the town gates. Even the retired high-level crafters who abandoned the territory are returning to set up shop. Hyunsu listens to her report, a slow, highly satisfied grin spreading across his face. The viral traffic means the quest completion rate is going to be absolutely historic. Later that evening, we transition to a busy, traditional Korean barbecue restaurant. Ji-hoon is happily grilling pork belly, pouring a couple of shots of soju. He takes a bite, completely lost in culinary heaven. Hyunsu asks him how his work is going and if he's made any progress in Aries. Ji-hoon tells him work is the usual grind, but the game is getting interesting. He says his class just received a massive new quest update and it looks like a tough run. Hyunsu asks if he's joined a guild yet, and Ji-hoon shakes his head. Hyunsu smiles, casually suggesting that Ji-hoon should join gwangmyeong. Ji-hoon pauses, staring at his friend in silence for a moment. He smiles, saying a guild sounds great, but he has to maintain his professional pride. He jokes that since he's a highly valuable player, he'll need to think about the offer before committing. Hyunsu instantly puts on a dramatically depressed puppy dog face, playing along with the bit. Ji-hoon panics, waving his hands and clarifying that he's not rejecting the offer, just teasing him. Hyunsu laughs, aggressively stuffing a massive piece of lettuce-wrapped pork belly straight into Ji-hoon's mouth to shut him up. They share a loud, genuine laugh. Their bond as strong as ever despite Hyunsu's secret in-game status. Later that night, the mood shifts as we enter the quiet, sterile ward of the local hospital. Hyunsu sits quietly beside his comatose father's bed, the heart monitor ticking softly in the background. He looks at the bandages covering his father's face, the scars of the fire that ruined their lives. He leans in closer, speaking in a soft, gentle tone. He tells his dad that things are finally turning around for them, mentioning Ji-hoon's constant support, the incredible colleagues like Nell and Bark who trust his vision, and even the reliable adults like King Barad who have given him a second chance at life. For the first time in years, Hyunsu is smiling without carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. He rests his hand gently on his father's, saying that his success is their success. He adjusts his cap, standing up as he prepares to leave for the night. He offers a warm, quiet smile, promising to return tomorrow. He quietly closes the heavy wooden door, leaving the room in peace. But the moment the door clicks shut, the camera pans back to his father's hand. The green lines on the heart monitor suddenly spike. His father's fingers let out a distinct physical twitch under the white sheets. The next day, we are back in Aries, standing inside the Grand Royal Audience Hall of Goyard. Hyun drops to one knee, formally announcing his return to King Barad. Barad rests his chin on his fist, asking if the reconstruction of Balas has been completed. Hyun nods, his face calm and confident. Barad mentions he already heard reports about the downfall of books and the liberation of the smiths. He leans forward, his golden eyes narrowing as he asks for the exact territory development rate. Ding. A massive blue hologram screen flashes between them. Hyun proudly announces that the territory has developed by over 150%. Barad's regal composure completely cracks, his hand slamming onto his throne's armrest. He repeats the number in absolute disbelief. The royal advisor is left speechless, her eyes wide as she checks the official records. Hyun calmly explains his teaching methods, highlighting how the local smiths are now self-sufficient. He presents the official scroll detailing the economic boom and the massive influx of tourists. Barad lets out a boisterous laugh, a proud, genuine grin spreading across his face. He rises from his throne, declaring that Hyun has far exceeded his expectations and grants him a massive reward of 1.5 million gold. Ding. The system confirms the transaction, depositing the gold straight into Gwangmyeong's treasury. Hyun bows, thanking the king with his most polished professional courtesy. Barad admits he would have been satisfied with a mere 40% development rate, but Hyun saved the entire region. Hyun plays it cool, saying he was merely doing his duty as a crafter. Barad smiles, his voice dropping to a low, highly serious tone. He tells Hyun that a feat of this scale deserves more than just standard coin. He looks down at our guy, announcing that he wants to grant him an additional legendary reward, leaving Hyunsu on yet another massive cliffhanger. So, we left off with King Barad offering our guy a massive bonus reward, a private blacksmith shop right in the heart of the Goyard Kingdom. This is basically the equivalent of getting a free, rent-free retail space in Times Square, a golden ticket to set up Gwangmyeong's absolute monopoly. Barad expects him to jump at the offer, suggesting they build the forge right in the capital. But Hyunsu just smiles and declines the offer without even flinching. Barad is completely floored, asking if he thinks the territory is too small. Hyunsu shakes his head, his tone incredibly calm. He explains that his goal is to make the entire Ballast territory grow as a whole. If he sets up his personal shop there, players will only ever visit his forge, leaving the local NPC blacksmiths to starve in his shadow. Our guy just turned down a free Kingdom-sponsored franchise to preserve the local artisanal vibe. Barad is deeply moved, realizing Hyunsu possesses the macro-level foresight of a true legendary ruler. He tells Hyunsu to name any territory he wants in the future, promising to back him up. Hyunsu thanks him, stating he needs to visit Ballast first to check on a promise he made to the Lord. Barad lets him go, highly respected, and says he will call on him when the next kingdom task arises. But as Hyunsu walks out of the grand audience hall, Barad watches his back, thinking this is all part of a larger test to see if he can truly rule. The scene transitions to a clear, sunny sky, shifting to the bustling European-style streets of Freya territory a few days later. Hyunsu pushes open a heavy wooden door, the bell chiming softly above him. Nell is sitting at a large wooden table inside a massive library-like room, welcoming him. He asks her why she suddenly wanted to meet in this specific location. She lets out a proud, highly devious laugh, throwing her arms out to announce that this is officially the new base for the Gwangmyeong Guild. She explains that Freya has decent player traffic and is close to the capital, making it the perfect foundation. Hyunsu is highly impressed, thinking about his growing roster of allies. He tells her he also has some news of his own to share. The moment he tells her, Nell screams so loudly she nearly shatters the windows. She looks like she just got hit with a surprise tax audit, stuttering as she repeats, "Become a noble?" Hyunsu rubs his chin, thinking about Bellen's unexpected proposal. We get a quick flashback to Bellen sitting across from him in her workshop, asking him to become a noble. Hyunsu was completely caught off guard, asking her what she meant. She explained that after watching him save her people, she realized someone like him deserves to lead. Since she hasn't sworn loyalty to anyone else, she wants to offer him a deal. She promised to share a direct stake of her territory with him if he achieves noble status. Back in the present, a system notification interrupts his thoughts. Ding. A hidden S-rank quest has been unlocked, rewarding him with a direct share of Ballast. Hyunsu accepts the quest, his fist clenching as he realizes the sheer scale of the reward. He knows that having a stake in the territory is the ultimate scammer passive income play. Nell is pacing around the table, muttering that this is a completely unprecedented case in Ares history. Usually, only royalty can hand out noble titles, which means Bellen saw massive potential in him. She points to a bundle of rolled parchment on the table, asking what it is. Nell's face goes completely dark and devious as she unrolls the paper. She excitedly announces that this is a request from Blacksmith Hyun's first official, high-tier client. The user is Russell, a level 323 Dragon Knight, ranked 21st nationally. He is famous for being a solo player who refuses to join any mega guild. Nell admits the artifact he wants is extremely unusual and looks incredibly difficult to make, but if they succeed, Hyun's fame will shoot straight into the stratosphere. Hyunsu asks what kind of item he wants, and we get a dramatic visual of a massive roaring spectral dragon wrapped around a glowing sword. Nell explains that he requested an artifact physically imbued with a real dragon. Hyunsu's brain stalls, staring at her in disbelief. A dragon-imbued artifact? He asks, wondering if the client is out of his mind. The scene shifts to Rowoon, the master of the Black Anvil Guild, who is also looking at the request. Roan's representative slams his fist on the table, asking why he is turning down such a lucrative offer. Roan rubs his temple, explaining that a dragon has never been seen in the history of the game. How are you supposed to imbue a weapon with a creature that literally doesn't exist in the game files? The representative argues that Black Anvil is the #1 blacksmith guild on the server, so they should be able to make anything. Roan shakes his head, saying they only deal with things that are realistically possible. He pushes a heavy bag of gold coins back across the table, rejecting the commission. The representative looks down in silent frustration, clutching the coin bag. He stands up, saying he understands, and prepares to leave. He exits the Grand Guild Hall, the heavy doors closing behind him. He walks down the crowded street, pulling his hood low over his face. He sighs, realizing even the top guild in the country refused the commission. We see the private message inbox for Blacksmith Hyun overflowing with hundreds of identical, desperate spam requests from Russell. He decides to send one more request, hoping against hope for a response. Ding. Suddenly, a system window pops up on his screen with an instant reply from Hyun's blacksmith. His eyes widen in pure shock under his hood, his breath catching. The scene cuts to nighttime as the cloaked representative approaches a quiet, secluded workshop under the moon. He knocks softly on the wooden door, asking if anyone is inside. A calm, steady voice from inside tells him to enter. He pushes the door open, thinking the voice sounds surprisingly young. He steps into the dim, candlelit room, but a silhouette standing near the back tells him to stop right there. The representative squints through the shadows, asking if he is just a regular workshop staff member. The silhouette slowly walks forward into the light, a confident smile on his face. "No," he says, introducing himself as Blacksmith Hyun, sending a chill of excitement straight down the client's spine. So, the cloaked guy is standing there, completely stunned. He was expecting some grizzled, middle-aged master blacksmith, not a young guy standing in a simple apron. He mutters that Hyun is much younger than he imagined. He steps forward, saying he came in person because he needed to ask a critical question. He looks Hyun in the eye and asks if he can truly craft something with a real dragon in it. Hyunsu doesn't even blink, offering a calm, instant, "Of course." But before they discuss details, Hyunsu holds out his hand, demanding an expensive deposit first. Remember, kids, it's not a scam if you look professional while doing it. The client hesitates, thinking about how even the legendary Black Anvil Guild declared this project impossible. He clenches his teeth, admitting that his father is critically ill in the real world. His father's final wish is to see a real dragon before he passes away, and he is grasping at any straw he can find. He bows his head, his voice cracking as he says Hyun is his absolute last hope. Hyunsu's expression softens, his mind instantly flashing back to his own father lying comatose in the hospital. He decides to show him a proof of concept, activating his sss-rank divine emergency crafting. The room is suddenly engulfed in a blinding green magical circle as Hyunsu floats slightly off the ground. Whoosh. A massive, majestic spectral dragon erupts from the glowing blade in his hand, roaring into the ceiling. The sheer pressure of the summon shakes the entire workshop, the dragon's golden scales shimmering in the dark. The client falls backward, his eyes wide as he stares at the legendary beast looming over him. The spectral dragon dissolves back into light, and Hyunsu asks if he believes in the possibility now. He tells the stunned client to sit down so they can have a serious business conversation. We get a quick flashback to a few hours earlier with Hyunsu and Nell discussing the file at the table. Hyunsu was wondering why this high-ranking player was so obsessed with the dragon motif. Nell pulled up the transaction logs, showing that Russell had sent hundreds of identical spams. He had also spent millions of gold contacting information guilds and top-tier summoners just to find a lead. Hyunsu found it highly unusual that the client didn't care about stats or abilities, only the dragon. Nell admitted the guy seemed incredibly desperate, bordering on fanatical. She showed him records of Russell reaching out to every known master in the kingdom, but since dragons don't exist in the current game version, everyone ignored him. Nell agreed that the request was incredibly tough, but she had a backup option. She pulled out another folder, her expression turning serious. She slid the document across the polished table toward him. She suggested they could always take on a much safer, high-tier commission. She reminded him of his promise on the live broadcast to craft a custom weapon for an elite archer. The candidate was Ian, the level 320 rank 1 archer in the country. Ian's request was simple. He just wanted Hyunsu to forge the strongest bow possible. Hyunsu looked at the file, remembering the guy who bought his strength gauntlets. But a wild, confident grin spread across his face as he chose the dragon request instead. Nell sighed, saying she knew he would choose the more difficult path. She stood up, excited to contact the client and close the deal. Hyunsu looked at the blueprints, murmuring the words, "An artifact with a dragon." His eyes narrowed as he realized he could use that sword as his primary design motif. Back in the present, a single candle flickers on the table between Hyunsu and the client. Hyunsu explains that the dagger he just used was a temporary creation that could only summon the dragon for a few seconds. To build a permanent, flawless artifact, he will need exactly 1 week of work. The client leans forward, asking if that's truly possible in game time. He admits he is running out of time in the real world. He slides a blank check across the table, saying budget is not an issue. Hyunsu stares at the check, his expression turning cold. He slides the money back, stating he only accepts payment after the customer is fully satisfied. The client looks up, completely stunned by his integrity. Hyunsu offers a warm, confident hand, promising to do his absolute best. The client looks at him, hope finally returning to his eyes. They share a firm, respectful handshake, sealing the legendary pact. The scene transitions to the real world, showing a massive, luxury hospital building at night. This is Lee Taeha, the youngest son of the mega conglomerate Hansung Group, sitting beside his father's bed. His father is frail and pale, hooked up to a complex array of medical monitors. Taeha gently holds his father's hand, promising him that he will get to see a real dragon very soon. His father's eyes flutter, his mind drifting as he whispers the name of his eldest son, Taesong. Taeha's face falls, a look of quiet pain crossing his features as he gently says, "Father, it's Taeha." His father doesn't seem to hear him, his mind lost in senility as he keeps calling for the eldest. Taeha quietly tucks the blanket around his father's shoulders, telling him to rest. He offers a small, bittersweet smile, promising to return tomorrow. He steps out into the quiet, dimly lit hospital corridor, the heavy door closing behind him. He lets out a long, exhausted sigh, realizing it has been years since they had a real conversation. Suddenly, his smartphone starts vibrating aggressively in his pocket. He pulls it out, his expression instantly hardening. The screen shows a call from Big Brother, Lee Taesong, the heir to the family empire. We see Taesong sitting in a luxurious high-rise office, mockingly asking if Taeha is still playing his little video game. Taeha clenches his phone, telling him to mind his own business. Taesong sneers, reminding him of his pathetic promise to find a legendary dragon inside the game to cure their father's depression. He says it's been several months and he has seen zero results from his solo play. Taeha's fist clenches so tightly his knuckles turn white, insisting they are almost there. Taesong cuts him off, his voice dripping with corporate coldness. He warns Taeha that this is his absolute last chance. If he fails to deliver this time, he must delete his character and return to the company to serve his brother. Taesong hangs up, and Taeha is left standing in the quiet hallway, his eyes burning with determination. He walks away, muttering that he has no choice but to trust the sss-rank blacksmith. He remembers the majestic roar of the spectral dragon Hyunsu summons so easily. He knows that if anyone on the server can pull off this miracle, it is Blacksmith Hyun. The next day, the scene shifts to the grand modern entrance of the National Museum. The camera pans inside, showing a beautiful, ancient golden sword displayed behind thick security glass. The hilt is shaped like an elegant roaring dragon, identical to the motif Hyunsu needs. We see a young man in a low cap standing in front of the glass. Our guy is standing in front of the museum display case, remembering the exact moment he restored this legendary ancient blade with his father. A few years ago, the National Museum directors were completely out of options, begging his father to save the crumbling relic. His father poured everything into the hammer strikes, but his body reached its absolute limit. Decades of heavy manual forging had completely destroyed his father's arm, causing him to drop the hammer in agony. Faced with his father's crushing despair, Hyunsu made a silent, life-altering decision. He took up the hammer himself, executing the delicate restoration work under his father's verbal guidance. All of it was done to preserve his father's title as a master craftsman. Watching the museum crowd marvel at the perfect golden hilt is a memory that remains burned into his soul. But inside the game, simply replicating the physical shape of the sword from memory isn't going to cut it. He needs to tap into the exact emotional weight and artistic senses he channeled during that real-world restoration. As he turns to leave, heavy footsteps echo across the marble floor. It is Taesong, the eldest brother of our client Taeha, being escorted through the VIP wing. Taesong stops in front of the glass case, staring at the golden dragon hilt. He remembers his father bringing him here as a child, claiming this was the only sword in existence capable of holding a real dragon. He presses his hand against the glass, his face completely pale. This isn't the rusted, decayed piece of metal he saw during his childhood. It is a flawless masterpiece. The golden dragon wrapping around the guard seems almost ready to take flight. The museum guide politely mentions that the sword was restored a few years ago by a legendary master craftsman, though sadly he is currently in a deep coma following a devastating forge fire. Hyunsu quietly listens from the shadows, his hood pulled low over his protective mask. The guide suddenly spots him, her eyes widening in recognition. "Could it be Hyunsu?" she asks, stepping forward. Hyunsu bows respectfully, greeting his father's old colleague with quiet politeness. She smiles warmly, realizing he came to visit the weapon he and his father saved together. Taesong watches the exchange, his sharp business instincts instantly picking up on the kid's mysterious vibe. Hyunsu offers no explanations, his gaze remaining calm behind his dark bangs. He gives a final polite nod, preparing to make his exit. He walks out of the gallery, leaving the corporate heir staring after him in silence. The guide whispers to Taesong that the young man who just left is the legendary master's only son. Back inside the virtual world, the forge furnace is roaring with intense, bright flames. Hyunsu stands at his anvil, his focus completely reset. He recalls that his father always analyzed the historical and cultural significance of a weapon before starting the hammerwork. He begins researching the deep mythology surrounding the legendary figure, Heimosu. He scrolls through the ancient annals of the Joseon dynasty, uncovering hidden lore. According to the myth, when the solar deity Heimosu descended from the heavens, he carried the original dragon blade. He rode a chariot drawn by 5 majestic dragons shining brighter than the sun. Heimosu's secondary title in the annals was Cheonwangrang, meaning the heavenly king. Hyunsu's eyes light up with pure inspiration. The key to summoning the dragon isn't just the sword itself, it is the element of the sky and the sun. He quickly drafts a new set of blueprints, his charcoal pencil moving across the paper with absolute precision. But just as he prepares to light the furnace, a system notification chiming on his HUD ruins the moment. It is a direct message from Russell, stating he has to cancel the commission immediately. Hyunsu is stunned. The client was desperate enough to spam him hundreds of times, so a sudden cancellation makes no sense. He remembers the sheer desperation in Taeha's voice, pleading to save his father's dying wish. Our guy looks at his completed blueprints, his eyes narrowing. He isn't about to let a client's real-life tragedy end in a complete defeat. He opens his messenger, typing an urgent response to Russell, demanding they talk immediately. Meanwhile, we transition to the real-world hospital ward under a cold, starry sky. The entire family has gathered around the bed, their faces filled with grief. The head doctor pulls Taesong aside, quietly telling him to prepare for the worst because the old man won't survive the night. The father is drifting in and out of consciousness, weakly mumbling about wanting to see a dragon. He lifts a trembling hand, gasping for air as he visualizes a great beast rising into the heavens. Taesong holds his hand tightly, his cold corporate mask completely cracking. He tearfully begs his father to stop, crying that dragons aren't real and he needs to let go of the childhood dream. Suddenly, the double doors slam open, and Taeha bursts into the room, gasping for breath. The doctor tries to stop him, warning him that his dramatic entrance is destabilizing the patient. But Taeha ignores him, looking at his brother with fierce determination. He announces he is going to log in to Ares right now to show their father a real dragon. Taeseong stares at him like he's lost his mind, pointing out that every top guild in the country called it an impossible task. Taeha logs in anyway, using a specialized medical capsule to bring his father's consciousness directly into the beginner zone of Barden. The father spawns into the cobblestone square, clutching his head in confusion. He is a level 1 avatar, his frail virtual body looking around at the medieval buildings. He stumbles, disoriented by the sudden shift in sensory inputs. Taeha runs up to him, his eyes shining with relief. His father looks at him, blinking as he asks, "Is that you, my son?" Taeha holds his arm, begging his father to trust him and hold on for just a little longer. His father nods slowly, the immersive virtual environment soothing his real-world physical pain. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approach, and the local players in the square begin pointing in shock. It is the beginner blacksmith Ren and training instructor Relson marching straight toward them under direct orders from Hyunsu. Taeha bows deeply, thanking them for the sudden assistance. Ren laughs boisterously, telling the father-son duo to follow them because they are running out of time. They reach the city gates where a high-ranking noble is waiting on a magnificent brown stallion. This is Lord Banz of Barden, his presence completely commanding the field. He tells Taeha he heard about their emergency from Hyunsu, urging them to mount the horses immediately. Taeha gently helps his father onto the saddle, his mind completely blown by the situation. They gallop out of the gates, kicking up massive clouds of dust as they race across the plains. Lord Banz leads the vanguard, pushing his stallion to its absolute limits. He laughs, admitting this is the first time in his noble life he's done something this wild, all thanks to his friendship with Hyunsu. Taeha looks at the roaring scenery, completely bewildered. He's wondering what kind of player Hyunsu is to make high-level NPCs act like a personal escort service, but their speedrun is abruptly cut short as a dark shadow falls over the plains. A massive, red-eyed swarm of high-level goblins and monsters blocks the valley ahead. The horizon is completely covered in a terrifying crimson aura of absolute death. Over at developer headquarters, the assistant's hands are shaking over her keyboard. She asks the team leader if there is a massive bug in the system architecture. The beginner Zone Lord, a character designed to stay locked inside his castle, is currently acting as a personal bodyguard for a level 1 old man in the high-level wild lands. The executive directors are sweating, wondering how a player managed to break the standard AI routing. But the chief developer just smiles, his expression filled with absolute satisfaction. He explains that this isn't a bug. Hyunsu's hidden affinity with these NPCs is simply maxed out to the absolute limit. They aren't moving because of system code, they are moving out of genuine, deep loyalty to their friend. The assistant is still staring at the screen, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the anomaly. Lord Bands is actively crossing territory borders, a move that should have triggered a hard reset. The developer smiles, stating this is the fluid, player-driven world of Ares he always wanted to see, and Hyunsu is the first player on the server to make that dream a reality. Back on the battlefield, the massive gargoyle monster lunges at Taiha and his father. Its stone claws are inches away from their horse, the wind roaring as it swings. But before the strike can connect, a blinding white slash of sword energy splits the sky. The colossal beast is cleanly sliced in half, dissolving into light before it can touch the old man. Lord Bands lets out a relieved breath, driving his stallion forward through the gaps. He shouts that the border is just ahead and they need to make a final push. Suddenly, a second massive golem emerges from the dirt, raising a colossal stone club to crush them. Eshlush. An eye-patched knight leaps from the sky, his heavy blade shattering the golem's skull in a single strike. A massive squad of elite castle knights charges into the fray, creating a perfect protective wall. It is Commander Cal and the castle vanguard, their armor gleaming in the sunlight. Cal salutes Taiha, stating they received Hyunsu's urgent request and will handle the remaining monsters. Bands yells his thanks, urging his horse to leap past the crumbling stone debris. Taiha holds his father tight as they ride at breakneck speed toward the capital. The grand, towering spires of the Goyard Kingdom main gate finally appear on the horizon. Lord Bands pulls back the reins, saying his beginner zone restrictions prevent him from entering the capital gates. But the moment they halt, the massive steel gates of the kingdom slowly creak open. Riding out of the gate is a majestic royal escort, led by the crimson-haired King Barad himself. Barad asks if they are the family of his dear friend Hyunsu, ordering his vice-captain to escort them immediately. Taiha is completely speechless. The legendary Sword King just referred to a level 100 blacksmith as his close friend. Bella takes the lead, her white plate armor shining as she guides them through the royal gardens. The father looks at the beautiful, shimmering scenery, asking where they are going. Taiha smiles warmly, telling his father they are finally going to see the dragon. The old man's eyes light up with the pure, innocent joy of a child. They gallop across the vast golden plains surrounding the capital, the wind howling in their ears. Bella points ahead, announcing that Sir Hyunsu is waiting for them on the hill. The horses slow to a gentle trot as they reach the grassy summit. Taiha carefully helps his father down from the saddle, his hands trembling. Hyunsu and Nell are standing there, a beautiful golden-sheathed sword resting in Hyunsu's hands. Hyunsu smiles warmly, announcing that the dragon-infused artifact is officially complete. Taiha accepts the golden hilt, the metal warm to the touch. He looks at his father, taking a deep breath as he prepares to draw the blade. He grips the handle, the dragon's scales on the guard glowing with an intense golden heat. He raises the sword high into the sky, channeling his mana into the core. Cable 000. A colossal, magnificent golden dragon erupts from the blade, its roar shaking the entire region. The golden beast swirls majestic circle patterns through the clouds, lighting up the sunset. Nell and the guards look on in absolute awe, the spectacle completely defying the game's limits. The dragon opens its jaws, unleashing a blinding beam of pure solar energy into the sky. It is a perfect, flawless manifestation of the myth of Heimosu, the sun dragon dancing in the heavens. The father starts crying tears of pure joy, pointing at the sky and shouting that the dragon is truly real. He has a brilliant, peaceful smile on his face as he watches the golden scales shimmer in the twilight. Taiha holds his father's shoulders, tears streaming down his own face as he whispers, "Father." He asks if there was a specific reason his father wanted to see a dragon so desperately. His father continues to watch the sky, his expression incredibly peaceful. Suddenly, heavy armor footsteps approach from behind, and Taiha turns to see his eldest brother, Taiseong, standing there. His father smiles, explaining that Taiseong was the one who promised to show him a dragon. Taesong stands frozen in his heavy armor, tears spilling from his eyes as he looks at his family. We get a quick touching flashback to their childhood, with young Taesong holding a toy dragon beside baby Taiha's crib. The young Taesong was excitingly asking their father if big, majestic dragons were real. Their father patted his head, promising that when Taesong grew up, they would definitely go find a real dragon together, and the young Taesong eagerly promised he would go see it with his baby brother Taiha. Taesong is completely undone, realizing his senile father had held on to that childhood promise through all these years of illness. He drops to his knees beside his father, weeping silently as he thanks him for remembering. The three of them sit together on the grass, watching the magnificent golden beast fade into the twilight. It is a perfect, peaceful moment of family reconciliation before the final departure. A few days later, we are back inside the quiet gwangmyeong guild base. Nell is sipping her tea, praising Hyunsu for pulling off a literal miracle. Hyunsu modestly shakes his head, saying Taeha was the one who activated the sword's hidden potential. He explains that when Taeha drew the blade, several unique legendary system windows appeared. Nell puts down her cup, her business instincts instantly alert as she asks what kind of windows. Hyunsu admits he doesn't know the exact details yet, as the client is currently busy with his father's real-world funeral. But Taeha promised to visit the guild base and explain everything once the mourning period is over. Nell grins, mentioning she heard a rumor that Hyunsu turned down a second blank check from the Hansung Group heir. She asks him how much gold he plans to write on the check now that the job is successfully done. She excitedly suggests they should ask for a massive commercial building in the capital since real estate is the ultimate investment. Hyunsu just smiles, stating he has already decided on the perfect payment. He shows her the contract, pointing to the single handwritten letter in the payment field. Nell's eyes go wide, her jaw completely dropping in shock as she screams, "Wait, JT!" The scene transitions back to the real world inside Taeha's dark, luxurious penthouse apartment. His smartphone lights up on the table with a new message notification from Kang Hyunsu. Taeha picks up the phone, expecting a massive invoice for the legendary dragon sword, but the moment he opens the attached image, he lets out a loud, ecstatic laugh, the heavy grief finally leaving his face. The camera zooms in on his phone screen, showing the blank check he gave Hyunsu. Instead of a cash amount, Hyunsu wrote a custom, binding contract to recruit the number 21 ranker Russell into the Gwangmyeong Guild, securing their ultimate S-tier weapon for the future. We start with a reality check. 2 days ago, inside a quiet funeral hall, the weight of the real world finally caught up. Taeha stands before his father's portrait, completely silent, while his older brother Taeshong walks up beside him. The corporate titan doesn't offer empty words. He just gestures for his brother to take a seat. No grand speeches, no theatrical tears, just the quiet grief of two brothers who finally completed a final promise. Taesong breaks the silence, asking his younger brother what his plans are now that their father is gone. Taeha looks down. For a long time, his entire life was driven by one desperate quest. Now, he isn't entirely sure. But his brother remembers their father's final words on that hill. Children, he didn't want them to spend their lives chasing corporate margins. He wanted them to find the things money can't buy. And Taesong knows his brother better than anyone. He knows Taeha has already found exactly where he belongs. He places a heavy, supportive hand on Taeha's shoulder, telling him to go do exactly what he wants to do. Taeha looks up, surprised by the sudden shift in his brother's intense corporate demeanor. "If you are going to do it," Taesong says with a rare, genuine smile, "you might as well become the absolute best." As for the family business, Taesong's got it covered. He'll make Hansung Group the top conglomerate in the country while Taeha conquers the virtual world. For the first time in a very long time, Taeha lets out a quiet, peaceful smile. The burden is officially gone. Cut back to the game. Taeha stands in front of Gwangmyeong's cozy, low-profile guild office, taking a deep breath. He remembers Hyunsu's words. He knows this guild is brand new, with barely any members to its name. But as he pushes the heavy wooden door open, he has zero doubts this place is going to become the greatest guild in the world. Inside, Hyunsu and Nell are casually sharing a cup of tea, completely unaware of the dramatic entrance. Hyunsu looks up, offering a casual greeting as if they didn't just summon a sky deity 48 hours ago. Taeha freezes for a second, feeling the sudden shift from his heavy emotional reflections back to Gwangmyeong's laid-back reality. He steps forward, asking Hyunsu if he remembers the choice he was given when he first held that legendary sword. Before Hyunsu can even answer, Taeha swipes his hand through the air, projecting his system screen directly into the room. Two massive glowing blue option tabs materialize, presenting the path of a unique class. Nell's eyes go wide. "Wait, both options are unique grade?" Taeha explains that the very moment his fingers wrapped around that custom dragon-infused hilt, these two paths unlocked. Hyunsu, completely calm, asks Rizal if he has finally made his final decision. Taeha takes a slow, deep breath, placing a hand over his chest as he prepares to commit his virtual life. "I will walk the path of a dragon knight." He explains the fundamental difference. A dragon lord rules over others, commanding armies from a safe distance, but a dragon knight? A dragon knight stands on the front lines, risking everything to protect their allies. He extends his hand toward Hyunsu, his gaze steady and filled with absolute sincerity. I want to protect you all and grow together. Hyunsu stares at the hand for a brief second before letting out a small, satisfied smirk. I look forward to working with you, master. The two main characters of this arc lock hands in a firm, history-making handshake while Nell watches with a proud smile in the background. And right on cue, the system chimes in to make it official. Rizzle has joined gwangmyeong. Nell claps her hands in pure joy, celebrating their third official member. Taeha, slightly confused, asks where the other guy is. Nell pulls up a chibi hologram of Bark, introducing their veteran shield specialist who is currently offline. Taeha nods in understanding, then remembers he has one more piece of business to settle with their guildmaster. He mentions that besides the blank check his brother wrote, he wants to offer an additional, personal reward in the real world. Also, my older brother said he wants to meet you in person to say thank you. Taeha's eyes drift, suddenly recalling a very specific memory. He remembers running into a quiet, masked young man at the National Museum weeks ago, staring intensely at the rusted dragonfire sword. Hyunsu, totally oblivious to the fact that Taeha is putting the pieces together, nods casually. A simple greeting should be fine. Great, Taeha says, pulling out his interface. Then I will contact him right away. Hyunsu instantly panics. Wait, right now? And just like that, we cut to the real world. Heavy machinery rumbles under a clear blue sky as massive steel beams are hoisted into the air. We are in Gyeongju, where Hyunsu is currently standing near a major construction site under the warm sun. Suddenly, a voice calls out his name from across the dirt path. A tall man in a tailored gray suit waves his hand enthusiastically. It is Lee Tae-seong, the elite chairman of Hansung Group. Tae-seong introduces himself formally, while Hyunsu's brain does a quick backflip realizing the actual owner of the nation's biggest conglomerate is standing right in front of him. Hyunsu politely introduces himself, pulling down his mask slightly, though the sudden corporate attention clearly has him sweating. I didn't expect our meeting to be right in front of my new blacksmith shop, Hyunsu says, gesturing to the massive steel frame behind them. Tae-seong looks at the construction site, then back at Hyunsu. Compared to what you did for our family, this building is just a small token of our gratitude. Hyunsu tries to wave it off, insisting he didn't do anything that incredible, but Tae-seong shakes his head firmly. No, in the game, you made a dragon-infused sword that brought peace to my father, my brother, and myself. And in reality, Tae-seong continues, looking directly at him, you restored the real dragonfire sword. Hyunsu quickly credits his father for the physical restoration. Tae-seong looks up at the sky, his expression softening into a nostalgic smile. When we were young, my brother and I truly loved dragons. He recalls the memory of standing before that rusted, decaying weapon in the National Museum, feeling a deep, hollow disappointment. But when he saw the perfectly restored, brilliant blade standing proud in the display case years later, he felt a surge of raw emotion. In that single moment, he felt like he had completely returned to his childhood dreams. He steps forward, grasping Hyunsu's hand with absolute, unshakable respect. What you and your father accomplished is truly remarkable. You preserved what belongs to our past and allowed people to continue remembering it. He looks at the skeleton frame of the new forge. I never imagined that you, who do such meaningful work, would be struggling in such a difficult situation. His eyes burn with a quiet, billionaire-tier determination. I want to correct that, even now. Hyunsu stares at him, his eyes shining under his hood as the sheer sincerity of the gesture hits him right in the chest. Tae-seong reaches into his tailored suit jacket, pulling out a crisp sealed envelope. He slides the envelope, embossed with the prestigious Hansung logo, directly into Hyunsu's hands. Please move forward, Hyunsu. I want to pave the path ahead for a master craftsman. This is how billionaires say thank you. But the grind never stops. Cut back to the game. Nell is projecting a massive news broadcast in Gwangmyeong's office, showing off a brand new pilot program on AJ Broadcasting. Taeha and Bark watch with smirks, while Hyunsu looks at the screen like he just walked into a trap. Wait, Rizzle is appearing on a broadcast? And they are doing an unboxing of my custom item? Nell strikes a dramatic pose, her fist raised to the sky in pure, unadulterated capitalist hype. With this broadcast as our starting point, we are going to rocket Hyun's blacksmith shop ranking straight to the top! Hyunsu can only sweat. What about my opinion? Hashtag chapter 44. Nell, completely ignoring Hyunsu's quiet protests, continues her victory speech with the absolute confidence of a seasoned marketing director. She raises her fist again, her silver blue eyes burning with pure ambition. This broadcast is going to change everything. Taeha stands there in tiny chibi form, sweat dropping as he realizes his new guild manager might be slightly terrifying when it comes to business. Spark, ever the practical investor, crosses his massive arms and asks Nell what rank Hyun's blacksmith shop actually sits at right now. Hyunsu swipes his hand, pulling up his official merchant status screen to reveal the current standings. Nell leans in, her eyes scanning the digital numbers with an analytical glint. The screen shows Hyun's blacksmith shop sitting at 48th place, with a massive follower count of over 438,000. She explains that the top 3 corporate giant shops, Black Anvil, Golden Shield, and Small Hammer, firmly hold their positions by mass-producing standard high-quality gear. So, should I also start mass-producing weapons to compete? Hyunsu asks. Nell shakes her head with a devious smile. No. Actually, it is the exact opposite. The fact that Hyunsu reached 48th place despite barely selling anything proves his work carries an unmatched, legendary influence. She clenches her fist, her voice rising in excitement. If we reveal a brand new masterpiece on a live national broadcast, the reaction is going to be historical. And for this grand marketing strategy, Rizzle is going to be their ultimate S-tier supporter. Taeha smiles, shaking Nell's hand in agreement, while Hyunsu stands between them looking like a hostage in his own office. The next evening, the warm glow of the sunset washes over the quiet streets of Gwangmyeong's neighborhood. Inside the base, Hyunsu rests his chin on his gloved hand, staring intensely at the blank digital broadcast screen on their table. Nell sits across from him, keeping her arms crossed with a smug, knowing grin. It won't be fun if I tell you what we are going to show in advance. Suddenly, the screen flashes to life, bathing the dim room in bright blue light. Ah! It is starting! A energetic blue-haired host in a sharp blue vest strikes a thumbs-up pose. Hello, everyone! I'm your host, MC Twoodums. The live chat box on the side instantly explodes, the viewer count rapidly ticking past 186,000 in a matter of seconds. Twoodums wastes zero time, pointing dramatically at the camera. First, let's introduce a brand new, never-before-seen class. A pillar of bright blue digital data materializes on the stage, slowly solidifying into a tall, imposing figure. Please welcome, Knight Rizel! Taeha steps out of the light, looking incredibly sleek in a casual gray coat. The live chat instantly goes into absolute meltdown. Dragon Knight? Where are there even dragons in Aries? No delusions, lol. Twoodums turns to Taeha, matching the chat's intense skepticism with a theatrical gasp. Rizzle! Are you telling us you are going to reveal the top secret of how you obtained this special class on today's national broadcast? Taeha gives a cool, effortless nod. That is correct. With a smooth swipe of his hand, he brings up his official rank profile for the entire country to see. Level 323. Class: Dragon Knight. Domestic rank: 21. The chat goes dead silent for a microsecond before completely fracturing into pure hype. Twoodums practically falls backward in mock shock. Being ranked 21st in the entire nation is already far from ordinary. So tell us, the host begs, how on earth did you obtain the legendary Dragon Knight class? Taeha doesn't answer with words. He reaches into his coat, his hand wrapping around a golden hilt as a brilliant blinding light erupts from his palm. He draws the weapon in one fluid, high-speed motion, the air slicing open with a sharp hum. The crowd of producers and staff behind the cameras gasp, shield their eyes from the overwhelming golden radiance. With a heavy physical impact that rattles the virtual studio, a colossal, majestic golden dragon materializes behind Taeha, its crimson eyes burning with ancient power. The giant beast lets out a silent, world-shaking roar, its long golden scales flowing through the digital air like a sea of sunbeams. Taeha stands calmly in front of the colossal summon, extending his hand with a confident, effortless smile. Are you surprised? Twoodums is frozen on his knees, his jaw literally touching the floor. This is a real dragon? The host quickly recovers his professional energy, jumping in front of the camera with double thumbs up. This is incredible, everyone! The first actual dragon ever revealed in the history of Aries, only here on AJ Broadcasting! The chat box is moving so fast it is literally a blur of question marks and screaming text. Is this real? Aries is broken! Twoodums, wiping a bead of sweat from his temple, asks Rizel if he can explain exactly how he summoned such a beast. Taeha raises the golden sword, letting the blade catch the studio light. Showing you is going to be much faster than explaining. He projects the sword's item sheet directly onto the screen. Hyun's custom-made sword. Durability, 8,000. Attack, 534. The stat sheet details active skills capable of summoning and fighting alongside a dragon. The stream chat turns into a chaotic wall of spam. Legendary grade? That visual is insane! Unbelievable! Twoodums screams, clapping furiously. So you became a Dragon Knight thanks to the first legendary grade item in the entire country? Back in Gwangmyeong's office, Hyunsu and Nell watch the broadcast, the bright blue light reflecting off their faces. Nell smiles warmly, explaining her brilliant strategic plan. Hyunsu, the artifacts you make are incredibly powerful, but because you forge them by hand, they can't be mass-produced. So, she decided to turn that limitation into their greatest competitive weapon. Because it is rare, it is more special. By showcasing his work on a national stage like a rare, priceless masterpiece, they are cementing an image of ultra-exclusivity in the minds of every high-level player. This single broadcast is going to completely lock that luxury branding in place. Back on the stream, Twodums is still hyping up the first legendary item, but Taiha calmly raises a finger. Actually, that is incorrect. The host stops mid-sentence, his face twisting in confusion. Wait, incorrect? Taiha rests his hand on the golden pommel, his expression cool and completely level. This sword is actually the third legendary artifact in the entire world. The chat box literally stops moving for a second before exploding into absolute apocalyptic chaos. The third? Wait, Hyun made 3 legendaries? Meanwhile, in a high-end gaming office across the city, Rowan, the formidable guildmaster of the top-ranked Black Anvil Guild, drops his head in pure disbelief. He stares at his massive monitor, his hand trembling slightly as the sheer weight of Taiha's words sinks in. Even the world's officially ranked #1 blacksmith, Smith, has only ever managed to craft a single legendary item in his entire career. But this low-level rookie named Hyun, he has casually put out 3 of them. Suddenly, Rowan's phone buzzes on his desk. He picks it up, his screen flashing with over 99 unread notifications from the exclusive high-level Blacksmith forum. The private chat messages are filled with absolute panic. Blacksmith Hyun is targeting our entire market. We need to prepare. He is going to take all our VIP customers. Rowan pushes his glasses up, staring at the livestream viewer count, which has officially climbed to an unprecedented 423,000. The largest virtual audience in the history of the game is currently watching a commercial for Gwangmyeong's exclusive services. Rowan sinks back into his heavy leather chair, his fingers interlaced as he stares into the glowing screen. Blacksmith Hyun, he mutters quietly. Just what kind of monster are you? Cut to the next day in Aries. The morning sun shines through Gwangmyeong's office window as Nell, Bark, and Taiha gather around Hyunsu. Bark laughs heartily, clapping Taiha on the shoulder for his incredible stone-cold performance on camera. Nell steps forward, holding up a digital transaction log. AJ Broadcasting just sent over 40 million won in stream donations, along with a 10 million won appearance fee. Taiha nods humbly, while Hyunsu casually accepts the massive payday as if getting millions of won overnight is just another Tuesday. And look at this, Nell says, her face lighting up as she swipes open their official merchant shop ranking. With a brilliant chime, the system display updates, Gwangmyeong's blacksmith shop has officially jumped from 48th place straight into 20th. Bark is stunned. A personal, single-player blacksmith shop reaching the top 20? This is a server first. Nell suddenly jumps into the air, a massive pile of rolled paper scrolls raining down around her like a waterfall. We pick up right in the middle of Gwangmyeong's victory party, where Taiha drops a message that stops the room cold. Rowan, the absolute kingpin of the domestic blacksmithing market, has officially slid into their DMs. The room goes silent. Nell's eyes go wide, immediately leaning in to see the details of the message. It is short, professional, and straight to the point. Rowan wants to bypass the guild channels and speak with Hyunsu directly, one-on-one. Bark crosses his arms, noting that for a guy who keeps his identity completely hidden, getting a direct invite like this is a massive deal. Nell looks at Hyunsu, realizing this is the first real move from their biggest competitor. How about meeting him once? She asks with a confident smile. Hyunsu stares at the interface, his analytical brain already calculating the angles. Rowan isn't the type to waste his time on a friendly social call. He has an agenda. That is a good idea, Hyunsu says, looking up. I will meet him. But of course, Nell cannot let our guy just walk into a meeting looking normal. She orders Taiha and Bark to bring out their highest tier gear to equip him, because apparently Gwangmyeong's official policy is maximum theater. Cut to the meeting place. A ridiculously luxurious private dining hall inside the capital. The heavy golden doors creak open as Hyunsu steps through. He is currently wearing a full, voice-changer mask and a dramatic stealth cloak. He looks like a budget Kakashi who got lost on the way to a convention. Nell's marketing strategy is truly unhinged. Rowan is already seated at the massive table, looking completely unfazed by the dramatic entrance. He rises from his ornate chair, welcoming our guy with an easy, confident smile. I am Rowan. he says, presenting himself with the relaxed energy of a man who controls a multi-billion-won gaming empire. The table is covered in high-tier virtual delicacies, the roasted steak practically glistening. Hyunsu takes a seat, pointing out the obvious physical flaw in Nell's dress code. He literally cannot eat with this massive mask on. Rowan just chuckles, telling him it is fine and that he is just glad Hyunsu agreed to show up. He sits back down, leaning over the table as his expression turns sharp and professional. No corporate small talk, no beating around the bush. Hyun, please become the Vice Guild Master of Black Anvil. If you accept, I promise you half of my profits. Hyunsu's eyes narrow behind his mask. He remembers Nell telling him that Rowan's annual income easily exceeds 10 billion won. This guy just casually offered him a 5 billion won salary to sign a contract. Are you serious? Hyunsu asks, his voice modulated. What will you do if I ask for more? Rowan doesn't even flinch. It doesn't matter. He leans forward, his voice filled with absolute conviction. Hyunsu has successfully crafted 3 legendary tier items. If they combine forces, Black Anvil won't just dominate the domestic market, they will aim for world rank 1. Hyunsu stays silent for a long moment before slowly rising from his chair. Thank you for the good offer, he says calmly. However, I will refuse. Rowan's head drops, a brief shadow of disappointment crossing his face. But he doesn't throw a tantrum. He looks up with a smirk, admitting he fully expected that answer. And because he knew Hyunsu would walk away, he has a backup proposal ready. Before we hear it, we transition back to the physical world. The sliding door of a modern hospital ward clicks open. Hyunsu steps out, adjusting his baseball cap. His father's vitals are improving, and for the first time in years, the crushing weight of medical debt isn't suffocating him. He walks down the clean, bright hospital corridor, his steps steady. The receptionist at the desk recognizes him immediately, greeting him warmly. Hyunsu sits down, sliding his hands onto the counter. I came to register. The staff are confused. His father's comatose treatment bills are already fully paid off. Hyunsu pulls down his sanitary mask, revealing the faint, pale pink burn scars across his face. I came to start rehabilitation therapy for my lower body and my right hand. Now, I am finally making a decent income. He looks toward the ward with a quiet, emotional determination. And shouldn't I greet my father in a healthy state? The 2 medical workers stare at him, completely silenced by the quiet strength of this young man. The receptionist looks like she is about to burst into tears. She has officially contracted a severe case of moved by the protagonist's disease. She jumps up, furiously promising to handle his registration instantly while her colleague practically weeps in the background. Hyunsu can only chuckle. Later that evening, the deep orange glow of the sunset blankets the city skyline. Hyunsu walks through the park, taking a deep breath of the cool air. His real-world recovery is officially starting. His phone suddenly vibrates, light reflecting off the glass screen. He looks down to find his inbox absolutely buried under a wall of notifications. Every single message is from Nell, and they are all highlighted in red. Hyunsu! Check the link I sent you! He taps the link, and the screen fills with community forum headers. The internet is in an absolute uproar. Gwangmyeong's shop rank is now sitting at 19, and the entire player base is aggressively debating whether King Barad's ice sword or Taeha's golden dragon sword is the superior weapon. Hyunsu pauses, his thumb hovering over the screen. One massive headline stands out above the rest. Blacksmith Hyun, will he surpass Black Anvil? He slides his hand into his pocket, his fingers brushing against a sleek black business card with Rowan's personal number on it. He recalls the end of their meeting. Rowan had handed him the card with a very different kind of offer. Rowan didn't want to buy him out or keep him in check. He looked at Hyunsu and said, when the day comes that you claim first place with your own strength, please scout me. Hyunsu lets out a small smile, placing the card back. Rowan is a surprisingly unique and respectable competitor. He steps back into the virtual world, Gwangmyeong's warm, rustic workshop welcoming him. If a titan like Rowan is willing to swallow his pride and wait for him, then our guy has no excuses. He needs to get stronger, and he needs to do it fast. He swipes his hand, summoning his sss-rank interface. A massive, glowing job quest window materializes in front of him, the sword left by the god of blacksmiths. This was the sacred quest that appeared the very moment he shivered the Sword of Prophecy and unlocked his SSS class. A requirement, level 100 to 130. Reward? He recalls prioritizing other regional quests because of the level restrictions, but now he is officially qualified to proceed. But then he reads the failure penalty. Disqualification as the descendant of the god of blacksmiths. Hyunsu sweat drops. If he fails this, the system literally deletes his SSS class. Talk about a brutal contract. He taps the screen, confirming the quest as a small, glowing light circles his arm. Suddenly, a soft rustle of feathers echoes, and a pristine white messenger pigeon lands gently on his wrist. He looks out into the distance. It is time to visit some old, familiar faces at the tower, cut to a desolate, wind-swept landscape under a dark, purple sky. The giant, majestic central blacksmith's tower stands tall on the horizon, but something is wrong. A massive pack of dark, crimson-eyed wolves emerges from the shadows, their deep growls echoing through the cold air. The wind howls across the desolate hills surrounding the sacred central blacksmith's tower. The dark pack of wolves closes in, their heavy paws thumping against the freezing rock. The lead beast lets out a feral snarl, baring its razor-sharp teeth as the hunt begins. Inside the tower's grand hall, a blinding blue flame suddenly erupts from the central altar, forming a glowing liquid fire sword. The elders and blacksmiths of the tower gather around, their faces pale under the intense blue light. The blacksmith god's sword? It has returned? The crowd instantly devolves into panic, with several elders furiously shouting that Hyunsu was never qualified to be the successor in the first place. They complain that ever since he shattered the original sword and claimed the SSS class, he has been completely absent, leaving the tower with no future. And with mysterious coordinate attacks happening across the kingdom recently, one elder sneers, "We shouldn't have trusted an outsider." Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoes through the stone hall, silencing the murmurs. Coulson steps forward, his veins practically popping from his neck as he yells at them for spouting weak, cowardly nonsense. He gestures fiercely, declaring that Hyunsu's divine status was acknowledged by the system and Coulson himself. Great Dang steps up beside him, his massive voice rumbling through the room as he reprimands the elders for doubting a master craftsman over a sudden system shift. Before the argument can continue, a heavy, deafening impact shakes the entire stone foundation. The pillars tremble, dust raining down as the elders look up in sheer terror. Through the high arched windows, they see the massive pack of crimson-eyed beasts breaching the outer courtyard. Blacksmiths are running for their lives, their screams echoing as the wolves tear through the gates. Coulson looks out, realizing the coordinated monster attacks have finally reached their doorstep. "Everyone, grab your weapons!" Deng roars, drawing a heavy steel blade. "We protect the tower first!" Steel meets feral fangs as the battle erupts, the sound of clashing metal echoing against the stone walls. But the blacksmiths are craftsmen, not a military vanguard. They are systematically pushed back, several falling to the ground under the weight of the wolves. Coulson fights off a beast, his muscles straining as he struggles to hold the snapping jaws away from his throat. "The numbers aren't decreasing," he yells, his breath ragged. Deng calls back, explaining that all local defense mages are already fully engaged elsewhere. No help is coming. The defensive line completely collapses, the remaining smiths cornered against the stone precipice. A massive wave of growling beasts prepares for the final, bloody charge. One of the veteran elders drops his sword, weeping that the tower's legacy ends with their generation. Coulson tells him to shut up and fight. A massive wolf leaps from the shadows, its jaws wide, targeting Coulson's exposed neck. Coulson is tackled to the ground, his back slamming hard against the stone floor. The beast's hot breath hits his face as he desperately holds its jaws open, his strength rapidly failing. Suddenly, the wolf freezes, its ears twitching as a low, ominous vibration ripples through the air. The entire pack stops, their tails tucking between their legs as they let out low, terrified whimpers. Coulson looks up, completely bewildered by the sudden shift in the monster's behavior. A colossal, glowing purple projection of a giant wolf's head materializes in the sky, radiating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. Through the thick smoke, a single, armored figure walks slowly into the courtyard, their steps heavy and deliberate. It is our guy Hyunsu, wearing the full Fenrir's armaments set. The set's passive crowd control skill radiates an absolute unshakable fear aura to all beasts. The lead boss wolf tries to resist the debuff, letting out a desperate, shaky growl. Hyunsu's cold gaze locks onto the beast through his visor. "That one's the boss." The boss wolf leaps, blue energy swirling around its paws as it launches a desperate attack. Hyunsu doesn't even dodge. He stays perfectly still as the massive beast lunges through the air. He raises his left hand, a brilliant, kinetic light erupting from his gravity-shifting gauntlet. He draws the massive Qianzhun bow, the wood groaning under the incredible tension as he aims directly at the beast's skull. The arrow splits the air, a high-velocity physical impact striking the boss wolf dead center. Right on cue, the bow's custom gravity mechanic triggers. 10,000 June of artificial mass slams down, crushing the boss wolf flat into the shattered bedrock. The giant beast lies completely motionless under the arrow, its skull pinned to the dirt. The remaining wolves let out high-pitched whimpers, their entire fighting spirit completely vaporized. They turn and scatter into the dark hills, running as fast as their legs can carry them. The courtyard goes dead silent, the surviving blacksmiths staring at the crater in absolute jaw-dropped awe. Hyunsu casually deactivates his helmet, the armor dissolving into light as he sighs. He walks up to Coulson, offering a hand. "Coulson, are you all right?" Coulson's face twists in pure, unadulterated shock. "Huh, Hyunsu, how did you get here?" Hyunsu tilts his head, pointing out that he literally sent a messenger pigeon to warn them before he departed Gwangmyeong. Cut to Great Dang, who is currently holding a very tired white pigeon that has literally just landed on his shoulder. Medieval messaging ping is truly laggy. Hyunsu ignores the slow bird, turning his attention to the grand altar where the glowing blue sword of prophecy floats. "Didn't I absorb this sword when I unlocked my class?" he mutters, slightly confused. Coulson explains that the weapon suddenly materialized out of nowhere, and they were wondering if Hyunsu received a system prompt. Our guy rubs his chin, realizing this is the direct result of him putting off his rank-a-class quest for so long. He steps up to the altar, and a massive blue system window flashes over the fiery blade. "Prove your achievements." Hyunsu looks at the blade, taking a slow, steady breath. He doesn't need to craft a new weapon, he just needs to state what he has already done. "I hand-forged a gravity bow, won the kingdom's martial arts tournament, walked into a collapsing volcano to save the Sword King, crafted the first legendary ice sword, the second legendary dragon blade, and successfully summoned a sky dragon." The elders' jaws drop, their eyes darting between each other in sheer disbelief. How could that be? All those rumors were actually him? The fiery blue sword erupts in a blinding, magnificent light, accepting his words. "You have proven your qualifications as the god of blacksmiths." Coulson looks like he just witnessed a holy miracle, his hands clasped as he lets out a shaky laugh of pure relief. Great Dang and Coulson literally start crying, hugging each other like they just won a local lottery. The dramatic tension has officially shattered. Coulson turns back to the crowd of blacksmiths, his tear-streaked face filled with triumphant smugness. And right on cue, the entire crowd of elders and smiths fall to their knees slamming hard against the stone. They bow their heads to the floor, weeping and begging for forgiveness for ever doubting the true successor. Hyunsu just sweat drops, telling them it is fine and asking them to please stand up because this is getting incredibly awkward. "No!" the lead elder screams. "We will risk our lives and follow Hyunsu Nim in everything he does." "I said I'm fine, didn't I?" Hyunsu yells back, his arms waving in pure panic. Getting worshipped by a group of old men was definitely not on his to-do list today. Suddenly, we cut away from the awkward comedy to a scene of absolute horror. Massive flames tear through ancient stone pillars. We are at the Ria's temple. Mass cultists in dark robes are systematically slaughtering the temple guards, their cold red eyes scanning the carnage. "Find the saintess! The rest are useless. Let them die!" Saintess Arya, her elegant ash-blonde braids stained with soot, crouches behind a crumbling stone wall with her young daughter Belia. She looks at the terrifying numbers of the enemy, realizing they cannot both escape. She points toward a hidden passage, telling Belia to run first. Belia hesitates, her green eyes wide with terror as she looks back at her mother. Suddenly, a dark, heavy hand reaches out from the shadows, clamping tightly over Arya's mouth. Arya is violently pulled backward, her body bound in heavy ropes as the cultists drag her into the darkness. Belia hides behind a massive fallen boulder, clamping her own hands over her mouth to muffle her terrified, shaking breaths. She weeps in absolute silence, watching her mother disappear while the temple burns around her. "Oh, what should I do?" Suddenly, a bright celestial blue interface erupts in front of her tear-filled eyes. A unique rank-a-class quest materializes. Find the Savior. The Savior is currently located in the Tower of Blacksmiths. Our next massive conflict has officially begun, and the clock is ticking. Hyunsu is desperately waving his hands, begging a room full of weeping grown-up master blacksmiths to please get off their knees. But before he can escape the awkwardness, the system chimes in with a bright blue alert. Coulson and Deng look up instantly, asking if he just received another divine revelation from the Forge. The screen details the S-grade class quest, God's Wish. The requirements? Descendant of the blacksmith god. The reward? A divine mineral called asnium and the god's secret technique. Hyunsu sweat drops, telling them that yes, a very convenient high-stakes quest just popped into his brain. He reads the description aloud. The Ares Church is currently in extreme danger, and he needs to become their savior. The elders look completely flabbergasted. The Ares Church is literally the most powerful and wealthy religion on the entire continent. For them to be in danger means something genuinely catastrophic is unfolding in the background. Deng leans in, his eyes locking onto one specific word in the quest description. Did you just say Asuka? Hyunsu nods, pointing out that the quest reward is a legendary material called asnium. Deng drops his head, muttering ancient records under his breath as his mind completely shatters. He explains that according to the oldest scrolls, Lord Asuka was the first blacksmith and the blacksmith god. Asnium is his divine material, currently considered a myth. The massive warrior smith suddenly grabs Hyunsu's shoulders, his eyes shining like a kid at a toy store. Can I see it when you get it, please? Hyunsu awkwardly moves back, pointing out that they have to actually survive the quest to get the mineral. Deng instantly gets depressed. It says we need to save the endangered saintess. Hyunsu mutters. Do you guys know where we should go? Coulson admits they don't exactly hang out with holy priests. Suddenly, the heavy double doors at the end of the hall creak open. A temple messenger steps through, guiding a quiet figure wearing a clean white hood. The child of the saintess has just arrived and has been brought here. Cut to the real-world development room, where the executive is watching this play out on a wall of monitors. He smiles, noting that he didn't expect the system to generate such a perfectly synchronized linked quest. We see a split-screen profile of Belia's Find the Savior quest and Hyunsu's Become the Savior quest running in parallel. The exec points out that the Super AI Ares is clearly favoring gwangmyeong, setting them up for a major expansion. Right now, the only thing gwangmyeong lacks to become a perfect party is a high-tier healer. If we successfully recruit Belia, the child of the saintess, through this crisis, gwangmyeong will officially become the strongest elite small-scale guild on the server. The literal developers are playing fantasy football with our guy's roster. Back in the game, Belia steps forward, her hands trembling as she looks around the massive forge. She pulls down her hood, revealing long, dark hair and striking, wide green eyes. She introduces herself as the successor to the saintess, begging the prophesied savior to help her. Hyunsu looks at her, thinking she feels like an incredibly sincere, deeply programmed NPC. Belia takes a breath, looking at his gear. Savior? Could you tell me your level in class? I am Blacksmith Hyunsu. My level is 120. Belia's entire face turns pale, a level 120 blacksmith. You can literally hear her brain screaming L in 4K. The sheer shock, combined with her physical exhaustion from running, causes her knees to buckle. Hyunsu quickly catches her. She looks up, her eyes weak but filled with a desperate, heavy determination. Since he didn't deny being the savior mentioned in her class quest, she decides she has no choice. She clenches her fist, gathering what little strength she has left. Savior, please save the saintess who was kidnapped by the Calamity cult! Hyunsu nods, his expression turning serious. I will help! Belia blinks, surprised by how easily he agreed. But Belia, Hyunsu asks, tilting his head, what exactly is the Calamity cult? Belia looks like she just discovered a citizen who doesn't know what water is. Coulson clears his throat, stepping in to explain the lore. The Calamity cult is a dark sect that worships evil, pushed back during the ancient Holy War. They had completely disappeared from the historical records, but now they are making their move. Belia looks down, her eyes dark with the memory of the attack. She recalls her mother, Saintess Arya, spending her life focusing on quiet relief efforts for the poor. But then, a red flashing system window interrupted their quiet days. She remembers the pure horror of reading that system notification. High Priest Jack used the Forbidden Book of Calamity to create a massive, bleeding dark barrier over the temple. A sky of pure blood-red ink covered their holy home. The passive effect was devastating. All divine power was instantly reduced to near zero. The barrier extended up to a 5-kilometer radius, trapping everyone inside. Because of the heavy debuff, the temple's paladins and priests couldn't even stand, let alone fight back. Belia watched from the shadows as the dark-cloaked cultists easily dragged her mother away, and their goal is terrifyingly simple. They plan to sacrifice the saintess, using her holy blood to summon an ancient destructive evil god back into the world. The elders in the room start panicking. A second holy war? We are completely cooked! Hyunsu rests his hand on his chin, his analytical brain already prioritizing the next step. He turns to the temple messenger, asking if there is a horse they can use immediately. I'll prepare one right now! Hyunsu walks out of the hall, his dark cloak flowing as Belia runs to keep up with his fast pace. He explains to her that the exact same quest appeared on his interface, meaning this is a co-op mission. So let's depart as soon as possible. We need to save the saintess. Belia climbs onto the horse behind him, warning him that the forest path they have to take is a high-level beast zone. Hyunsu lets out a small, confident smirk. Don't worry, I will protect you so they can't even touch you. Belia looks at his back, deciding to put her absolute trust in this strangely confident blacksmith. The horse thunders through the wolves' sanctuary, a high-level hunting ground recommended for levels 110 to 180. The wind howls as massive, dark-furred wolves leap from the brush, chasing the horse. Belia clings tight, her eyes wide as a wolf pulls level with their mount. "Be careful, Hyunsu," she screams as the beast lunges. Hyunsu doesn't even draw a blade. He leans over and delivers a brutal, high-speed kick straight to the wolf's snout, sending it crashing into the dirt. "Is there no other path?" he asks, his voice steady despite the speed. "No! This is the only road to the temple!" A chorus of deep, terrifying growls echoes as a dozen more wolves emerge from the trees behind them. Hyunsu glances back, his eyes narrowing. Running is just dragging out the encounter and wasting stamina. He pulls the reins, halting the horse in a small clearing as the massive pack surrounds them. Dozens of red-eyed beasts circle, their claws tearing at the grass. Belia is sweating bullets, reminding him that he has a non-combat class. "Aren't you pushing too hard?" She raises her hands, a bright golden light gathering in her palms. "I'll cast healing from behind, so—" Suddenly, the massive alpha wolf charges, its claws raised for a lethal strike. Belia screams his name as the beast leaps through the air. Hashtag Chapter 48 Chapter. The massive wolf lunges, its shadow completely covering our guy. "Hyunsu!" In a fraction of a second, Hyunsu draws a brilliant glowing blue steel blade. A single vertical flash of silver light splits the air. The wolf's head is cleanly severed, bouncing across the dirt before its body even hits the ground. Before the remaining wolves can even react, 3 more beasts leap simultaneously from different angles. Hyunsu executes a perfect fluid spin, his blade tracing 2 glowing arcs of light through the air. Blood splatters across the grass as all 3 wolves are instantly sliced in half, collapsing in a heap of dark fur. Belia stands there, her mouth literally hanging open in absolute frozen silence. Her mind is doing backflips. What did I just see? That kind of mechanical speed shouldn't be possible at his level. Hyunsu casually turns around, wiping a splatter of dark blood off his face. "Lady Belia, are you all right?" She nods shakingly, her hands still clutched together in prayer. Hyunsu points behind, telling her to step back and stay in a safe position if the combat is too intense. She blushes slightly, looking at him with a sudden, massive surge of respect. Suddenly, her green eyes lock onto his wrist. "Hyunsu, you have a cut on your hand." Hyunsu laughs it off, waving his hand. "Ah, I guess I got scratched a bit while fighting earlier. It's nothing." Belia steps forward, gently grasping his hand as a warm, brilliant golden light erupts from her palms. The scratch instantly vanishes, his skin completely unblemished. Hyunsu is genuinely impressed by the speed. She smiles warmly, telling him that while she can't fight, she is extremely confident in her support skills. "I will support you in every way from behind," Hyunsu smirks. "I'm counting on you then." She closes her eyes, unleashing her high-tier divine blessing. A massive system prompt flashes over Hyunsu's head. Blessing of the Saintess's child. Physical attack power plus 15%. Hyunsu's eyes widen. A 15% buff is an absurd multiplier for his raw physical statistics. He turns back to face the remaining pack of wolves, his blade glowing with a faint golden outline. "With this, we can move even faster." He leaps high into the air, his dark cloak snapping in the wind. Sword King's Sword Art, Chapter 3. Cry of the Sword! A massive crescent wave of kinetic energy erupts from his blade, completely decimating the front line of the pack. He lands cleanly on the dirt, several wolves collapsing around him in absolute silence. He sheathes his blade, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Phew. I think that takes care of everything blocking, ding." A massive red warning window interrupts him. A boss monster has appeared, Ash Wolf level 212. The system notes a special legendary reward will be granted to the one who successfully hunts the boss. A colossal wolf with ash-gray fur and burning red eyes steps onto a stone ledge, let out a deep chest-rattling growl. The boss wolf blurs, launching forward with terrifying high-tier speed. Hyunsu barely raises his guard. "It's fast!" But the ash wolf doesn't target him. It completely bypasses his guard, leaping directly toward his vulnerable healer. Belia looks up, her eyes wide with pure terror as the massive open jaws of the level 212 boss fly toward her. "Hyunsu!" Hyunsu's eyes narrow. His sword is too short to close the distance in time. He extends his hand, golden light gathering around his fingers. Divine emergency crafting. "I need a spear, not a sword." A brilliant pillar of light solidifies in his grip, forming a massive, elegant silver lance. Stats. Gwangmyeong, unique. No level restrictions for creator. Built-in active skill. Sure hit Gwangmyeong. The boss wolf tackles Belia to the ground, its heavy paws pinning her shoulders as she screams in panic. It opens its jaws, preparing for a lethal bite. Hyunsu pulls back his arm, channeling his entire buffed strength into the throw. The spear splits the air with a deafening hum, flying like a homing missile. It strikes the ash wolf dead center, the raw physical force pinning the massive boss beast directly to the dirt road. Hyunsu is already moving, using the momentum to leap high into the sky above the pinned beast. Wielding his sword with both hands, he angles the blade downward. He plunges like a meteor, driving the blade straight through the boss wolf's neck, shattering the ground below. A massive blue notification pops up. You have successfully hunted the ash wolf. Reward, Fenrir's broken boots. Hyunsu pulls his blade out, asking Belia if she is hurt. She shakingly shakes her head. She lets out a soft sob of pure relief, muttering that she would have died without him. Hyunsu sweat drops, realizing she is incredibly immersed in the drama. She bows deeply. Hyunsu waves his hand, telling her it's too early for thank yous, they still have a saintess to rescue. Belia looks at him, her eyes shining. Seeing his martial prowess, he really is the savior. Suddenly, a bright golden chime rings out. A special event is occurring. A brilliant beam of warm golden sunlight breaks through the dark forest canopy, illuminating the ground. The system reveals a unique title, King of the Wolves. A massive, pristine white egg descends into Hyunsu's hands. System, you have obtained a wolf egg. Hyunsu's face completely goes blank. Wait, more importantly, since when do wolves lay eggs? Biology has officially left the chat. Meanwhile, outside the dark, looming temple of the Calamity cult, a fully armored paladin peeks out from behind a massive oak tree, watching the entrance. It is Ji-hoon, playing under his paladin alias, Coat, currently level 198. He sweat drops under his visor. Damn it, there are too many of them. His guildmate whispers from the brush, asking for a head count. Ji-hoon reports there are easily hundreds of dark cultists patrolling the perimeter. He swallows hard, his expression turning grim. Will we even be able to save the saintess with these numbers? Suddenly, another paladin crawls up behind them, looking completely panicked. Coat, we have a massive problem! Ji-hoon turns. What happened now? Just a moment ago, the saintess was dragged inside the inner sanctum by the high priest, Jack. Inside the dim purple-lit stone chamber, a sharp dagger cuts through Saintess Arya's palm. She collapses onto the cold stone floor, her blood dripping directly into a massive, glowing magic circle. She glares up at the high priest, her voice trembling. What are you trying to do with my blood? Jack doesn't answer, casually kicking her away as if she is nothing more than a tool. A sinister, scarred smile spreads across his face under his dark mask. Even though the magic circle is still incomplete, it is more than enough to curse a single, powerful target. Arya sits on her knees, watching the dark purple veins of the curse spread rapidly across her wrist. Jack slowly walks up the temple steps, explaining that the Goyard kingdom has held deep, unbreakable ties with the Ares church for centuries. It is quite annoying, he sneers, his face twisted in pure malice. He raises his hand, the massive purple magic circle erupting in a pillar of dark, corrupt energy. The great undertaking began long ago. In a quiet, luxurious manor room, a mysterious white-haired woman turns toward a dark-clad knight. We start inside the royal palace of the Goyard kingdom. The cursed high priest Jack just cast over the continent has officially claimed its first high-tier target. Vice Captain Bella is standing before King Barad when a sudden, suffocating dark aura wraps around her chest. She clutches her heart, her eyes wide with shock as the system inflicts a terminal S-grade debuff. She falls forward, coughing up dark, corrupted blood onto the marble floor. She stares at the blood on her glove, completely dazed. King Barad rushes forward, his massive red hair flying as he catches her before she hits the ground. Bella tries to play it off, claiming she is just slightly fatigued, but her vision blurs, and she instantly loses consciousness. Barad screams her name, his voice echoing through the massive, empty corridor. He bellows for the royal physicians and high priests, his legendary composure completely shattered. Cut to a few hours later inside the royal bedchamber. Bella lies unconscious under a heavy velvet blanket while the royal physician and a high priest look on in silence. The high priest sighs, turning toward a furious King Barad. Your Majesty, this is not a physical illness. He explains that he can feel a massive, suffocating dark energy radiating from the vice captain. It is the unmistakable ancient corruption of the Calamity cult. Barad grit his teeth. The Calamity cult was supposed to be extinct. Why is Bella being targeted now? He demands to know if there is any way to break the curse. The priest explains there are only two methods: kill the high priest who cast it, or obtain a direct prayer of cleansing from the captured saintess. But with the temple heavily fortified, neither option is going to be easy. Barad closes his eyes, a dangerous king-tier resolve settling over his face. He orders the decree to be spread across the entire kingdom. Whoever saves Bella will be granted a permanent royal noble title. Meanwhile, back in the forest, our guy Hyunsu is literally riding a giant dark-furred wolf like a budget Harley-Davidson. That King of Wolves title is pure luxury. At the edge of the sanctuary, Ji-hoon and his small squad of paladins are completely surrounded by dark-hooded cultists. Ji-hoon's sweat drops under his visor, realizing their rescue operation has officially turned into a total disaster. A terrified little NPC girl clutches his heavy leg armor, crying and asking if they can go back to their parents. Ji-hoon's expression turns fierce. Even if this is just a virtual reality game, seeing a kid suffer like this is a massive L. He pat her head, promising to get her back safely. The cultists close in, raising their massive curved blades. Kill them all! Ji-hoon orders his shield bearers to protect the children while he prepares to draw the attention. But the lead cultist is a complete menace. He bypasses the tanks and grabs the little girl by her collar. He raises his blade over her neck, threatening to execute her if the paladins don't drop their weapons. Ji-hoon freezes, his sword arm trembling as he is forced into a corner. Damn it, he mutters, slowly lowering his guard. The cultist lets out a sinister laugh, enjoying the absolute leverage. But he has zero honor. He swings the blade anyway, preparing to slice the child. Suddenly, a massive shadow blurs through the foliage with a deafening rustle. A massive wolf jaw bites down on the cultist's arm, throwing him across the dirt. The impact shakes the clearing as the rest of the wolf pack crashes through the bushes. Cultists are thrown in every direction, completely caught off guard by the sudden beast cavalry. The wolves dismantle the rear line in a matter of seconds. Hyunsu leaps down from his mount, his dark cloak swirling as he lands cleanly on the dirt. Belia follows closely behind, her green eyes wide with relief. Ji-hoon stare in absolute disbelief at the masked summoner. Hyunsu? Look at this guy, Hyunsu says, looking at Ji-hoon's gold-trimmed paladin armor. You look like a real knight now. Ji-hoon demands to know why a blacksmith is currently commanding a high-level wolf battalion in the middle of a raid zone. Hyunsu just chuckles, telling him he acquired a very convenient title along the way. He turns back to the forest where the rest of the cultists are currently fleeing. Let's clear the path first, he says, gesturing to his pack. The wolves easily hunt down the remaining stragglers, leaving the sanctuary completely secure. Ji-hoon sheathes his sword, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Anyway, thanks for the save, man. I thought we were actually done for. But seriously, why are you here? This is a high-level quest zone. Hyunsu gestures to the white-hooded girl standing beside him. She is Belia, the child of the saintess. Ji-hoon's jaw drops. Lady Belia? The paladins in his squad instantly fall to their knees, praising the system for bringing her back safely. Belia bows politely, thanking them for their bravery in protecting the temple's refugees. She looks at Hyunsu, her eyes shining with absolute holy adoration. And the savior who will rescue my mother came along too. Ji-hoon looks at Hyunsu, then back at Belia, his brain completely short-circuiting. Savior? What is that supposed to be? Hyunsu just sweat drops. It's a long story. Ji-hoon pulls Hyunsu aside, whispering frantically, Dude, I'm glad you're here, but your class is a blacksmith. You're going to get shredded in a high-tier temple raid. Hyunsu ignores the warnings, looking directly at his childhood friend. Ji-hoon, did you reject our guild offer before because of this quest? Yeah, that's right. I couldn't abandon the temple storyline. Then let's make a deal, Hyunsu says, extending a hand. I will help you clear this quest. In exchange, you officially join gwangmyeong. Ji-hoon hesitates. He knows gwangmyeong is small, but after seeing Hyunsu ride in on a pack of level 180 wolves, he knows they are built different. It's a great offer, but if we fail this raid, my paladin class is going to get severely debuffed anyway. Suddenly, Belia steps in, clenching her hands in prayer as her eyes sparkle. Mr. Coat, Hyunsu-nim is the true savior chosen by the blacksmith god. If we are together, we cannot fail. Hyunsu sweat drops again. Lady Belia, did you really have to go that far with the praise? Of course! You are the savior! Ji-hoon lets out a defeated laugh. If the saintess's successor is this hyped, he has zero arguments left. All right, I'm in. But this quest is massive for me, so we absolutely cannot throw, okay? Hyunsu locks hands with his best friend, a confident smirk on his face. Of course. I trust my guild members. Cut to gwangmyeong's strike team officially arriving at the temple gates. 3 pairs of boots step over the knocked-out bodies of the outer guard patrol. Nell stands at the top of the stairs, her sword drawn alongside Bark and Russell. The strike team stands on the pristine white steps of the temple, the wind rustling their cloaks. Nell stands proud, her eyes scanning the grand entrance. Bark crosses his massive arms, looking around. Yeah, but Hyunsu called us here, so where is he? A bright blue system chime rings out as a private message window materializes. It is a direct ping from Hyunsu, directing them to a hidden side chamber. The camera pans over the quiet, desolate courtyards of the temple, the silence heavy and ominous. Nell pushes open a heavy wooden door to a cellar, Bark noting that the place feels incredibly spooky. Inside, a group of young refugee children huddle in a corner, crying in fear. "Knights! A stranger has entered!" They scream, but then they see Hyunsu sitting among them. Hyunsu pat a little boy's head with a warm smile. "It's okay, kids. They are my friends." Ji-hoon steps out from the shadows, introducing himself to Gwangmyeong's elite members. His eyes go wide as he recognizes Russell. Wait, isn't that the legendary Dragon Knight from the AJ broadcast? He looks at Bark's Medusa shield and Russell's golden blade. Their gear is absolutely insane. Ji-hoon frantically shakes Russell's hand, stammering that he is a massive fan. "I heard you guys are graciously helping us with this rescue mission," Ji-hoon says, turning back to the group. "I know it's a bit much to ask as soon as you arrive, but do you happen to have a good plan?" Nell lets out a smug, deeply confident giggle. "A plan?" With a bright flash of blue light, she materializes a massive, tightly rolled parchment scroll. She unrolls it with a dramatic flourish, the paper cascading all the way to the floor. "I prepared one the second I heard about the quest!" Ji-hoon and the paladins stare in absolute horror at the CVS receipt-sized list of instructions. Her management energy is truly terrifying. Nell starts pointing at the complex diagrams, launching into a high-speed, detailed tactical lecture. The paladins sweat profusely, completely overwhelmed by her intense strategic prep. Even the legendary Dragon Knight Russell looks like he is questioning his life choices. "First," Nell explains, finally rolling the scroll back up, "infiltrating while Rizzle draws the main cultist vanguard is fine, but she points out a massive flaw. Due to Jack's S-grade dark barrier, their healers and paladins won't be able to channel any magic when they face the boss." Suddenly, Belia raises her hand. "Excuse me, Nell? I know how to solve that problem." Nell's eyes go wide. "Really? What is it?" Belia explains that every saintess carries a rare, holy relic mineral called asnium on her person at all times. Hyunsu's eyes narrow. Asnium. That is the exact legendary reward promised by his S-rank class quest. Weapons forged from asnium carry absolute holy power, capable of shattering any dark barrier, Belia says. But the problem is, it is in an unrefined, raw state. Hyunsu lets out a small, satisfied smirk, stepping forward. "I think I can handle that," he cracks his knuckles. "Refining raw legendary minerals? That is literally my specialty." Cut to outside the Grand Temple gates. Two dark-hooded cultist guards patrol the perimeter, their spears held tight. Suddenly, a heavy rustling echoes from the thick bushes nearby. "Who's there?" They raise their spears, stepping into the clearing. "Come out quietly!" A massive, deafening roar splits the sky as a colossal golden dragon bursts from the forest. The golden scales glisten in the moonlight as the sun dragon unleashes a massive wave of solar energy. The guards are instantly thrown into the air, their armor melting from the heat. Russell stands on a stone ledge, his dark cloak swirling as he points his legendary blade forward. "Do not be afraid!" the cultist captain screams, rallying his men. "For the greater cause!" But the dragon sweeps its tail, leveling the entire front vanguard in a single high-speed impact. Hyunsu and Nell watch the massive diversion unfold from the shadows of the temple walls. "This should be more than enough to draw their main forces out," Hyunsu whispers. Nell nods. "Of course. Now, let's carry out the next phase perfectly." They slip past the gates, their boots silent against the polished stone floors. Hyunsu, Belia, Ji-hoon, and Bark move in a tight, silent formation through the grand corridors. Ji-hoon whispers to Belia, asking if she can sense her mother's location. Belia closes her eyes, clenching her hands as she focuses on her holy connection. A soft, white divine aura ripples outward from her body. She opens her eyes, pointing toward the heavy golden doors at the end of the hall. "I can feel her holy power faintly from over there." They sprint toward the inner sanctum, pushing the massive doors open. Ji-hoon stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide. In the center of the grand chamber, Saintess Arya lies unconscious, floating inside a massive swirling purple barrier. Bark raises his shield. "What is that dark energy around her?" Ji-hoon draws his broadsword. "I'll try cutting through it first." Belia screams for him to wait, warning him it's too dangerous. Ji-hoon delivers a powerful slash, his blade striking the purple dome. A massive, violent shockwave of dark energy erupts from the impact point. Ji-hoon is thrown backward, his hand shaking violently as his blade is nearly shattered. Damn, it didn't even leave a scratch. Belia quickly runs up, her hands glowing as she heals his numbed fingers. Inside the glowing barrier, Arya slowly opens her eyes, her gaze weak. She looks through the purple glass, her voice faint. "Belia?" I told you to run away. Why did you come back to this place? Belia tears up, stepping closer to the glass. How could I abandon you and save myself? Arya places her hand against the barrier, crying as she tells her daughter that she must survive to keep the church's spark alive. Belia shakes her head, gesturing to the armored figures behind her. I brought the savior and his allies to help us. Arya looks at Hyunsu, her expression dark with despair. It is too late. High Priest Jack has already activated the ancient dark summoning circle. Once the blood ritual has officially started, the descent of the evil god cannot be stopped by mortal hands. She hangs her head, apologizing to Gwangmyeong for dragging them into a suicide mission. Please, evacuate immediately before the barrier completely collapses and the temple is destroyed. Hyunsu steps forward, his boots clicking on the stone as he kneels beside the barrier. We didn't come here to run away, saintess! I was chosen as the savior. Arya looks up, completely stunned by the quiet confidence in his dark eyes. If I am going to save you, I need the legendary mineral you possess, asnium. Arya stares at him, realizing this young man actually intends to forge a miracle in the middle of a war zone. She closes her eyes. Human lives are far more precious than any holy relic. She reaches toward her chest, channeling her remaining holy power to extract the raw, glowing golden mineral. She warns him that the very moment she passes the raw stone and the barrier breaks, Jack will instantly notice the disruption. The purple barrier shatters in a blinding explosion of holy light, and Arya collapses forward, handing the glowing golden asnium to Hyunsu. And right on cue, a massive red system alert flashes. High Priest Jack has sensed the saintess's power. A massive, terrifying storm of dark purple smoke erupts from the ceiling. The smoke solidifies into a floating figure, High Priest Jack hovering above the altar with his book of curses open. So, High Priest Jack is floating around looking like a budget anime villain, and he is highly offended that our squad dared to interrupt his dark ritual. He calls them rats, which is pretty bold talk for a guy wearing tattered purple curtains. Jae-hoon, being the absolute loyal paladin teammate he is, decides to test the boss's hitbox immediately, and the test results are in, he gets absolutely swatted into the bedrock like a minor inconvenience. Jack scoffing at a mere paladin is classic boss behavior. Hyunsu immediately runs over to check on his childhood friend, but Ji-hoon's pride is damaged way worse than his health bar. He tells him to go away because it's embarrassing. Jack turns back to Saintess Arya, basically telling her to prepare to become fuel for his dark god. But Arya is not even flinching. She knows the savior has arrived. Jack, of course, thinks she's completely delusional. He laughs in her face, asking if she genuinely thinks these low-level players are going to save her. To prove his point, he charges up a dark magic laser that looks like it could delete a graphics card. He fires a massive beam of pure corruption right at our squad. Ji-hoon and Hyunsu brace for the respawn screen, but the impact shakes the entire courtyard. Enter Bark, clad in heavy armor, wielding his legendary custom Medusa shield, absorbing the entire S-tier attack like it was a light summer breeze. He checks if everyone is okay, and then drops the most GigaChad tank line in history. For a tank, this is nothing. Jack is visibly lagging. He cannot believe a player actually parried that. He realizes these guys aren't just random trash mobs. But before he can adjust his strategy, a shadow block out the sky. It's Russell, descending from the clouds riding a literal colossal golden sun dragon. Russell leaps down from his mount, landing perfectly, and yells at Hyunsu to get to work and craft while they buy him every second they can. Hyunsu doesn't waste a single frame. He grabs Belia and runs straight toward Arya. Jack is absolutely fuming now. He hates when players don't follow the raid mechanics. He launches another massive purple blast to stop them, but Bark slides in, locking his shield into the stone floor. He grins through the impact, keeping the aggro locked firmly on himself. While Jack is distracted, Jae-hoon sneaks in from the side and strikes his spear, disrupting his stance. Jack is losing his mind. He didn't expect this level of team coordination from non-rankers. He spins his spear, generating a massive vortex of dark energy, preparing to just brute force his way through their health pools. He smiles coldly at Ji-hoon, unleashing a purple aura that screams Phase 2 is starting. He charges the frontliners with insane speed. Meanwhile, inside the temple library, Arya spots Hyunsu and points the way. Hyunsu asks the million-dollar question, "Did you get the asnium?" She holds it out. Hyunsu activates his ultimate cheat code, Divine Emergency Crafting. The holy crystal glows, the Forge UI opens, but then the system does something it has literally never done before. The UI turns blue and flashes a massive error message. Yo, you lack the required holy power, cannot craft. Hyunsu is stunned. The SSS-rank god of blacksmiths just failed to craft because he lacks raw mana. Arya looks out the window, and the situation in the courtyard is getting desperate. Jae-hoon is coughing blood, his health bar in the red. The Sun Dragon is trying to hold Jack down, but Jack's damage output is just too high. Jack fires a devastating purple blast that tears through the arena. Russell tries to counter, leaping through the energy, but the shockwave of dark mana is overwhelming. Jack casually sidesteps, calling him annoying. Russell lands hard, his stamina completely depleted. Jack raises his hand, manifesting 5 dark magic circles simultaneously. This isn't a fight anymore, it's a boss abusing admin privileges. Inside, Arya warns Hyunsu that the boys outside are about to get wiped. Russell gets caught in the blast, screaming in pain. Hyunsu is clenching his fists, desperately trying to find a loophole in the system. That's when Belia steps forward. She asks if the weapon he's trying to make is a holy relic. When Hyunsu nods, she raises her hand, channeling a blinding, beautiful golden light. She tells him she'll supply the missing holy power and tells him to hit the craft button again. Outside, Ji-hoon is completely paralyzed on the floor, unable to move. Bark, the absolute madman, uses his remaining stamina to jump high into the air for one last desperate shield slam. But Jack blocks it effortlessly with his spear, the impact echoing through the ruins. Jack smiles, deciding he's had enough fun with these mortals. He stomps the ground, erupting a forest of massive dark spikes from the stone floor. The spikes impale both Bark and Russell, dealing massive critical damage. Bark falls to his knees, his health bar practically invisible. Jack laughs maniacally. He raises his spear to the sky, preparing to claim his final victory. He boasts that the sun will now only shine for the Calamity God. But suddenly, the daylight completely vanishes, replaced by a deep night sky filled with glowing constellations. Out of the shadows, Hyunsu calmly walks into the courtyard. "Sorry I'm late." Bark, covered in blood, actually chuckles, complaining that they were seconds away from a forced logout. Hyunsu looks down at the beautifully crafted glowing sword in his hand. He raises it high into the starlight and says, "I'll take over." The system text scrolls across the screen like ancient poetry, describing a blade forged from the very essence of the stars. The sword channels a beam of pure celestial light directly into the cosmos. The constellations align, locking onto the temple. The system announces the birth of a brand new legendary grade artifact, the Four-Tiger Sword. Hashtag Chapter 52-2. With the starry night sky backing him up, Hyunsu grips the legendary blade. Suddenly, a massive, roaring spectral blue tiger manifests behind him, radiating pure holy energy. Jack is frozen. For the first time in the entire raid, his red eyes are wide with genuine terror. He actually takes a step back, muttering that he's scared, then tries to deny his own fear. He is completely losing his composure as the tiger energy fills the courtyard. He frantically looks back at his ritual circle, realizing his dark spell is starting to collapse under the pressure of this holy light. He tries to bluff, screaming that the Calamity God is still going to return. He lunges at Hyunsu, desperately swinging his spear, shouting that the sword is useless. But the Four-Tiger Sword's passive activates, white tiger energy blasts forward, instantly weakening Jack's dark attributes. The system rings out. Jack is stunned for 5 seconds. 5 seconds in a virtual reality MMO is basically an eternity. Jack can only watch in horror, whispering, "What is that sword?" Hyunsu draws the sword back, the blade humming with celestial power. He explains that this blade represents the peaceful wishes of an entire nation containing the heart of a king. He unleashes one clean, devastating slash that splits the air, and just like that, High Priest Jack is cleanly vaporized, disintegrating into dark ash. The sky instantly clears, and a massive flood of blue system notifications covers Hyunsu's vision. Ji-hoon, Bark, Russell, and Arya run over, yelling in relief. The system rings repeatedly. "You leveled up! You leveled up! You leveled up! You leveled up!" Hyunsu stares at his status screen, his jaw dropping. "Wait, level 227? He turns to the squad with a goofy grin, asking if that's considered a high level. He also checks the loot pool. 4 Blessed Enhancement Stones, and the highly coveted Coat of Calamity. He looks down at the Four-Tiger Sword, fully expecting it to dissolve since it was an emergency craft. He sighs, thinking it's a shame such a beautiful weapon is temporary. But the sword doesn't dissolve. Instead, it starts vibrating, glowing with a steady, quiet light. Hyunsu is completely baffled. Why isn't his emergency weapon disappearing? Arya and the others walk up, asking him what's wrong. Hyunsu explains the mechanics. Usually, his emergency crafted items disappear after the battle ends. Arya tilts her head, asking if he did anything different during the forging process. Hyunsu thinks back to the panic in the library, and points to Belia, who is holding Arya's arm. Lady Belia infused her holy power as support. Right on cue, the system scans the weapon and rings out. New notification, the 4-tiger sword is being permanently maintained by holy power, but it will continuously require more to stay in this world. Hyunsu is intrigued. He basically just discovered a new crafting exploit, but before he can celebrate, a sudden chill fills the room. A massive, liquid black hand of pure corruption wraps around Hyunsu's neck, forcing him to drop the sword. A massive red system warning flashes, curse off death. This is Jack's parting gift, a post-mortem curse that targets his killer. The system warns that the curse will forever track Hyunsu, and if not removed, it will strengthen the dark factions across the entire continent. Hyunsu collapses to the stone floor, gasping for air as black veins creep up his face. Jihoon catches him, panicking and asking what's happening. The rest of the squad runs over, horrified that the victory was cut short. Arya kneels beside him, her face serious. This is a curse. She explains it was automatically triggered by Jack's death. But she doesn't hesitate. She gently places her soft white hand on Hyunsu's forehead. She begins to pray, "O God Ares." A blinding, nuclear-grade golden explosion of divine light erupts from her palm. The raw energy is so intense that Bark and Russell have to shield their eyes. When the light fades, the black veins on Hyunsu's face are completely gone, and he looks like he's just taking a peaceful nap. The system confirms. Saint's blessing. The curse of death is removed. Arya smiles warmly, whispering that she's glad she could finally repay his kindness for saving her temple. She stands up, thanking the entire squad for helping her protect the church. She clasps her hands in deep gratitude. Suddenly, blue level-up screens pop up above the rest of Gwangmyeong. They all got a massive chunk of shared EXP. Arya offers to guide them to a sacred resting chamber so they can log off and recover. She calls out to Belia, telling her to help care for them. Bark, being the absolute unit of a landlord he is, casually scoops up the unconscious Hyunsu and slings him over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. As they walk away, Arya looks back at the floor. The legendary 4-tiger sword is lying on the stone, glowing with a soft gold light. Her eyes widen in shock. She realizes the implications of this permanent divine weapon. Suddenly, we transition to the real world, the high-tech Ares developer headquarters. The monitors show Hyunsu's character sleeping, and the staff are staring in absolute disbelief. The team leader literally facepalms, groaning, "We're screwed again." He complains that the massive, high-level raid they spent months coding has just been completely skipped by one low-level blacksmith. The other devs laugh, telling him to stay strong and let the story team handle the lore implications. But then, one of the engineers points out something highly irregular. What the saintess did to user Hyunsu? The female lead designer pushes her glasses up, confirming that it was indeed the saint's blessing. She explains it's a mythic tier ability that the saintess can only use twice in her entire existence. The systems engineer leans forward, staring at the screen. He says he's far more curious about what's going to happen next in the temple. We cut back into the game, inside the quiet temple library. Arya faces Belia. "Is that really true, Belia?" Belia looks up, her emerald eyes filled with absolute determination. "Yes, I've made my decision." Arya gently takes her hands, her voice dropping to a whisper. She asks, "Even if you lose everything?" Belia stares back, unwavering. What is this mysterious choice, and how will it change Gwangmyeong's future? We'll find out in the next batch of chapters. Morning arrives, the birds are singing, and our guy finally wakes up in a bed that does not belong to him. His brain is completely lagging as he tries to reconstruct the last 5 minutes of his life. Then the trauma of Jack's post-mortem curse hits him like a flashbang, and he sits straight up, screaming about whether the boss is still alive. After a solid 3 seconds of silence, he realizes he is completely fine and currently standing on a mattress. A knock at the door breaks his highly dignified morning routine, prompting him to dive back under the covers and pretend he has been resting peacefully this whole time. Belia walks in holding a tray of soup and bread, looking like a quiet domestic scene, and Hyunsu immediately tries to act cool, telling her she did not have to go to all this trouble. But she did not just bring him a carbs and broth combo meal. She has some questions and, more importantly, a gift from the saintess. She manifests a glowing scroll out of thin air, explaining it is a secret art of the gods. Hyunsu takes the scroll, probably expecting some minor resistance buff, but then the system notification pops up and he is looking at a literal temporal cheat code. God-grade active skill? Revert. This skill literally lets him rewind time for his own crafting, recreating an item he made in the last 30 seconds. He thanks her, still trying to process the fact that he just received a developer tier cheat code, and asks what she was so curious about. She blushes and starts rapid-firing questions about Gwangmyeong. She is asking about what it is like running a guild, but Hyunsu's scammer senses are tingling. He can tell she is using these generic questions to stall for time. She brings up his legendary sword, still blushing, but Hyunsu decides to cut straight through the filler. He looks her dead in the eye and asks what she actually wants to say. Caught completely red-handed, she panics slightly, admitting he is way too sharp. He gives her a warm, supportive smile, telling her she can trust him. She mumbles, her face turning as red as a cherry, leaving Hyunsu leaning in like an old man trying to hear a secret. And then she just screams it she wants to join gwangmyeong. Hyunsu is down for the upgrade, but there is a massive legal problem here. She is the literal child of the saintess, essentially the mascot of the entire Ares church. He asks if the higher-ups are even going to allow their star priestess to wander around with a random blacksmith, and she smiles, revealing she already got the saintess's direct permission. We flash back to Saintess Arya holding her hands in the quiet library, asking her if she is truly prepared to lose everything she has built here. Belia kneels, completely resolute, saying her heart will always belong to the church, but she needs to see the world. She begs for Arya's final blessing. Arya looks down, her expression softening, and tells her to open her eyes. Belia is startled by the warm touch. Arya tells her there is no need to cage her dreams. She explains, quite beautifully, that a bird is prettiest in a cage, but it is happiest when it is flying freely through the open sky. She tells her to go where her talents are truly needed, and that Lord Ares would want her to find her own path. But then, Arya drops a massive detail. She says she saw something during the battle. She saw the potential of a legendary holy ruler in the man who carried the Starlight Sword. So she willingly grants her permission, telling Belia that no matter where she wanders, she will always be her successor. Belia is absolutely radiant, probably feeling like she just pulled a 5-star on a single ticket. Back in the present, they are walking down the massive gold corridors of the temple, and Hyunsu is still wondering why the saintess requested a personal meeting with him. Belia says she has a favor to ask. They stop in front of the cathedral doors, and she tells him he can go right in. He opens the massive brass door and sees Arya kneeling in prayer before the grand altar. He immediately panics, thinking he is interrupting some holy ritual and should back away slowly, but he accidentally steps too loudly, looking like a teenager caught sneaking out. Arya finishes her prayer and turns around, completely unfazed. She slowly stands up, walking over to him and calling him her savior. She raises her glowing hand, bestowing the saint's blessing on him, and the system notifications go wild. He just gained 250 divine power, unlocking a permanent holy stat scaling. He is pleased with the stat boost, but she says she has one more favor. She walks over to the altar, and Hyunsu spots something wrapped in cloth on the table. She reaches out, unwrapping the object, and Hyunsu's eyes go wide. It is the Starlight Sword, his emergency crafted weapon that was supposed to dissolve into pixels. Arya explains that while he was unconscious, she used her raw holy power to stabilize the weapon, leaving Hyunsu staring in absolute disbelief at the glowing steel. She says the sword has been completely infused with her divine energy, becoming a true holy relic of the continent. The system rings out, the seinen has been reborn as a holy relic, and the stats on this thing are absolutely insane. Legendary grade, massive combat boosts against evil, and passive starlight effects. But Arya clenches the hilt, looking slightly embarrassed, and asks if he would be willing to officially consecrate the sword to the Ares church. A special quest pops up on his screen, consecrating the seinen. Reward? Hyunsu's brain is short-circuiting. The church wants his temporary craft as their official deity relic.
Hashtag chapter 54.4.
So, the head of the largest religion on the continent is standing here, asking a level 120 blacksmith if she can keep his sword for her altar. Hyunsu's first instinct is to check his profit margins. He calculates, since he has the blueprint, he can recreate this thing whenever he wants using his new revert skill. Sure, he could sell a legendary sword for enough gold to buy a small province, but having his own handcrafted blade displayed in the main cathedral as a sacred relic, that is the ultimate flex. He smiles, giving her his consent, leaving Arya looking like she just won the lottery. He says it deserves to be where it is truly needed, acting like a selfless hero. Arya is so moved she actually tears up, whispering her thanks. She closes her eyes, chanting a quiet prayer, and a massive glowing golden crystal manifests in the air, illuminating the entire cathedral. She catches the crystal in her hands. She explains, this is the remaining asnium, the ancient legacy left behind by the god of blacksmiths. The system rings out, Saint Arya has been moved by your devotion. Legendary reward granted. And the stats on this asnium are borderline illegal. Infinite durability for any artifact he crafts with it, and a passive 15% auto heal. Hyunsu is holding the glowing rock, looking completely stunned. Arya smiles, telling him he is more than worthy of carrying it. He stares at the crystal, his inner gamer screaming at the raw power of this material. He bows deeply, thanking her for the massive upgrade. The system chimes, your affinity with Saint Arya has reached max. She says that since he offered such a precious gift to her church, she will grant him any single favor within her authority. Suddenly, the sound of wings breaks the silence, and a white pigeon flies through the stained glass. It lands on Hyunsu's arm, carrying an urgent system mail. He reads the letter, his face instantly turning cold. He looks up at Arya and asks, "Can you grant that favor right now?" Cut to the Goyard Palace, horses galloping through the castle gates. The heavy double doors of the throne room swing open, and Marquis Rubruk struts in with his political allies, looking like he owns the floor. King Barad is sitting on his throne, looking like a volcano ready to erupt. He glares down at them, asking if they have completely forgotten their manners. Rubruk bows slightly, giving a textbook insincere apology, but Barad demands to know why they are rushing into his court without an audience. Rubruk mentions the unconscious Vice Captain Bella, pretending to care about her condition, but his gray-haired Count ally steps forward, dropping the act entirely. He sneers, asking how a comatose, cursed knight can possibly remain the royal heir. Barad glares so hard the Count actually flinches, stammering an apology. Rubruk steps in, admitting his ally went too far, but says the core point cannot be ignored. He claims he has searched everywhere for a cure to Bella's curse, but the local high priests all say she needs the personal prayer of a saintess. He sighs dramatically, asking if the elite Ares church would ever dispatch their saintess for a tiny kingdom like Goyard. He says the public sentiment is unstable, and they need a new pillar of strength, officially asking Barad to declare him, the descendant of the royal bloodline, as the next successor. Barad clenches his fist on his armrest, furious at the blatant power grab, but he stands firm, saying his close friend Hyunsu will soon return from the church. He remembers Hyunsu's reliable smile from their previous battles. He declares that as long as there is still a single way, he will never abandon Bella. Rubruk scoffs, calling Hyunsu merely a blacksmith, and warns the king not to keep his expectations too high. But before he can finish his speech, a guard whispers in the king's ear, "They have arrived!" Barad's face lights up with a fierce grin. "Let them enter!" The massive doors creak open, and a figure cloaked in dark cloth steps into the hall. A heavy, suffocating dark pressure fills the entire throne room like a physical weight. The nobles are literally choking, gasping for air and shouting that this presence must be the Calamity cult. They panic, pointing and yelling at the king for letting a monster inside. But Barad just smiles. "You're finally here, Hyunsu." The cloaked figure pulls back his hood, revealing Hyunsu's calm face. The nobles are completely dumbfounded. The blacksmith? We see the item stats of his new gear, Code of Calamity. It has an active skill called Calamity's Majesty, emitting an overwhelming pressure that inflicts fear. Hyunsu is utilizing this broken boss drop aura purely to terrify the court. He looks at Barad, completely ignoring the trembling nobles, and then slowly turns his red, glowing eyes toward the court. He asks if there were always this many traitors plotting in the palace. The Count is furious, yelling about insolence from a mere commoner, but Hyunsu just starts counting. 1. Behind them, the disguised royal guards draw their daggers. 2. The nobles are still shouting, completely oblivious to the assassins behind them. 3. The disguised guards shed their armor, leaping into the air with poison blades. The lead assassin sneers, admitting they were compromised by a mere blacksmith. Realizing the gig is up, they decide to kill the nobles and the king anyway. The court screams in terror as the blades descend, but Hyunsu does not even draw his sword. He activates the Code of Calamity's secondary skill, Calamity's Command. A dark shockwave pulses through the room, immobilizing everything nearby for 3 seconds. The assassins freeze mid-air, their bodies completely locked up. Hyunsu moves like a blur, slashing through their defense, and the entire squad of assassins hits the floor, defeated in a single frame. The nobles open their eyes, realize they are still alive, and look up at him in awe. Rubruk is sweating, forced to admit his martial prowess is terrifying. Barad walks down from his throne, bypassing the trembling nobles, and welcomes his guests. A cloaked figure behind Hyunsu pulls back her hood, leaving the nobles staring with their mouths wide open. It is Saintess Arya herself, standing in their throne room because a blacksmith asked her for a favor. Rubruk's coup is officially dead. So Marquis Rubruk is standing in the middle of his own political funeral, and the flashback reveals King Barad actually planned this entire drama. He wrote a letter to Hyunsu a few days ago, warning him about the assassins, and explicitly told him to deal with them in front of the court to completely destroy the arrogant noble's pride. Barad stands over the bodies, casually calling the entire coup a clumsy trick. He tells his guard to chop off the leader's head and mail it to Priam as a return-to-sender gift. The nobles are trembling, realizing they just walked directly into a royal trap. The gray-haired count who was trash-talking Bella earlier now runs over to Hyunsu, rubbing his hands and thanking him for saving his life. Rubruk is grinding his teeth, but he cannot object without looking like a traitor. Barad steps down, smiling, and points out that Hyunsu literally saved the greatest noble in the kingdom. He asks the room if they agree that everyone should show some serious gratitude. Rubruk is forced to bow, admitting they received great help. Barad's smile gets even wider. Then you won't mind if I grant Hyunsu the official noble title of sub-baron, right? The Marquis is chewing his own lips in rage, but he has to choke out a "Yes, your majesty." And just like that, our blacksmith is officially elevated to the nobility. But Barad isn't finished with his court cleaning. He exiles Rubruk and his faction to manage the remote, monster-infested border of Araham. Araham is basically the game's equivalent of a level 300 death zone. The nobles look like they just drank sour milk, but they are powerless. They accept the exile order, and Barad dismisses the court so he can speak with his savior in private. They trudge out of the throne room like kids who just got grounded. Next, Hyunsu and Arya enter the sick room where Bella is sweating through her sheets. She opens her eyes, her vision blurry, and is shocked to see Hyunsu standing beside her. She tries to sit up, but Hyunsu holds her down, telling her to relax. She looks completely exhausted, muttering that she appreciates him coming, but her body is already consumed by the dark curse. Hyunsu shakes his head. "The curse is already lifted, Bella." She claims her physical stats are permanently ruined and begs him to protect King Barad in her place. "I refuse," Hyunsu says, giving her the deadpan treatment. She looks up, completely startled. He asks her if the loyalty she swore to her king was really this cheap. He reminds her of how much Barad has been suffering, refusing to replace her even when his throne was threatened. The reality of his faith in her hits her all at once, and she breaks down crying, admitting she actually wants to live. Hyunsu hands her a handkerchief. He tells her that for once in her life she should try fighting for her own happiness. She wipes her tears, looking at him with deep gratitude, and Arya steps forward, her footsteps echoing on the stone floor. She tells Bella she is a beautiful, strong soul, placing her gentle hand on the knight's forehead. She prays for the blessing of Ares to restore her body, unleashing a blinding pillar of golden light that vaporizes every last trace of the dark mana. Bella gasps as her health bar instantly shoots back up to 100%. A few days later, we cut to the papal palace of the Ares Church. The 16th Pope of Ares, Carcel, is pacing around looking like an angry boomer. He is furiously lecturing Arya for letting Belia leave and designating a legendary sword without Vatican approval. He says this right in front of Hyunsu, who is standing there looking incredibly polite. Hyunsu is basically trying to blend into the wallpaper. The Pope says that out of respect for her status, he will examine the weapon himself. He unwraps the cloth, looking highly skeptical, expecting some low-tier blacksmith trash. He picks up the hilt, planning to give a stern lecture on proper church craftsmanship, and begins to speak, but then the raw legendary stats of the Sainjum hit his interface. His entire body starts wiggling with shock. Arya just smiles, knowing exactly what is happening. The Pope's eyes are practically popping out of his skull, and he holds the sword up like it's a holy artifact of the heavens, screaming that it is indeed a true relic. Hyunsu and Arya are just sweat-dropping at his sudden personality pivot. Carcel is suddenly hyperactive, demanding to know how much they should pay this master artisan. He screams for the church treasurer, promising Hyunsu a budget that could probably fund a space program. The system notifies Hyunsu that his church status has reached maximum, leaving him sweating but very, very rich. A blue pop-up informs him that his creation is officially enshrined, and then a random alert appears: the wolf egg is happy. Our guy is just confused as to why his inventory is wiggling. Meanwhile, in the neighboring kingdom of Praham, a massive silver-haired man is looking at a wooden desk. It's King Ben Changxian, and he is currently staring at the decapitated head Barad mailed him. He slams his fist, demanding to know who authorized this failed coup. His advisors explain that a foreign blacksmith named Hyunsu ruined the plan. The war has just begun. Back at the Goyard Palace, King Barad officially taps his sword on Hyunsu's shoulders, dabbing him as a sub-baron of the realm. Hyunsu is kneeling, looking like a model citizen, while the system tells him he can now legally command and recruit soldiers. Barad pats his shoulder, thanking him on behalf of the entire kingdom and asking him to keep protecting this world. He says he has a council meeting to attend, but hopes to see Hyunsu sitting at the table with him very soon. A massive system notification flashes: if you accumulate achievements, you may become the next sovereign. Hyunsu's inner gamer immediately highlights that word. Sovereign? That means he can literally buy a crown. As he turns to leave, a silver-haired knight approaches. It's Bella, looking absolutely radiant in her polished armor, saluting him perfectly. She smiles, thanking him for giving her a second chance at life, and her affinity hits maximum. But as they stand there, a bizarre system tooltip glitters on her interface. Knight Bella holds a second son within his heart. Yes, the system said his. File that away. Suddenly, we transition to the real world, a quiet physical therapy room. Hyunsu, wearing his hoodie and sanitary mask, is holding a simple plastic hand grip. He squeezes with everything he has, his scarred right hand shaking violently, veins bulging. He collapses back, letting out a long breath, muttering that it is incredibly tough. The doctor tells him the nerve damage is severe, but his progress is stable. He tells him it will only keep getting better from here. Hyunsu smiles beneath his mask, thanking him. Later, he sits on a park bench under the sunlight, reflecting on how the Pope's massive cash reward paid off his dad's hospital bills and his own therapy. He lays back in a medical scanner, determined to give this recovery everything he has. He looks at his left hand, realizing he needs to train it to be just as fast as his right for real-world metallurgy. He clenches his fist with absolute focus. Back in the game, the forge fire is roaring. Hyunsu sits at his anvil, remembering the chaos of the temple raid. He remembers Bark and Russell getting impaled by purple spikes just to buy him time. He clenches his teeth, realizing that if his own armor stats were higher, they wouldn't have nearly died. He pulls out the tattered, damaged Coat of Calamity he looted from Jack. It has barely any durability left, but the core active skills are incredibly useful. He decides to completely rebuild it to protect his guildmates. He raises his hands, activating his sss-rank unique skill, Divine Custom Repair. He directs the mana flow to reinforce the defense and strip out the tattered curse elements. He focuses his mind on the concept of protection, and the coat is engulfed in a bright, pure blue light. The system chimes. Coat of Calamity has been upgraded to Coat of the Sovereign. He grabs the smooth dark fabric, putting the new long trench coat on, and smiles. Time for a live test. Right on cue, Nell walks up to his forge door. She opens the latch, bursting in with her usual high energy, calling his name. Hyunsu yells, "Sovereign's command!" A purple gravity ripple erupts, and the system explains the active telekinetic control of all objects within 50 meters for 12 seconds. Nell is frozen in place, staring at the hammers and tongs floating around his head. He deactivates the skill, and every single tool crashes messily to the floor in a massive clatter. Whoops! He explains it's just the passive effect of his newly repaired unique armor. Nell's eyes turn into sparkling stars. She immediately starts wiggling, theory-crafting how this telekinesis can be used to mass-produce 30 items or throw dragons. She then claps her hands, congratulating him on officially becoming a noble. He scratches his head, giving credit to the team. Nell points her finger, telling him it is time to set some serious endgame goals. Recruit an army, secure a territory, and become a lord. Hyunsu's eyes go wide. Wait, I can actually govern a city? She laughs, saying a sub-baron doing that immediately is a bit of a stretch, but if he earns enough kingdom achievements, the land will come to him. Hyunsu sighs, realizing the grind never actually stops. Nell pats his shoulder, reminding him that gwangmyeong's growth rate is already breaking server records. He nods, liking the sound of that. Then she asks if he is going to open the wolf egg. He shows her the quest screen. Subjugation of Araham territory. Nell looks at the details, her face turning serious. She tells him this is the standard test given to new barons to prove their leadership, and warns him to choose his army composition very carefully. Hyunsu calls her over, pointing at the glowing crystal in his chest. He pulls out the white pet egg he got from the Ashen Wolf encounter. Nell's eyes turn into saucers, screaming that it's a legendary pet egg. She starts wiggling with excitement, telling him it will probably hatch into a super cute monster. Suddenly, the egg starts wiggling violently on its pillow, cracks spreading across the shell. Nell grabs her head in sheer panic, shouting that it is about to hatch right now. What kind of monster is about to join gwangmyeong? We will find out next time. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the game developers are having a collective panic attack. Their lead system administrator is staring at his tablet, grinning like a proud father, realizing our guy is about to break the pet economy by hatching a literal divine beast. But before we get a cute puppy, we have to deal with the local neighborhood. Welcome to the Araham territory, the northern border of Goyard, where the main hobbies are fighting monsters and drinking away the trauma of almost dying to those monsters. It is basically a level 300 meat grinder, which makes it the absolute perfect place to send exiled trash nobles. Marquise Lukeberg is currently standing on the wall, holding a glass of wine, and trying to sound incredibly intimidating to the local garrison commander. He is complaining that Hyunsu is nothing but a dirty hammer swinger who has no business leading real men. Commander Philip looks like he would rather be fighting an army of orcs than listening to this corporate slide deck, but the Marquise just keeps smiling his ugly, punchable smile. The trash noble walks away, leaving Philip with his equally arrogant son Luke. He tells his boy to use this deployment to build a foundation for their glorious political comeback. Luke looks like a moody teenager who just got his phone confiscated, but he nods anyway. Philip watches them leave, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. He is not happy. If a random foreign blacksmith is leading the next raid, his men are going to end up in body bags. Speaking of military incompetence, a random soldier immediately trips over a rock while carrying a box of highly explosive cannonballs. Safety protocols in fantasy armies are truly non-existent. Philip screams for everyone to hit the deck as the live shells start sparking. It is about to be a very brief, very messy funeral for half the camp, until a purple hand reaches out, activating Sovereign's command. The gravity wave catches the loose cannonballs, lifting them high into the clouds, where they detonate harmlessly like a very expensive fireworks show. The soldiers blink, wondering if the sky just decided to save their lives. Then our guy walks out of the smoke, his legendary trench coat blowing perfectly in the breeze. The soldiers ask who this majestic savior is, and Hyunsu casually drops his name like he is ordering a coffee. Later that night, Philip is sitting in his office, staring at casualty reports and nursing a major headache. There is a knock on the door, and Khan, the leader of the elite Gale squad, steps inside. Khan is highly offended that they are being ordered to babysit a foreign blacksmith. Philip agrees, but King Barad's signature is on the orders, so they have to swallow their pride. The Gale Squad is an elite Black Ops unit built for assassination, and now their ultimate mission is basically being security guards for an influencer. Philip stands up, his jaw set. He decides he is going to ride back to the capital and demand an explanation from the king himself. The next morning, the army prepares to march. Philip divides the force, giving Unit 1 to the arrogant Luke and Unit 2 to Hyunsu. He gives Hyunsu a friendly little parting gift, a quest to hunt the Ogre Lord. Hyunsu looks at the screen and immediately spots the failure penalty, title revoked. The system is literally threatening to take away his noble rank if he loses. Philip tells Khan to keep an eye on him and minimize the body count, and Khan salutes, looking like he is about to attend a funeral. Luke rides past, giving Hyunsu a smug look that practically begs for a sword to the face. Hyunsu just sighs and tells his group it is time to move. They head deep into the woods, the tension thicker than the foliage. Khan points toward the deep valley, warning them to avoid the area with the green leaves. Hyunsu asks why, and Khan explains that the giant king is sleeping down there, a monster that eats actual knights for breakfast. Right on cue, the ground shakes with a massive, heavy impact. The front guards draw their swords, thinking it is just a regular ogre. But then a shadow towers over them, blocking out the sun. It is a level 293 giant cyclops, and it looks extremely angry about being disturbed. The monster roars, its single eye locked onto the terrified unit. It swings a tree-sized club with enough force to shatter armor like glass. The soldiers are thrown back, screaming as the shockwave tears up the dirt. It targets a fallen soldier, bringing its massive club down for the execution until an arrow flies out of nowhere, piercing the beast's giant eye. The Cyclops screams, clutching its bleeding face, and Khan looks around in pure shock. Before anyone can react, Hyunsu blurs past him, moving with absolute high-level speed. He leaps into the air, the wind howling around his blade, and delivers a brutal slash directly across the giant's throat. He lands cleanly, calling out to Khan to take advantage of the opening. His movement is so fast, his form so perfect, that the Cyclops is left stumbling backward, bleeding heavily. Khan is standing there with his mouth open, experiencing a massive mental blue screen. Yes, Khan, that is a blacksmith. His daily workout is hammering divine metal. His physical stats are basically a cheat code. Snapping out of his trance, Khan screams for his men to charge, leading the attack. The soldiers swarm the wounded monster, driving their spears and swords into its legs. The Cyclops groans, its massive strength completely drained by Hyunsu's opening strike, and crashes face first into the dirt, dead. The soldiers pant, looking around in disbelief that they actually survived. But before they can celebrate, a loud, ominous chime rings in Hyunsu's ears. Hyunsu looks at the screen, his face turning incredibly grim. He tells Khan that the situation is about to get significantly worse. Because a massive orange emergency window just appeared, the giant king has awakened. And deep in the valley, a colossal stone titan opens its glowing, ancient eyes.